Chapter 46-49. Damn it, it's actually people from Killing Luo sect. Why would they come here? Gao Fan was clearer about it. Especially some of the top experts in the Tianhe region, top forces. This Killing Luo sect was an existence that wasn't easy to deal with. He didn't even think that they would come to such a secluded place. He even bumped into them. Gao Fan felt that he didn't burn any incense on this trip. To think that such a thing would happen. It would be even more difficult for him to get the god-demon god blood. Does this Killing Luo sect have a huge background? I can see that everyone's eyes have changed, even you. You are more knowledgeable, why don't you tell me about it? Lin Fei didn't know much about Killing Luo sect, but he knew that it was a rather strong sect. No matter how much he knew, he definitely wouldn't be as clear as Gao Fan. The god-demon race came to conquer the world, so they naturally had a detailed understanding of the various forces. Lin Fei might as well ask Gao Fan to gain some experience. You guys are actually from Killing Luo sect. The experts from the human race took a deep breath. They also knew that since these people from Killing Luo sect were here, they could stand aside. They really couldn't imagine it. The three of them said indifferently. Our Killing Luo sect's trip here is quite simple. We're here for the heavenly demon god blood. If you guys are obedient, we'll pretend that nothing happened. As for what's inside, we don't want anything other than the heavenly demon god blood. You guys should be satisfied, right? It was not easy for someone from the Killing Rakshasa sect to say such words. It could be considered as giving face to the human clan experts. If any god-demon expert really comes, we will do it ourselves. We don't need you guys to do anything. I think that no one has any objections to such conditions. The person on the other side continued to speak. Of course, the human race experts didn't have anything to say. They had already announced their name, and it was Killing Luo sect. Offending Killing Luo sect wasn't a small matter, but a huge matter. Their strength wasn't a match for Killing Luo sect at all, so they all nodded their heads. We have no objections. No objections. How could it be possible for them to make a move again? If they couldn't even keep their lives, they wouldn't be merciful a second time. Therefore, at this time, the human experts were quite smart. It was better to behave. Gao Fan's mood worsened. If there were still some sky demon experts in the past, he could have made things difficult for these people from Killing Rakshasa. But now, the heavenly demon clan really didn't have any experts. What was the use of 2 or 3 kittens? The fact that he didn't go to the heavenly demon clan was already quite impressive. The origin of this Killing Luo sect is really great. They are one of the top 50 forces in the Great Thousand World. This Killing Luo sect is said to have been created by a person called the Fire Cloud Heretic God. This Fire Cloud Heretic God is really strong. He is a true heavenly god expert. Gao Fan said coldly. His explanation was quite detailed. Lin Fei was very surprised to hear this. Such a powerful force had actually come to the spiritual realm and had their eyes on the heavenly demon god blood. Lin Fei knew that this news was definitely not spread by him. It was possible that the other party had already received a lot of news. Or rather, they had bought the news from some intelligence department. Lin Fei went out for a trip and also had some understanding of these. As long as you had essence crystals, being able to buy some intelligence information was a simple matter. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. Then it seems that this time, the heavenly demon clan has no chance. Even the Killing Luo sect has come. Gao Fan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Even if the Killing Luo sect had come, so what? The heavenly demon god blood wasn't that easy to get. That might not be the case. Who knows if there is a trap below? Anyway, we just have to watch from the back. Lin Fei thought about it and felt that it was right. The heavenly demon god blood was below, but this palace had the divine light of destruction. It wouldn't be easy to get it. Lin Fei really didn't think about this at the start. Now that Gao Fan said this, it was obvious that there might really be a trap below. These experts from the Killing Luo sect weren't arrogant. When the time came, they could be used as cannon fodder. To put it bluntly, Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of these people from the Killing Luo sect. He couldn't wait for these experts from the Killing Luo sect to suffer here. It would be best if he could farm some aggro on them. He had already done it on Luo Meng, but this Luo Meng didn't seem to be able to farm any hatred. He might as well try it on some real heaven monarchs. After revealing the name of the killing Luo sect, the 3 heaven monarch experts were ready to make a move. They had also seen the methods of the palace. It might be a bit of a headache for them to crack it with just these peak stage heaven monarchs. If they were to make a move, it would be a bit different. After all, they were heaven monarch experts. Just as they were about to make a move, the look in their eyes changed as they looked outside. A few more figures came in. As soon as these figures entered, their expressions changed slightly. Experts from the killing Luo sect, you guys are quite fast. I thought you guys had already gone down. These people laughed loudly as soon as they arrived. This laughter was deafening, and it shocked these heaven monarch experts quite a bit. All of their blood was boiling. There were only a few people present who could hold on, and Lin Fei and Gao Fan were one of them. It could be said that most of the experts on the human side couldn't take it anymore. Previously, the experts from the killing Luo sect still had some quality. However, these few figures were different. They appeared to be extremely arrogant. Their unbridled laughter was something that these human experts couldn't bear. There were those who were bleeding and those who were paralyzed on the ground. So it's the people from your black sect. You guys are quite capable. You kept following behind us. I thought you guys didn't dare to come in. The eyes of the 3 heaven monarchs were filled with disgust, but there was still a trace of fear. It was obvious that this black sect had quite a background. Lin Fei had never heard of this black sect. He knew that Gao Fan, who was beside him, would definitely have heard of it. When he looked back at Gao Fan, he found that Gao Fan's eyes were even worse, as if he was a life and death enemy. Lin Fei didn't expect that because of the heaven demon divine blood, not only the killing Luo sect came, but also the black sect. This black sect seemed to be quite powerful. There weren't many people, only 5 of them, but all 5 of them were heaven monarch experts. When did heaven monarch experts come like cabbages? Usually it was hard to see one, but now there were 8 of them. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4650. Gao Fan must be in a bad mood. Originally, he thought that he was in a bad mood because of Lin Fei's matter. However, because of the Temple Luo sect and the Black Gate, his mood became even worse. Fortunately, no one cared about it at this time, and naturally, no one would notice Gao Fan's change. From the beginning to the end, Lin Fei was the only one who saw it, and he was secretly laughing in his heart. Is this black sect also a top force? It seems that they are not inferior to the killing Luo sect. Lin Fei. This black sect is not a good force. They do all kinds of evil. I heard that there is an assassin organization behind them, which is quite famous in the vast thousand world. Offending the black sect is equivalent to offending the assassin organization, unless you want to live in the assassin's hands every day. Therefore, no one is willing to offend the black sect, let alone the assassin organization. Alright, this background seemed to be a bit big. Lin Fei was also a bit surprised. For the heavenly demon god's blood, a top force really came out. Fortunately, Lin Fei was not too interested in the heavenly demon god's blood, but he was quite interested in the 8 heaven monarchs. He didn't know how much hatred he could get from these 8 heaven monarchs. Lin Fei thought about it and was quite looking forward to it. At this time, Lin Fei did not make a move and let them break the palace first. If there was such free labor available, why not use it? Wouldn't it be a waste? Lin Fei still knew how to use it. He was even more glad that he had improved his strength. It did not improve by much, but the treasure body that he exchanged had greatly improved his defense. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with these heaven monarch realm experts that they encountered now. The black sect is the black sect, but if you want to make the heavenly demon god's blood, it depends on whether you have the strength. We will not give up so easily. The 3 heaven monarchs of the killing Luo sect felt the pressure, but they did not give up. If they wanted the heavenly demon god's blood, they had to rely on real skills. The 5 experts of the black sect all smiled faintly. That's definitely the case, but I see that there are quite a lot of eyesores here. Let's chase them out first. Otherwise, it would be bad if rumors were to spread. As soon as the 5 lords of heaven finished their words, they immediately took action. One attack after another came down. These heaven monarch experts didn't take them seriously at all. Lin Fei didn't expect these Heaven Monarch experts to be so resourceful. He made his move on the spot. As soon as they made their move, their attacks became thunderous and brutal. A Heaven Monarch expert's methods were not like those of a peak-stage Heavenly King. Just a casual move from him was not something they could withstand. All the human experts were scared out of their wits. They didn't expect these Heaven Monarch experts to make a move just like that. They all fled outside. If he wanted to escape, he would have to face these 5 Heaven Monarch Realm Martial experts. Without exception, most of the peak Heavenly King experts were killed. Lin Fei also had a trick up his sleeve. It was a very simple trick. It contained the power of a Heavenly Lord. The power of the great Tao of Thunder flew out, and the lightning transformed into a region. These thunderbolts were no longer as simple as the previous ones. The opponent's Heaven Monarch technique passed through the thunderbolts, and large swathes of thunderbolts collapsed. But this was, after all, the power of the great Tao of Thunder, and it was still quite powerful. The remaining part of the power landed on Lin Fei's body, but it was like a tickle. There was no difference at all. The 5 Heaven Monarch experts also noticed the power of the great Tao of Thunder and were a little surprised. They could actually see the great Tao of Thunder in such a small place. You people from the Black Sect are quite presumptuous. Do you really think that you can kill anyone? I'll just stand here and let you kill me. If you can kill me, then you have the ability. Otherwise, don't think that you're something. Gao Fan, who was not far away, was also enveloped in this lightning region, and the damage he suffered was much less. When he heard Lin Fei's words, he was gloating in his heart. He couldn't wait for Lin Fei to be killed so that he could vent his anger. If it wasn't for Lin Fei deliberately spreading the news of the heavenly demon divine blood, why would the experts of the human clan come here? Why would the people from the killing demon sect come here? Why would the people from the black sect come here? Anyway, this matter was more or less related to Lin Fei. Lin Fei had to pay a price no matter what. There was no other way. Gao Fan was prejudiced, and it was all caused by Lin Fei, that eyesore. Otherwise, if he secretly seized the territory, why couldn't he get the heavenly demon divine blood? As for now, he could only stare. Even though he could also burst out the strength of a Heaven Monarch, there were 8 Heaven Monarch experts here. No matter how strong he was, it was difficult for him to fight against these 8 Heaven Monarch experts. To put it bluntly, his strength was too weak. Otherwise, why would he target the heavenly demon divine blood so that his strength could reach the level of an emperor in one step? If he said too much, it would all be tears. The 5 Heaven Monarch experts from the Black Sect were a little surprised. A small native from the spiritual realm actually dared to say such words to them. Then a gust of wind flew over, and this wind turned into a huge tornado, directly enveloping the entire Thunder region. The power of this tornado was quite strong, and it directly pulled the void apart. Lin Fei's the Arch-Great Way of Thunder power instantly began to shake. The frequency of the shaking was quite high, as if it would be pulled apart at any time. Then, layers of power constantly seeped in, and it began to rush down like a torrential river. Lin Fei just stood still and smiled faintly. It's not that I look down on you, but you should at least be more serious with such means. Do you really think you can do anything to me? Lin Fei had spent a lot of capital on his body, and his physical body had reached the level of a Heaven Monarch. Not just anyone would be able to shake him. At the very least, only the Arch would be able to make Lin Fei feel pain. Otherwise, just these Heaven Monarch experts wouldn't be enough. It wasn't that he looked down on them, but it really couldn't. Lin Fei's the Arch-Great Way of Thunder power was not a joke. What he was best at was destruction. No matter how strong this huge tornado was, a part of its power would be broken, and the remaining power would not be much when it landed on Yi Futian's body. Even half of it wouldn't be able to shake Lin Fei's physical body. The 3 Heaven Monarch experts from the Killing Demon sect didn't make a move and just watched from the side. The more they watched, the more strange they felt. Bookhouse website. Chapter 4651. That kid is quite capable. He does have some strength. No wonder he dared to say such words to the people of the Black Sect. I think the people of the Black Sect are going to vomit blood. That kid actually cultivated the power of the Arch-Stage Great Tao of Thunder. He is a talent, but his temper is a bit stubborn. He knows that the Black Sect has 5 Heaven Monarch Realm experts, but he still dares to say such words. No matter what, it is best to make the Black Sect suffer some losses. It is a pity that he is such a young man. His future is boundless. The 3 people from the Killing Demon Sect naturally knew what would happen if they offended the Black Sect. Even they did not dare to offend the Black Sect too much. After all, there was an assassin organization behind them. This assassin organization wasn't the biggest, but it was quite capable. They had assassinated many experts. One could imagine that even the Emperor King experts would be wary of this assassin organization. One could only imagine how strong he was. So, this young man offended the Black Sect and naturally did not have a good ending. After Lin Fei threw out a few words, he could clearly feel that his hatred value began to rise again. Compared to killing the Heavenly Demon Clan, the hatred value seemed to have increased a lot. It was increasing by dozens, and it did not stop at all. To increase the hatred value, I really have to find a Heaven Monarch Realm expert. After all, a Heaven Monarch Realm expert is proud and arrogant. Naturally, the hatred value will increase a lot. I really made the right choice. The originally increasing hatred value suddenly increased from dozens to hundreds, and it continued to rise. It was really a little hard for Lin Fei to imagine. Of course, this was also reasonable. The higher the level of the target to mock, the higher the hatred value. Lin Fei could completely imagine that if he went to provoke the Emperor King, the hatred value would increase. However, it was unknown whether he could survive or not. It was purely called seeking death. Unless one day his physical body could reach the level of the Emperor King. At that time, he could go and kill them. For now, it was better for him to kill these Heaven Monarch Realm experts. The 5 Heavenly Lords from the Black Sect all felt a little strange. Especially the Heaven Monarch expert who made the move. His brows also raised. The power of his tornado was rather strong. Even a peak stage Heavenly King expert would hate it on the spot. But now, this brat was standing steadily, as if nothing had happened to him. This made his expression rather ugly. It turns out that you do have some ability. No wonder you dare to say such words. However, because of your words, I will turn you into ashes today. I will let you know how terrifying it is to face the anger of a Heaven Monarch expert. The Blackgate Heaven Monarch expert who spoke was called Heaven Monarch Yuanshan. He spoke softly, full of killing intent, and directly rushed into the lightning area. Lin Fei's thunderbolt instantly attacked. However, there was a faint glow on the opponent's body. After these rays of light rushed out, they collided with the Emperor rank Great Tao of Lightning, and they seemed to be evenly matched. To Heavenly Lord Yuanshan, this was nothing at all. Just like that, he was getting closer and closer. I want to see what kind of ability you have to dare to say such ruthless words in front of me. No one has ever dared to say such words in front of me. Because they are all dead. Heavenly Lord Yuanshan stretched out a hand. This hand was by Ruyu, and it was shining with a special power. Everywhere it passed, the Great Tao of Lightning collapsed. At this time, Lin Fei also raised the corner of his mouth slightly. There was another ray of light in his hand, and he flicked it over. Then you can try this method of mine first. Let's see how it feels. Heavenly Lord Yuanshan's hand was getting bigger, as if it was going to wrap around Lin Fei. However, just as he was about to get close to Lin Fei's ball of light instantly exploded. This was the world-destroying divine light. In an instant, it pierced through his palm, leaving behind a series of holes. It could be said that his entire palm was riddled with holes. Heavenly Monarch Yuanshan let out a muffled groan as he retracted his palm. His jade-white palm was now riddled with cracks and drops of blood dripped down. The world-destroying divine light wasn't retracted so easily. It continued to turn into a stream of light, attacking one after another. This divine light is so powerful. I know what kind of divine light this is. This is the world-destroying divine light. Be careful, Yuanshan. This is the world-destroying divine light. You must be careful. The remaining 4 Heavenly Lord experts from Black Sect recognized the origin of this divine light immediately, and they all gasped. The world-destroying divine light was extremely difficult to deal with, and it was very powerful. A single world-destroying divine light like this could only be bought with dozens of crystals. The problem was that even if you wanted to buy it, you might not be able to buy it. This was a rare commodity. They had never thought that in this small world, a native would actually have such a ball of world-destroying divine light in his hands. The first thing they thought of was that this kid had a lord behind him. Even if he could afford this world-destroying divine light, he might not even know where to buy it. Heavenly Lord Yuanshan couldn't break through the world-destroying divine light at all, and he could only fly back. Lin Fei also retracted the world-destroying divine light, and it landed on his hand, playing with it leisurely. I don't know how powerful my world-destroying divine light is. If you haven't experienced it enough, you can come and give it a try. I don't mind anyway. Lin Fei's words were light, but to the 5 Heavenly Lord experts from Black Sect, it wasn't anything good. This was completely an act of provocation, but when they saw the world-destroying divine light in the opponent's hand, their minds started to change. The hatred on Lin Fei's side was rising rapidly. In a short period of time, the 5 Heavenly Lords had accumulated more than 10,000 hatred points. Even Lin Fei himself was a little surprised. This was way too good at farming. It felt like he was a peanut that was constantly being fried until oil came out of it. Kid, you do have some capability. You are a little different from them. It won't be easy to offend our Black Sect. The 5 Heaven Monarchs instantly made their move. Even the 3 Heaven Monarchs from the Killing Rakshasa sect felt the immense pressure from the thunderous power. This young kid was probably finished. A Heavenly Lord expert's move was enough to make people feel a huge pressure. Let alone these 5 Heavenly Lord experts. This kid was definitely courting death. He dared to be so unscrupulous with a world-destroying divine light. He really didn't know how his brain worked. Gao Fan felt that there was definitely something wrong with Lin Fei's brain. Chapter 4652. Lin Fei went up against the 5 Heaven Monarch experts from the Black Gate by himself. No matter how one looked at it, it was an unwise choice. The human race didn't even realize that this Lin Fei was so terrifyingly powerful. He went against the 5 experts of Black Gate alone, and it seemed like he had to fight it out. When the Arch Thunder Great Tao was activated, it really looked like it was going to be a fight. After the 5 Heaven Monarch experts rushed in, the Great Tao around them struck the Great Tao of Thunder and instantly tore a hole. Even if it was the Arch Thunder Great Tao, with their treasures and their own strength, they could still resist it to a certain extent. The 5 Heaven Monarchs attacked in 5 directions, and it seemed like they were very good at group battles. Heavenly Monarch Yuanshan was the strongest among them, and he was like a sharp knife. He was the first to get close to Lin Fei. He had to let this native see that this wasn't the place for him to talk, but the Black Gate. Heavenly Monarch Yuanshan's methods were also very simple. He reached out a hand, which was completely golden, and there were runes flashing in the palm. It was very mystical. Everywhere it went, the Arch Thunder Great Tao's power collapsed. It was obvious that Heavenly Monarch Yuanshan's methods were very strong. Even if he just reached out a hand, Lin Fei could feel how strong he was. Such an expert was simply a top-notch combat power in a place like the spiritual realm. Outsiders couldn't withstand it at all, not to mention that there were 4 Heaven Monarchs helping them. Anyone who encountered such a situation wouldn't have a good ending. Gao Fan was the happiest one. He couldn't wait for Lin Fei and the Black Gate to fight for 300 rounds. It would be best if both sides were injured, and then he would be able to reap the benefits. Don't disappoint me. Now that things have become so big, you are an overlord and a genius. You have to contribute to me no matter what. The development of this scene was quite in line with Gao Fan's expectations. These things were all caused by Lin Fei himself. If he didn't spread the news of the Heaven Demon Divine Blood, how would the outside forces know? How would they come here? Why did he have to work so hard? The moment the golden palm enveloped him, Lin Fei felt as though his entire body was about to fly into the palm. He immediately realized that there was something strange about his opponent's palm. He stretched out his hand and grabbed out. In an instant, a saber light slashed out like a stream of water and crashed into the other party's palm. In an instant, he blocked the opponent's attack, and at the same time, he stabilized himself. Although Lin Fei's saber technique looked very simple and ordinary, it was actually very unusual. That was because this was the latest saber technique that Lin Fei had cultivated. It was called Limitless. After Lin Fei cultivated countless treasure body techniques to increase his physical defense, he also cultivated an offensive technique, which was a blade technique. This was a brand new saber technique formed by the fusion of two special powers. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with this infinite saber technique. This was because the greatest advantage of this saber technique was that it was untraceable. Of course, another thing that Lin Fei liked was that it could explode with super strong might. The stronger Lin Fei was, the stronger the infinite saber technique would be. At the same time, the world-destroying god light on his other palm flew out, turning into countless beams of light that attacked the 4 Black Gate experts. It blocked their attacks one by one. Although the world annihilation divine light wasn't that big, the power it unleashed was still very real. Instantly, the 4 Black Gate experts felt the pressure and didn't dare to take it head-on. The countless runes on Heavenly Lord Yuanshan's palm shone brightly. He could feel that this blade technique wasn't normal and finally understood why Lin Fan dared to say such a thing. Just this strength alone is far from enough. You can't block it at all. The runes on Heavenly Lord Yuanshan's palm shone brighter and brighter. They were getting closer and closer to Lin Fei. Lin Fei laughed out, "I think this strength is enough because you aren't coming at me at all." Wah wah wah. Many blade lights slashed over. They were extremely pure and direct. Some came from the front, some came from the side, some came from below, and some came from above. It could be said that they covered all directions. In an instant, Heavenly Lord Yuanshan felt a troublesome aura. Lin Fei's physical body was extremely strong. Therefore, the strength that he exploded out was even stronger. Moreover, he was using the infinite saber technique. For a moment, Heavenly Lord Yuanshan couldn't get close to Lin Fei. The moment Lin Fei's blade light appeared, he would feel a different kind of dangerous aura. Most importantly, he couldn't catch any traces of this blade technique. This was the most troublesome person to deal with. The fight between Lin Fei and them was very short and very fast. Everyone only saw Lin Fei use the World Annihilation Divine Light in his hand, followed by a blade technique. In an instant he had suppressed the 5 experts from Black Sect. The 3 experts from Killing Rakshasa sect felt their hearts sink. Since when did such a powerful expert appear in the spiritual realm? He was able to block the attacks of 5 Black Gate experts alone. Moreover, one of them was Heavenly Lord Yuanshan. If this news were to spread out, no one would believe it. They actually met a powerful aboriginal in a small world like the spiritual realm. Heavenly Lord Yuanshan attacked for more than 10 times consecutively. To think that he was unable to break through. His face darkened as well. He then spat out a pearl from his mouth. "I didn't expect to meet such a powerful aboriginal in a small world. You forced me to use this air-frozen bead. You are amazing." The moment the air-frozen bead appeared, it landed on top of Heavenly Lord Yuanshan's head. The infinite saber technique that Lin Fei attacked was actually stopped by the air-frozen bead. It was extremely mysterious and magical. Lin Fei's pupils constricted. He knew what this treasure was. This should be a treasure at the Sovereign Emperor level for it to be able to block all the attacks. Then, the opponent's palm pierced through. It was very fast, so fast that Lin Fei couldn't keep up. Lin Fei's fleshly body defense was also very strong. He was able to take the palm strike head-on and his entire body was sent flying. Behind him, the void shattered with a clatter. Lin Fei, on the other hand, stopped completely unscathed. "You are indeed an expert from a foreign world. Even your Emperor Master level treasure is so powerful. However, you're still too weak. You can't even kill an aboriginal like me. How embarrassing. You should go back." Chapter 4653. Even though Lin Fei seemed to be able to block it easily, only he knew that the opponent's palm strike was extremely terrifying and powerful. Especially when the opponent's palm formed a vortex, which instantly turned into a spiral attack. If one's physical body wasn't strong enough, one's entire body would be torn to shreds by the attack of this spiral. Fortunately, Lin Fei's body was already very strong. The body of a heavenly monarch was naturally not something that the opponent's attack could break. Moreover, the opponent wasn't an Emperor Realm expert. When Heavenly Monarch Yuanshan saw that the opponent was unscathed, he frowned. This situation was a little unexpected. This lad seemed to be fine after taking a palm strike from him. The air-frozen pearl flew over again. He didn't believe that this lad could still block it. In that case, he would send another palm strike. If the first palm strike didn't work, then the second and third palm strikes. Let's see how long you can last. Anyway, your techniques can't be used in my eyes at all. Everything was really as Heavenly Monarch Yuanshan said. Under the envelopment of the air-frozen pearl, Lin Fei couldn't use any of his techniques. On the contrary, Lin Fei's entire body seemed to have become a sandbag. One palm strike after another. Lin Fei didn't know how many palm strikes he had taken, but they were all very powerful. This Heavenly Monarch Yuanshan really wanted to kill him with one palm strike. However, he couldn't withstand the strength of Lin Fei's physical body. As palm strike after palm strike, he had a better understanding of his own physical body. He also knew that this Heavenly Monarch Yuanshan wasn't a match for him. Just as Heavenly Monarch Yuanshan sent another palm strike over, Lin Fei disappeared with a swoosh. Then, a saber slashed across gently. That Heavenly Monarch Yuanshan immediately retreated. He didn't attack anymore. Lin Fei also stopped and patted his body. Do you still want to continue fighting? If you want to continue fighting, then I'll fulfill your wish. Anyway, I'm not good at other things, but my physical body is pretty strong. Anyway, you can't beat me to death. Just a moment ago, Lin Fei had been attacked dozens of times, yet he was completely unscathed. On Heavenly Lord Yuanshan's side, one could see a wound on his clothes as he retreated. No, it should be more accurate to say that it was a crack that went straight to his body. Such a simple slash was enough to let Heavenly Lord Yuanshan know that this kid was indeed difficult to deal with. He was young, but his physical body was ridiculously tough. Jianghu didn't even doubt that his physical body had reached the Heaven Monarch realm. Such an enemy was too difficult to deal with. At the very least, the 5 Heaven Monarchs wouldn't be able to hold him down. Moreover, he had the world-extinguishing divine light. A single divine light was able to stop 4 Heaven Monarch realm experts, and Jianghu was truly unable to deal with them by himself. What a freak! Jianghu's expression turned even worse. He didn't expect the Black Sect to encounter such a thing. Killing Rakshasa Sect's side was also dumbfounded. A native actually withstood Heavenly Lord Yuanshan's attack. Even if they encountered Heavenly Lord Yuanshan's attack, they might not be able to withstand it. This was also the reason why they were so afraid. But now, a native actually withstood it. They realized that it wouldn't be easy to get the Heavenly Demon God blood today. Jianghu's physical body was simply too strong. Even the experts of the Heavenly Demon race might not be able to cultivate such a terrifying physical body. He was truly a super freak. Lin Fei was also very happy at this moment because the amount of hatred that Heavenly Lord Yuanshan and the other 4 Heaven Monarchs contributed was really beyond his imagination. This output was a bit high. In just such a short period of time, Lin Fei gained 20,000 hatred points from them. There was a moment when Lin Fei suspected that the system had calculated wrongly. Since when did Heaven Monarch experts contribute so much? But after thinking about it, he came back to his senses. It should be that the higher one's cultivation realm was, the higher the hatred points. Especially since he had formed a huge difference with them. A native and a high and mighty Black Sect expert, the amount of hatred points would be quite crazy. Heavenly Lord Yuanshan naturally didn't plan to make a move anymore. There was no point in making a move anymore. Instead, it would benefit others and waste their strength for nothing. But if he let this kid go just like that, he wouldn't be able to keep his face. He was really in a dilemma. At this moment, he still had to give himself a way out. You are quite strong, but your physical body is so strong. Be careful not to be captured and turned into a puppet warrior. After all, people like you are still very popular. Heavenly Lord Yuanshan snorted coldly and threatened the other party. They were Black Sect experts and naturally knew that there were many people in the vast thousand world who had different hobbies. For example, some people liked to refine puppet warriors. Therefore, people with a strong physical body like Lin Fei had always been quite popular. Lin Fei also snorted and said unhurriedly, Let's see if they have the ability and if they can withstand this strike from my hand. After a simple exchange, Lin Fei also realized one thing. His physical body was indeed quite strong, but this method was still lacking. When the time comes, he would have to exchange for some great Tao. Killing Luo sect experts also started to speak. I think we'd better break this trick first. Otherwise, we'll end up becoming someone else's tool after all our efforts are in vain. Although they didn't know who else would come next, they obviously didn't want to waste any more time here. Killing Luo sect's words still hit the bottom of Heavenly Lord Yuanshan's heart. With such a native here, he really didn't want to continue fighting. He wanted to break the palace first and retrieve the heavenly demon god blood from inside. Only then would his efforts not be in vain. Heavenly Lord Yuanshan snorted. Then let's break it together. However, the three of us have to discuss this first. We'll break the divine light together. When the time comes, whoever comes in will be our enemy. Let's chase them out first. What about killing Luo sect and you? Heavenly Lord Yuanshan didn't want to waste time here. Killing Luo sect also didn't want to waste time here. They could only endure the anger in their hearts and break the divine light first. Killing Luo sect naturally didn't have any objections. It was the same for Lin Fei's side. It was a pity that he couldn't continue to farm hatred. Of course, he knew that as long as he stayed here, the hatred would only increase. Sure, I have no objections. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Killing Luo sect nodded. We have no objections. Since both sides have no objections, let's do it. Chapter 4654. Everyone was surprised to see such an ending. Of course, the humans were still happy. Many of them were chased out. There weren't many people left behind. There were only a few left. Among them, Gao Fan was probably the most displeased. Gao Fan came to Lin Fei's side immediately. Junior brother Lin Fei, these people aren't easy to deal with. Especially this heavenly Lord Yuanshan, he even brought an emperor's treasure. Aren't we asking a tiger for its skin by cooperating with them? Gao Fan's own strength was actually very strong, but at this time, he also knew that with his own strength, he really couldn't beat these people here. Especially the 5 experts from Black Sect, especially this heavenly Lord Yuanshan. A single air-frozen pearl was enough to stop them. It consumed a lot of energy, but this treasure also gave everyone quite a bit of pressure. There were very few people like Lin Fei who could still fight back. They couldn't even tell that the saber move was different. In Gao Fan's opinion, he still had to rely on junior brother Lin Fei to get the heavenly demon god blood. As long as they could pin down the experts of Black Gate and killing Luo sect, Gao Fan would be able to catch them off guard and snatch the heavenly demon god blood for himself. By then, he would be able to refine it. How could Lin Fei not know what Gao Fan was thinking? Gao Fan hoped that he could restrain these people so that he could get the heavenly demon god blood. Who asked us to be in a small world? We don't have any experts. However, I am considered an expert. When the time comes to snatch the heavenly demon god blood, I will restrain them. I will leave the opportunity to you, senior brother. I believe that when your strength explodes, you will definitely catch them off guard and let them know that there are still experts in our spiritual realm. These words really struck a chord in Gao Fan's heart. For a moment, he even suspected that it wasn't Lin Fei who released the news. Since when did Lin Fei become so easy to talk to? Or did Lin Fei really not know anything? Even Gao Fan himself was a little confused. No matter what, this was what Gao Fan wanted to hear the most. Following that, the 3 parties did not hesitate any longer. He began to break the divine light of destruction again. This time, the efficiency was much faster. There was a loud rumbling sound. The power of the divine light of annihilation was also weakened layer by layer. Gao Fan was getting happier and happier in his heart. He could already feel the aura of the heavenly demon god blood. To him, it was like a peerless tonic. It was the same for killing Luo sect and Black Gate, they could also feel it. The existence of the heavenly demon god's blood here gave off a trace of dangerous aura. Lin Fei was the calmest of them all. No matter how good the heavenly demon god's blood was, it couldn't be better than his leisurely leveling system. In such a short period of time, he had gained another 1 or 2,000 hatred points, which should have been contributed by the Black Gate. Lin Fei was in an exceptionally good mood. If he managed to get his hands on the heavenly demon god blood, the hatred of these people would only grow. It was a pity that there were too few people coming in this time, which disappointed Lin Fei a little. He could not wait for more heaven lords to come. It didn't matter even if they were more powerful, they couldn't do anything to him anyway. The body of a heaven lord was still quite popular. Lin Fei's own methods were a little bad, but this was a small matter. After a loud rumbling sound, the last layer of power was finally broken, and a wave of heavenly demon chi directly rushed out. Wherever the heavenly demon chi passed, the void was directly corroded. Everyone sent out their treasures to resist the attack of the heavenly demon chi. Only Lin Fei didn't do anything, and just let the heavenly demon chi rush over his body. As soon as the heavenly demon chi approached Lin Fei, it was sent flying by Lin Fei's body. It kept collapsing, and a small vacuum zone was vaguely formed around his body. At this moment, a figure instantly rushed in. It was not an expert from Killing Luo sect, nor was it an expert from Black Gate. It was Gao Fan who had been at the side. This guy was like a fish in water in the face of the heavenly demon chi, and he instantly went in. He was very fast. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. Senior brother Gao Fan was not such a kind-hearted person, and this guy was most likely the 9th prince of the heavenly demon clan. To them, this little bit of heavenly demon chi was nothing at all, but to the human race, this pressure was a little too much. If they were not careful, they would be corroded by the heavenly demon chi, and they might even be taken away by the heavenly demon chi, and finally become a walking corpse. The experts from Killing Rakshasa sect and Black sect reacted at the first moment and attacked. Lin Fei was also attacked. They never thought that a small indigenous world would be so bold, and actually rushed in while they were not paying attention. The treasures on him seemed to be a little unusual, and he could even withstand the heavenly demon chi. This made them even more unhappy. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the Arch Thunder Dao fell in front of him, and then fell on them. At the same time, the infinite saber technique directly enveloped them. One saber after another, countless saber strikes. Like a meteor shower, in terms of close combat, Lin Fei was not inferior to anyone, and he also targeted the heavenly lords from Black Gate. In Lin Fei's eyes, the heavenly lords from Black Gate were more difficult to deal with, and of course, only Heavenly Lord Yuanshan was the most difficult. The other 4 were quite easy to deal with, and once Lin Fei's saber light enveloped them, they felt the pressure. This saber technique was indeed very fierce, and very unusual. Heavenly Lord Yuanshan released the air-frozen pearl. I will hold this guy back. You guys go in first. Don't let that guy snatch the heavenly demon blood, let alone let him refine it. No one was willing to let others go in before they finally broke the divine light, so they had to stop that guy first. The other 4 Heaven Monarch Realm experts rushed in immediately. They also escaped from the shroud of Lin Fei's saber light, because once the air-frozen pearl was out, Lin Fei's method seemed a little insignificant. The people from Killing Devil sect didn't stay idle either, and they also rushed in immediately. Lin Fei was very calm from beginning to end, but he knew that Gao Fan still had some tricks up his sleeves, and whoever underestimated him would definitely suffer a big loss. Initially, Lin Fei wanted to try refining the heavenly demon god blood. But now, he felt that there was no need for that. Wouldn't it be better to create more hatred outside? This time, the amount of hatred contributed was much more than before, and they were obviously a little annoyed. They clearly had their eyes on it, but it was still stolen by an inconspicuous guy. This time, Heavenly Lord Yuanshan just wanted to restrain Lin Fei, and he didn't use any more fierce methods, as it was meaningless. The opponent's Heavenly Lord physical body was really too difficult to deal with, and he couldn't break the defense at all. As long as the defense couldn't be broken, everything else was useless. Bookhouse website. Chapter 4655. If I were you, I would definitely leave the spiritual world because it has no future. Why not join our black sect? Heavenly Lord Yuanshan tried to recruit Lin Fan once more. The more he fought, the more he knew how strong Lin Fan was. A person like Lin Fan was most suitable to be a tool. It would be very beneficial to restrain the enemy. Although he was able to restrain Lin Fei, he couldn't do anything to him at all. Lin Fan's physical body was very strong. Unless someone stronger attacked, he could only trap Lin Fan. Therefore, Heavenly Lord Yuan Shan also wanted to try and see if he could recruit this kid. If he could recruit him back, it would be considered as a meritorious deed. Such a person was definitely worth paying attention to. If he could improve his techniques, his combat strength would be even stronger. He would be invincible in close combat. Heavenly Lord Yuan Shan still had this bit of foresight. Lin Fei laughed. I'm sorry, but I'm really not interested in joining a sect. I feel that my current situation is quite good. Although the spirit realm is a small world of natives, and I can also be considered a small native, I'm living a relaxed life. There's no scheming or scheming. What do you think? This was the first time Heavenly Lord Yuan Shan heard such a thing, and he couldn't imagine it. He even understood why Lin Fan's physical body was able to improve. Perhaps it was because of this. Heavenly Lord Yuan Shan could only say that it was a pity that he couldn't recruit such a good tool. Heavenly Monarch Yuan Shan's thoughts towards this tool that he couldn't recruit was very simple. When the time came, he would definitely destroy this guy. If one day this guy ran to the boundless world and learned some tricks, it would be a big problem for them. A fellow with a Heaven Lord level physical body was too hard to deal with unless an Emperor King expert attacked. Now, Emperor Kings didn't have much free time, so why would they attack? At the same realm, no one would be able to suppress this fella. He was just too hard to deal with. Just like that, Heavenly Lord Yuan Shan restrained Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't have any intention of rushing inside. He left the rest to Gao Fan. He believed that with Gao Fan's ability, he should be able to get the Heavenly Demon God blood. When the time came, he should be able to obtain even more honor points by grinding this Gao Fan again. Lin Fei felt that he was really too smart to be able to think of such a method. Heavenly Monarch Yuan Shan really hoped that Lin Fei wouldn't rush in. It was better to restrain Lin Fei on the outside than on the inside. To be able to set up so many traps on the outside, one could imagine what the situation inside was like. There was no room for negotiation. In the blink of an eye, about the time it took for an incense stick to burn had passed. Suddenly, a few figures rushed out in a sorry state. Not good, that guy actually snatched away the Heavenly Demon God blood and refined a part of the Heavenly Demon God blood's power. We are no longer his match. The ones who spoke were the experts of the Black Sect. Their faces were pale. It was the same for killing Rakshasa. At this moment, Heavenly Monarch Yuan Shan stopped. He really couldn't believe that an aboriginal could cause him to be in such a sorry state. Now, another aboriginal had popped out and refined the Heavenly Demon God blood. How was that possible? Are you guys sure you didn't see wrongly? The Heavenly Demon God blood wasn't any ordinary God blood. It wasn't something that anyone could refine. If one tried to refine it without preparation, one's body would explode. Heavenly Monarch Yuan Shan understood the situation. To be honest, it was quite a blow to him. Right after he said those words, a figure dashed out from the crowd. His arrogant laughter echoed through the air. This person was none other than Gao Fan. The Gao Fan at this moment was a little different. His eyes were bloodshot and emitted a chilling aura. Even Lin Fei could feel that Gao Fan was a little different. The aura on the other party was much stronger than before. However, Lin Fei could feel a foreign aura. Immediately, he understood that the Gao Fan at this moment shouldn't be the Gao Fan from before. Indeed, the Heavenly Demon God blood wasn't that easy to refine. All he had to do was to have some thoughts, and Gao Fan seemed to be in trouble. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Those people from the Heavenly Demon race really knew how to play some tricks. Not only did they leave behind the Heavenly Demon God blood, they even left behind some tricks. In the end, Gao Fan was in trouble. If he didn't guess wrongly, the Gao Fan at this moment shouldn't be the real Gao Fan anymore. He must have been possessed by someone else. Not bad. To think that I would have prepared so much blood food the moment I came out. And it's even a Heavenly Monarch. I'll start with you then. Gao Fan's voice turned hoarse as he stared at Lin Fei. After a phantom, he appeared behind Lin Fei and grabbed out with both his palms, as though he was going to devour Lin Fei. Lin Fei turned around and slashed his saber at Gao Fan's body, instantly sending Gao Fan flying. Following that, tens of thousands of rays of light burst forth, catching Gao Fan off guard. You want to eat me? Aren't you thinking too much? I've long been on guard against this move of yours. Do you really think that I'm so easy to deal with? Seems like you've lived for too long. Heavenly Monarch Yuanshan could also feel the terror of this slash. He had a new impression of this guy. He was indeed a cunning guy. To think that he had been on guard against such a move. If this had landed on any of the Heavenly Monarchs, they definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand it so easily. It was inevitable that they would be injured. On the other side, after Gao Fan went out, blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth. There were even more cracks on his body, covering his entire body, and blood was flowing out. After all, although Gao Fan's body was strong, it wasn't as strong as Lin Fei's. Moreover, Lin Fei's slash was unintentional. Naturally, Gao Fan wouldn't have been able to withstand it. I'm actually injured. Despicable brat, how dare you scheme against me? Gao Fan lowered his head and looked at the fresh blood flowing out of his body. His expression changed and was filled with endless hatred. And Lin Fei also gained hatred at this moment. It went over 1,000. He was even more shocked. This guy who possessed him really had a strong background. This also made Lin Fei realize that something was wrong. This fellow might even be an imperial emperor. He couldn't burst out the strength of an emperor now, but once he refined the heaven demon god's blood, wouldn't he become a real emperor? Chapter 46-56. The strength of Gao Fan, who came out again, soared. At the same time, the hatred value that he had gained was far beyond Lin Fei's expectations. He was also overjoyed in his heart. He finally found a guy who could easily gain hatred. You see, I'm not as easy to deal with as you think. If you come to deal with me again, it won't be that simple. The look in Gao Fan's eyes also changed slightly. In the blink of an eye, he had his eyes on the other experts. Whether it was the experts of the Black Sect or the Killing Devil Sect, they all cursed when they saw this situation. Originally, they had all suffered a big loss. They didn't get the heavenly demon god blood, but such an expert appeared. Now that Lin Fei said this, it seemed that he had his eyes on them again. Before they could say anything, Gao Fan directly rushed towards them. A demonic aura shrouded them, and in an instant, the surrounding area couldn't be seen clearly. It was the same for Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't even think of leaving, and just stood there quietly. After the next breath, a figure instantly attacked. It turned out to be Gao Fan again. Both of his hands turned into sharp claws. This claw, splitting mountains and rocks, was very ferocious. You're quite despicable, using your divine ability to launch a sneak attack, but you're destined to fail. Lin Fei laughed out loud and dodged the attack in an instant. Turning around, he slapped over one palm at a time. Who's afraid of close combat? You've gained 500 hatred points. You've gained 500 hatred points. You've gained 500 hatred points. In the blink of an eye, he contributed another 1,500 hatred points to Lin Fei. After Gao Fan seemed to be unable to defeat him, he instantly escaped into the darkness. Then he went to deal with some other Lord of Heaven experts. From time to time, a muffled groan could be heard. Lin Fei knew that those Lord of Heaven experts were unlucky. Lin Fei didn't even think of helping them. At this time, Gao Fan, who was possessed, wasn't so easy to deal with. Lin Fei also relied on his own strong defense. Coupled with close combat methods, he could really play with the opponent. He couldn't wait for Gao Fan to kill all these Heaven Monarch experts. The more he killed, the more unlucky Gao Fan would be. Both the Killing Luo sect and the Black sect behind them will come. The surrounding movements were getting quieter and quieter. Lin Fei also knew that many Heaven Monarch experts had died. Even at this moment, Lin Fei's divine sense was very strong, but it could not penetrate the darkness organized by the devil Qi. He also knew that this divine ability was not simple. It might even be one of the 3,000 great Daos. Lin Fei decided to wait and see. In reality, it was as Lin Fei had guessed. After being possessed, Gao Fan's combat prowess skyrocketed, reaching the level of a sovereign emperor. However, he had not truly refined and absorbed it, so the combat prowess he erupted with was barely at the level of a sovereign emperor. It took a lot of time to eliminate these Heaven Monarch experts. Finally, Gao Fan's figure appeared once again and he launched another attack. This method of yours is rather fast. You can eliminate all these Heaven Monarch experts in a short time. But if you want to eliminate me, I think you are thinking too much. Lin Fei smiled while resisting the opponent's attack. His hands were very powerful, especially his claws, which were very sharp. They were no different from divine weapons. The only problem was that the opponent's physical body had not really caught up to Lin Fei's level. Therefore, the power of this move could not reach the limit, which meant that there was a so-called ceiling. Because of this, Lin Fei was still able to resist with ease. Of course, Gao Fan also had his own tricks up his sleeve. When he attacked, streams of demonic energy turned into threads, trying to seep in. As soon as the threads got close to Lin Fei, they were bounced off. You see, I have already told you, and you must have done it in vain. You still don't believe me. Don't be fooled by my looks and strength. I am not someone you can deal with. Lin Fei was even more glad that he had raised his defense. Sure enough, the stronger his defense was, the stronger his ability to protect his life. At the very least, even Gao Fan, who was an emperor lord, could not do anything to him for a while. No matter how strong the power was or how strong the penetration was, Lin Fei could still withstand it. After a long time, he felt that Gao Fan was the one who was at a disadvantage. It was obvious that Gao Fan had not completely refined the heavenly demon divine blood. Of course, the longer it dragged on, it was also good for Lin Fei. For example, the hatred value began to rise. It was more exciting than killing heaven monarchs. In such a short period of time, Lin Fei had gained 10,000 hatred value. This was really a good deal. If I were you, I would stop and have a good rest. There are so many people in this boundless world. Why do you insist on me alone? I don't think it makes sense at all. What do you think? In fact, Lin Fei also understood in his heart why Gao Fan had been staring at him. It should be because the remnant thoughts left behind after being taken away were too deep. Lin Fei also admired the methods of the Heavenly Demon Clan. They actually left such a move behind. He wondered if the 9th prince of the Heavenly Demon Clan would regret it later. He had been killed by his own people. You ruined the good things of our Heavenly Demon Clan. This old man will naturally destroy you. I don't believe that you can hold on for so long. Gao Fan's voice was full of deep coldness, like the voice in a world of ice and snow, so cold that it made people shiver. Gao Fan's speed increased again, and a cold light flashed in front of Lin Fei. Don't look at these cold lights. Such a cold light could easily kill a heavenly king and injure a heaven monarch expert. As for Lin Fei, it could only cut open Lin Fei's clothes and even leave a white mark on Lin Fei's body. It was impossible to take another step forward. Since you don't want to listen to me, you can continue. I think the longer you drag it out, the harder it will be for you to refine the heavenly demon god blood. Anyway, I have thick skin and flesh, so don't be afraid. Lin Fei didn't fight back at all, because his strength to fight back was really not as good as Gao Fan, who had reached the Imperial Emperor level. This defense was different. It was really strong. Lin Fei thought that when the hatred accumulated more, he would pile more of this physical body. It would also become more powerful. In particular, the rings of misty light around his body were formed by several types of protective treasures to form a single body of defense. 1 joss stick's worth of time. 1 hour. 6 hours. Lin Fei did not know how long his opponent had been fighting for. In any case, his opponent had not stopped attacking at all. Instead, he continued to maintain a high state of eruption. For Lin Fei, this was a great harvest. He didn't expect that he could really harvest a lot of hatred. In a short period of time, Lin Fei's hatred directly exceeded 500,000. It set a new high. Bookhouse website. Chapter 4657. In fact, Lin Fei did not expect that he would gain so much hatred just by killing Gao Fan. It was faster than killing the Lord of Heaven before. The stronger and faster the opponent was, the higher the anger of the opponent, and the more hatred he would gain. With 500,000 hatred points, he could exchange for a lot of treasures, and his physical defense would become stronger. If possible, Lin Fei really did not mind killing another 500,000 or 1 million, but it depended on whether Gao Fan agreed or not. After attacking for 6 hours, Gao Fan suddenly retreated and actually stopped attacking. Considering that it's not easy for you to cultivate, why don't you follow me? I promise you a bright future. Gao Fan, who had been attacking for a long time, realized that this guy called Lin Fei was indeed very capable. In particular, his physical defense was terrifyingly strong, layer after layer, and it was impossible to penetrate. After attacking for 6 hours, Gao Fan also realized the benefits of a strong physical body. However, he did not really refine the heavenly demon god's blood. How could it be so troublesome, and he would have taken down this kid long ago? He could even refine the other party into a puppet warrior with such a strong physical body. It was really very rare. Then forget it. There's no future for me to follow you. Don't you know that the heavenly demon is now no different from a street rat? Even you can't take me down. I advise you to go back and cultivate. Come back when you've cultivated your strength. Lin Fei said in a serious tone. Gao Fan looked at him coldly, turned around, and went outside. If it was a normal time, it would be fine, but at this time, how could Lin Fei let the other party go? This was a tool that he had found with great difficulty. If it was gone, where could he find such a tool? Lin Fei could also be sure that Gao Fan was no longer the Gao Fan from before and had definitely been replaced by someone else. Don't be in a hurry to leave. We've only been fighting for such a short time. We have to fight for at least 3 days and 3 nights. I can still take it. Lin Fei unleashed his movement technique and chased after Gao Fan. Following that, bolts of lightning came crashing down, completely restricting Gao Fan's speed. After all, these thunderbolts were quite powerful. Gao Fan turned around and glanced over coldly. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of him. He had actually turned back. Lin Fei took the opportunity to block. He was really not afraid of the other party. This attack came crashing down, breaking through several layers of defense. Even his chi and blood began to churn. That's right. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Don't you want to kill me? To be honest, if we fight for 3 days and 3 nights, I probably won't be able to hold on. Don't you want to try? Just now, it really gave Lin Fei a lot of pressure, and of course, it also harvested a lot of hatred. In one breath, he had managed to farm 1,300 aggro points. Where else could he find such a good deal? Therefore, Lin Fei hoped that Gao Fan would stay here. To be a good tool. Gao Fan's eyes became even colder. Just now, he did use some means to catch the other party off guard, but he did not expect the other party's physical body to be beyond imagination. He knew that there was no point in continuing to stay here. The only thing he had to do now was to completely refine the heavenly demon god's blood so that he could truly unleash the strength of an emperor. It would not be like now, barely reaching the level of an emperor. Although he could also sweep away these heavenly monarch experts, the Lin Fei in front of him made him very angry. He was like a volcano that almost erupted. Whoosh! Gao Fan turned into a black stream of light and rushed out. This time, Lin Fei could not stop Gao Fan. In fact, he also knew in his heart that if this guy really wanted to leave, it would not be easy to stop him with his strength. Lin Fei was quite proud. At the very least, the treasure body that he had farmed had improved his defense, and he could even withstand the power of an ordinary emperor. The next time Gao Fan appears, it should be time to completely refine the heavenly demon god's blood. If he still can't do anything to me at that time, then the aggro points that I've farmed should be even higher. Lin Fei's reaction was quite fast. He also knew one thing, and that was that he had to properly farm this Gao Fan, and right now, he had to first use up these 500,000 hatred points. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to leave the palace. There was also a good thing left. That was the divine light of destruction. Previously, they did not break it, they only forcefully suppressed it. Now that Gao Fan had left, the others were either dead or injured, and there was almost no one here. How could Lin Fei miss the divine light of destruction? In front of the palace, the divine light of destruction was restored once again. Lin Fei now had honor points, which was a good thing. It could refine all treasures. Of course, it was nothing more than a matter of honor points. He felt that refining this divine light of destruction should not be too difficult. At least the power of the divine light of destruction had been consumed. Divine light of destruction. a unique type of divine light that possesses extraordinary power and destructive abilities. Refining the divine light of destruction required 10 million honor points. 10 million honor points was not a lot, but it was not a small amount either, because upgrading to the Lord of Heaven level only required 100 million honor points. Lin Fei could still accept it. After all, this divine judge of destruction was not inferior to the divine light of destruction at all. Now, he was lacking some offensive means. Without any hesitation, Lin Fei directly chose to refine it. After 10 million honor points were consumed, the divine light flew out and fell directly into Lin Fei's hands. On the left was a ball of divine light of destruction, and on the right was a ball of divine light of destruction. It is indeed a good thing. I didn't expect to pick up a treasure. Lin Fei also found that when the two kinds of divine light gathered together, they actually had the effect of combining with each other, and the power was invisibly increased by several times. This made Lin Fei a little surprised. He also knew that for such a divine light, it was very powerful to master a single one. Now that he had mastered two, it was really rare. No wonder there was a burst of power from combining with each other. If he had this divine light of destruction previously, Gao Fan would not have left so quickly. He entered the palace, intending to see what else was inside. In the end, there was nothing but some dry corpses inside. There was really nothing except the heavenly demon divine blood. He turned around and left. He returned to Tianyuan City. He did not return to the Sky Reaching School. He did not know if Gao Fan from the Sky Reaching School had returned. The possibility was still very low. It was better to stay here in Tianyuan City at this time, where no one would control him. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4658. He didn't know where Gao Fan had escaped to. Lin Fei didn't plan to find him either. Anyway, let him refine the heavenly demon god's blood first. At that time, he would be a genuine Emperor stage powerhouse. This time would probably take quite a long time. Lin Fei couldn't wait for him to cultivate for as long as possible. When he came back, he would be a tool again and he would be able to farm more hatred points. As soon as he returned to Tianyuan City, Lin Fei returned to his study. He still had important things to do. That was to completely use up the 500,000 hatred points on hand. This time, he was quite satisfied with the defense brought by these treasure bodies. He had only refined a few treasure bodies and his defense had already increased. If there were a dozen or 100 treasure bodies, wouldn't his physical defense be ridiculously strong? Lin Fei could feel that these treasures were like layers of defense. Only by breaking through these defenses would he be able to truly threaten his physical body. It could also be considered a form of invisible defense. This also made Lin Fei hope that he could refine more treasure bodies. With these 500,000 hatred points, Lin Fei had to raise his defense to the next level. When the defense reached its limit, even if he stood still, he would be able to make all the powerhouses stare at him. Sometimes, Lin Fei liked to say that when your physical body was strong, it would naturally be the best way to attack. If you didn't understand this sentence, you could change it to another sentence, that is, the strongest defense is offense. If you knock down all your enemies, naturally no one would be able to threaten you. With 500,000 hatred points, Lin Fei didn't have much of a choice this time. Anyway, the treasure bodies had been exchanged one by one. No matter what attributes you had, he would exchange them all. One step at a time. The 500,000 hatred points were exchanged for almost 60 treasure bodies, all of which were cheap treasure bodies. In fact, if these cheap treasure bodies were placed outside, it would cause a huge uproar, and there would be many people snatching them. After refining all 60 treasure bodies in one step, Lin Fei instantly felt that his physical defense had increased by a lot. If it was 10 before, then it should have reached at least 70 or 80 now. Lin Fei took out the divine light of destruction and the divine light of annihilation and placed them on himself. As he had imagined, the two divine lights that landed on his body couldn't even penetrate the layers of defense. Basically, they could only penetrate about 20 to 30 layers. This also made Lin Fei completely satisfied. I wonder if Gao Fan, that guy, will cry himself to sleep in the toilet when he finds out that he has given me so much hatred. It's a pity that this guy ran too fast and I can't find him. Otherwise, I would have been able to get more hatred. After tasting the sweetness of this hatred, Lin Fei hoped that he could transform into more treasured bodies and increase his defense to the next level. Unfortunately, at this time, Gao Fan had disappeared without a trace. Even the people from the Brotherhood sect and the Killing Rakshasa sect seemed to have disappeared. Lin Fei wondered if he should make a trip to the Heavenly Demon's lair. He remembered that there were still some experts there. If he pinched these experts again, he should be able to gain some hatred points. In the end, he decided to forget it. If he were to farm hatred points so frequently, the Heavenly Demon clan probably wouldn't be able to contribute. Lin Fei might as well stay idle and wait and see. He wanted to see who else would jump out, and then he would find them to farm hatred points. Time passed, and a month had passed. During this month, the entire spiritual realm was relatively calm. The Heavenly Demon clan was constantly besieged and lost countless heavenly demons, but Gao Fan was still nowhere to be seen. There were more young masters outside, and these young masters had quite a background. As soon as they came, they went to visit some immortal sects, and it seemed that they had reached a certain cooperation. Lin Fei wasn't very clear about these. They were all told by the Tianyuan City Lord. With Lin Fei presiding over Tianyuan City, it could be said that Tianyuan City was a very safe place in the entire spiritual realm. Therefore, during this month, many people from other cities ran to Tianyuan City because they could avoid a lot of danger here, especially not being targeted by the Heavenly Demon clan. Who didn't know that the Heavenly Demon clan was almost no different from street rats? Some powerful people went to capture these heavenly demons. Now these heavenly demon captives were very valuable, and a heavenly demon captive could be sold for a lot of spirit stones. If they were short of money, they could capture captives. If they wanted to buy treasures, they could capture captives. If they wanted to cultivate, they could capture captives. Anyway, at this time, the heavenly demon was the best tool to make money. In fact, Lin Fei didn't think that the Heavenly Demon clan would be so miserable. It couldn't be helped, who asked him to kill so many heavenly demon kings, causing the Heavenly Demon clan to have very few experts who could fight. The only one who could barely stand was Luo Meng. He was also injured by Lin Fei, and his injury couldn't be healed in a short time. Lin Fei didn't attack again, but his honor value was still rising. He was still 20 million short of 100 million honor value. No matter who went to the Heavenly Demon lair to capture these heavenly demons, they were very grateful to Lin Fei. If it weren't for Lin Fei making a big fuss, how could it be so easy? As for how everyone knew about this news, it wasn't Lin Fei himself who released it. Among them, there were also people from the Heavenly Demon clan who released it themselves. After all, they would know what was going on after capturing a few heavenly demon captives. Therefore, everyone also knew about Lin Fei of the Heavenly Reaching Church. Thinking about how Lin Fei had continuously blocked the attacks of the heavenly demons in Tianyuan City, they naturally knew about Lin Fei's strength, which was really unfathomable. Some people even said that Lin Fei was already the #1 person among the younger generation in the spiritual realm. As for this kind of news, Lin Fei quite liked to listen to it. Even if it was just flattery, it was also good. In any case, it could still contribute to his honor value. Lin Fei really had to thank the person who released the news. As for whether or not it was to flatter him, it didn't matter at all. If the person really intended to flatter him and then kill him by flattering him, Lin Fei didn't mind letting him have a taste of his power. On this day, Lin Fei continued to drink tea leisurely in the courtyard. This was considered Lin Fei's favorite thing to do recently. This tea was naturally good tea. After a sip, it would be of great help to his whole body. Junior brother Lin Fei. A figure suddenly broke into Tianyuan City. It came to the courtyard where Lin Fei was. This was a rather messy figure. When Lin Fei saw this figure, he was also shocked. Senior Sister Feng, what's wrong with you? Chapter 4659. At this moment, Feng Yi was in a very sorry and miserable state. It was obvious that she had met with some trouble. This caused Lin Fei's heart to tremble slightly. He knew Feng Yi's strength. For her to be in such a state at this moment, the person who attacked her must be very strong. It's here. Just as this thought crossed Lin Fei's mind, a few voices rang out in the distance. Following that, several figures rushed into Tianyuan City. Ever since the Heavenly Demon Clan didn't dare to attack, Tianyuan City's formation was not activated, let alone Tianyuan City Lord Mansion. This was also the reason why Feng Yi could come in so easily. Lin Fei helped Feng Yi stand up. At this moment, those figures also came in. They directly appeared in the sky above the courtyard, looking down from above. These three people's aura were very strong. They were actually at the peak of Heavenly King. No wonder Feng Yi couldn't beat them. Those who could reach the peak of Heavenly King were very strong. If they had some treasures, not everyone could beat them. Unless it was a Heavenly Monarch Realm expert. Unfortunately, Feng Yi wasn't a Heavenly Monarch Realm expert. Young Lady Feng, our young master has been looking for you for a long time. You didn't give us face and forced us to take action. If it's you, you should leave now. Otherwise, your friend will be in trouble. Even this Tianyuan city will be in trouble. These three people didn't even look at Lin Fei. They looked unscrupulous and even used Tianyuan city to threaten Feng Yi. Feng Yi also glared at them. You will regret it soon. This is Tianyuan city, not a place where you can be impudent. At this moment, Lin Fei didn't have to guess to know what was going on. It should be a foreign young master who had his eyes on Feng Yi. After all, Feng Yi's bloodline was a little different. Naturally, she was noticed. He didn't expect them to be so bold. They even dared to make a move against the sky-reaching sect. If it was in the past, they would have been beaten out of their souls by the sky-reaching sect. You are indeed going to regret it soon. After all, this is not a place you should come to. Do you know who I am? I think you don't know either. Feng Yi didn't expect that she would be targeted the moment she went out. They came to capture him in broad daylight. She didn't even dare to think about this in the past. It wasn't easy for her to escape and come all the way to Tianyuan City. After seeing Lin Fei, she felt a sense of security. Big senior brother Gao Fan had not appeared for a month. It was said that he had refined the heavenly demon god blood. Whether the news was true or not, no one knew. In any case, no one had seen eldest senior brother return. Feng Yi more or less knew some news, and she also felt that this senior brother Gao Fan seemed a little different. He could even refine the heavenly demon god blood. Subconsciously, Feng Yi liked to stand on Lin Fei's side. She was the senior sister, but Lin Fei had helped her a lot. Therefore, when she was being chased, she came to Tianyuan City immediately. Fortunately, Lin Fei was in the city lord's mansion. The three people laughed unconcernedly. I don't care who you are. Anyway, we are going to take this person away. However, because of what you said just now, I will give you a knife and let you experience what it means to say, disaster comes from the mouth. As soon as he said that, that person instantly appeared in front of Lin Fei and used his hand as a knife to slash Lin Fei's neck. The scene of blood flowing like a river did not appear. The opponent's knife slashed across Lin Fei's neck. Nothing happened, but Lin Fei clearly felt that he had slashed his opponent's neck. Then, Lin Fei gently raised his hand and grabbed the opponent's neck. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. With such little strength, how dare you act presumptuously in front of me? I gave you a chance, but you still can't kill me. I am so disappointing. He exerted force in his hand and broke the man's neck with a crack. Then, he threw the man aside. Then, thunderbolts burst out from the man's body. It was the Emperor-level Thunderbolt Great Path. He could not be more dead. The remaining two people were instantly enraged. They had not caught this person, but one of them was killed. Who the hell are you? How dare you kill our young master's subordinate? Do you want to die? Lin Fei said with a faint smile. Didn't you know who I am when you came? This is Tianyuan City, and I am Lin Fei, a disciple of the sky-reaching church. That should be enough. Rumble. The sky full of thunderbolts fell directly. The power of Emperor-level Thunderbolt was very strong. As soon as it enveloped them, their expressions changed. Then, Lin Fei walked into the Thunderbolt. He turned back and smiled at Feng. See how I will help you vent your anger. The two of them were very strong. They had reached the pinnacle of the Heavenly King realm. However, as soon as they entered the area of Emperor-level Thunderbolt, they could feel the pressure. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei arrived beside them. He struck out with his palms from both sides, which landed directly on their bodies. I have comprehended something recently. It's time for you to see what the strongest power is. The two palms, one on the left and one on the right, instantly landed on the bodies of the two peak heavenly king experts. With a loud bang, Feng Yi saw two balls of fireworks explode, extremely beautiful and colorful. Sai, you are too weak. You can't even take a palm from me. I don't know where you get the courage to act presumptuously here. Lin Fei shook his head gently and returned to the ground. The Tianyuan city lord rushed over immediately. He smelled the blood and saw Feng. He seemed to understand what was going on. Clean up this place. I will take senior sister to relax. It just so happens that I haven't been out for some time. Just like that, Lin Fei brought Feng Yi and left Tianyuan city. Until they were far away. The Tianyuan city lord shook his head. These fellows are really bold. Junior brother Lin Fei can even kill a heavenly demon king, let alone you puny heavenly kings. I really don't know who gave you the courage. Junior brother Lin Fei, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have suffered today. I didn't expect those foreign young masters to dare to act so brazenly. At the mention of this, Feng Yi was filled with anger. She also felt wronged. Fortunately, she had finally come to Lin Fei and solved the problem. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have dared to do this. There are still some experts in our spiritual realm. Could it be that the elders in our sect are all blind? When Lin Fei mentioned this, Feng Yi's expression changed greatly again. She let out a long sigh. Junior brother, looks like you really don't care about the situation of the sect. Chapter 4660. Lin Fei didn't care much about the situation of Heaven's Reaching Church recently. Since he came back from that place, he basically stayed in Tianyuan City like a salted fish. If Feng Yi didn't come here, he really wouldn't know about it. I really don't know about it. You know my temperament. Especially recently, I've been cultivating in seclusion. I think it won't take long for me to make a breakthrough. Feng Yi originally intended to say something, but after hearing Lin Fei's words, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It would take a long time for others to make a breakthrough, but she didn't expect that junior brother Lin Fei could make a breakthrough so leisurely. No wonder he could improve his strength so fast. It seems that you really don't care about what's going on outside. Our Heaven's Reaching Church is a lot different from before. Even you don't believe it. Feng Yi said with a wry smile. This aroused Lin Fei's great interest. He really wanted to know what had happened to Heaven's Reaching Church. Now, I don't know where the sect head of Heaven's Reaching Church is. Third elder is in charge of Heaven's Reaching Church now. This third elder is really powerful. He has contacted some outside forces and is ready to form an alliance. Lin Fei didn't ask any more, but he also knew that this third elder should have made some changes in Heaven's Reaching Church. Feng Yi wouldn't have said such a thing. For a moment, Lin Fei even suspected that the sect head was dead. This time, the child who came to catch me is an ally of Heaven's Reaching Church. You won't believe it. Even I don't believe it. Feng Yi's eyes were full of hatred. Things could still happen to her. It seems that our Heaven's Reaching Church is indeed different. This third elder is a bit wild. If so, I have to meet this child. Why should our sect's people be bullied by others? Lin Fei still had a temper. They are all very powerful. Let's forget about it. Anyway, I don't plan to return to Heaven's Reaching Church for a period of time. Now, the entire spiritual realm is a bit chaotic. Many personal disciples have decided to cultivate outside for a period of time. The situation seemed to be getting worse. It's okay. Since we're out, what's wrong with going to see that young master? Our disciples of the Heaven-Reaching Church have never been bullied in the spiritual realm. When have we been bullied by others? I, Lin Fei, can't do anything else, but I have to vent my anger for senior sister. If it had not happened, Lin Fei really did not want to go back to the Heaven's Reaching Church. But now, the son of a junior fellow apprentice from outside was swaggering around in the Heaven's Reaching Church. If he dared to send someone to catch Feng Yi today, he might attack other people in a few days. Lin Fei would not allow them to exist. At the same time, this was also an opportunity to farm honor and hatred. Lin Fei was still thinking about when the opportunity would come. Feng Yi also knew about Lin Fei's temperament, so she was somewhat worried. After all, the strength of those young masters was very strong, even the people around them were very strong, even the third elder had to be polite to them. Don't worry. If I really can't defeat him, I'll leave the heavens-reaching church. Anyway, I won't lose anything. Lin Fei added with a smile. That was it. Lin Fei and Feng Yi returned to the heavens-reaching church. As soon as he returned to the heavens-reaching church, Lin Fei felt that the atmosphere in the heavens-reaching church was a bit different. Senior brother Lin Fei, you're finally back. Come back. Those guys are too unruly. They started to bully us as soon as they arrived. If it goes on like this, we won't be able to live anymore. As soon as Lin Fei returned, quite a number of disciples immediately surrounded him. Now, Lin Fei had a considerable influence in the heavens-reaching church. He had resisted the attack of the Heavenly Devil clan 2 or 3 times. Now, many Heavenly Devil captives in the heavens-reaching church had been killed by Lin Fei. They were all clear about this. Now that Lin Fei returned, they seemed to have found their backbone. It seemed that as long as Lin Fei was here, they would have nothing to worry about. Lin Fei waved his hand. Everyone stopped. I've heard what you said. Actually, I came back to see what has happened to the heavens-reaching church. As soon as he said that, many senior and junior brothers became excited. They all knew Lin Fei's temper. Junior brother Lin Fei, I know where those guys are. Let me take you there. A disciple stood out and said. Lin Fei didn't expect that there would be such a big change in the heavens-reaching church after he had left for a month. These senior and junior brothers were so angry that they had nowhere to vent their anger. If they continued like this, the heavens-reaching church would be in chaos sooner or later. In an instant, Lin Fei gained a lot of honor points. Obviously, they were very angry about those guys. Lead the way. Let me meet these fellows and see what they are. Feng Yi stood beside Lin Fei. She didn't expect that junior brother Lin Fei had such a great influence now. In the absence of Gao Fan, many senior and junior brothers gathered around Lin Fei. At the same time, on a mountain peak, there were many young masters sitting together, drinking tea while admiring the dance of female dancers. They were talking and laughing. The young masters from the outside also had some influence in the vast thousand domains. They were more or less famous than the spiritual world, and the experts they brought with them were not weak. They joined hands with the heavens-reaching church in order to smoothly gain a foothold in the spiritual world. Everyone knew that these celestial devils were excellent slaves. Many families and forces hoped to buy them. Child Tianjing, it's bad. I see many disciples of the heavens-reaching church are coming here. It seems that they are going to make trouble. At this time, a figure rushed in and spoke to a young master who was in the lead. The other childs, who had smiles on their faces, suddenly became cold. Child Tianjing slapped the table, which broke into pieces. He also stood up. What did you say? Those guys have the nerve to make trouble for us. It's good that we didn't make trouble for them. As soon as he slapped the table, the whole palace quieted down and was replaced by anger. I heard that Lin Fei is back. He seems to have a lot of influence. He is the leader. Chapter 4661. It's here. Tianjing is in this mountain. In addition to him, many childs and some personal disciples of our heavens-reaching church have also come here. Under the guidance of those disciples, Lin Fei soon arrived in front of a mountain. This time, Lin Fei didn't enter the mountain. Instead, he just looked at it quietly. These disciples were extremely annoyed and enraged. When they looked at the mountain peak, their eyes were filled with hatred. Needless to say, Tianjing didn't do anything good in the heavens-reaching church. Feng Yi stood beside Lin Fei and said in a low voice, Junior brother Lin Fei, are you really going to fight them? If you do that, you will shed all pretense of cordiality with them. I'm afraid that third elder will give you trouble. Feng Yi was quite worried. The current heavens-reaching church was not the same as before, unless the sect master came back one day. However, it was not easy to wait for the sect master to come back. Nobody knew whether the sect master had an accident or not, but the possibility was quite high. Feng Yi still didn't want Lin Fei to take risks and ruin his future. It's just a trivial matter. Anyway, even if I don't come back, the heavens-reaching church won't be peaceful. Since it has happened, as a senior brother, I have to come back and take care of it. Lin Fei slightly raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. On hearing this, Feng Yi felt that someone was going to be out of luck. She knew Lin Fei's temper. What he said was no different from a nail stuck on a board. Then you have to show mercy to them. Don't beat them to death when you are too strong. If you beat them to death, the young ones will come and the old ones will be more troublesome. All of a sudden, Lin Fei stretched out one hand. After stretching out this hand, it became bigger and bigger. Like a giant hand that could hold up the sky, it turned into a dark cloud and heavily patted the mountain. Nobody had expected that Lin Fei would take action like this. Under the palm, layers of ripples appeared on the mountain peak. It turned out that it was the Great Mountain Barrier Formation that had been activated. However, after a short period of time, the Great Mountain Barrier Formation instantly collapsed. It turned into ripples and broke into pieces. Then the entire mountain peak was forcefully slammed down. The originally towering mountain peak now looked like a short pillar. Many figures rushed out from the mountain peak. Which bastard did this? Hurry up and come out. I'm going to kill you. Mocking and angry roars came one after another. These were all powerful young masters. But just now, they had suffered a terrifying blow. One palm strike was enough to make them vomit blood from head to toe. Even Prince Tianjin suffered the same fate. His white clothes were already stained with blood. The senior brothers on Lin Fei's side all cheered. They really felt that they had vented their anger. Just how strong was senior brother Lin Fei? He had forcefully slammed down the mountain peak and rendered the great mountain protecting array useless. Just how strong was senior brother Lin Fei? They did not dare to think about it. No wonder he could defend against the attacks of the heavenly demon race. Tianjin's eyes turned cold. He had wanted to come out and teach Lin Fei a lesson. He wanted to let him know that this wasn't a place where he could act presumptuously. To think that Lin Fei would take action right away. Up until now, the blood in his body was still rumbling. He had to swallow a couple of pills before he could recover. All of a sudden, they had their eyes on Lin Fei. Lin Fei, who was surrounded by everyone, was exceptionally eye-catching. This caused the people on the mountain peak to be extremely pissed off. Their hatred could be said to be boundless. You're that Lin Fei? No wonder you have the guts to strike the moment you arrived. Don't you know the rules? This is the heaven-reaching church. Could you be colluding with the heavenly demon race to kill us all? As soon as Tianjin came over, he snorted coldly. His eyes became very gloomy. Those personal disciples and childs behind him also stood up one by one and flew into a rage at Lin Fei. Capture this bastard. I think he must be related to the heavenly demon race. That's right. Such a person actually swaggered in here. He must have surrendered to the heavenly demon race. Everyone attack. Capture him for me. These childs were quite good at distorting the truth. They immediately accused Lin Fei, which made the senior and junior brothers standing behind Lin Fei extremely angry. Lin Fei raised his hand, which made the senior and junior brothers behind him quiet down. Don't be so angry. It's just a group of dogs. Dogs like to bark. Let them bark a lot. Lin Fei thought that Tianjin was quite powerful. He didn't expect him to be so weak. He actually distorted the truth the moment he opened his mouth. He didn't have a good impression of him. No wonder he arranged people to deal with Feng Yi. Tianjin's face also darkened. What a mouth you have. Let's see what you can say after I capture you. With a glance from Tianjin, the childs behind him directly charged at Lin Fei. Young masters like them were quite strong. They were much more powerful than the direct disciples of the spirit realm. They had treasures and armor, so they were naturally not people that ordinary people could deal with. Lin Fei waved his hand. In an instant, the power of the great Tao of Thunder descended. All of them were trapped by the power of the great Tao of Thunder and couldn't escape at all. Lin Fei looked at Tianjin. Among these people, only you have some strength. You can do it. Lin Fei directly slashed with his saber. The saber moved like flowing water. First, the childs who were trapped in the great Tao of Thunder were left with pieces of their bodies after the saber slashed. Then, the saber light converged and appeared in front of Tianjin. In an instant, a huge shield appeared in front of Tianjin. The surface of the shield shone brightly and in the next second, The shield was sent flying with cracks all over it. Following that, the blade light landed on Tianjing's body. Even though the armor on his body was shining brightly, it couldn't block the saber. His whole body directly hit the mountain. There was a loud rumble. With such strength, you dare to be presumptuous in the sky-reaching school. I don't know who gave you the guts. When Tianjing got up, he heard a cold voice. Following that, countless beams of light descended once more. With a loud rumbling sound, he was directly smashed into the ground. Shukju website. Chapter 4662. Senior brother Lin Fei is awesome. I didn't expect that Tianjing couldn't even take one move from him. Let's see how he can continue to show off in the sky-reaching church in the future. Yes, senior brother Lin Fei is awesome. What kind of trash is he? He's so weak. Lin Fei's attack had sent Tianjing crashing down, causing the entire mountain peak to shake along with him. He turned around and came to the mountain directly. Then he stomped down. There was another earth-shaking sound, and countless experts of the sky-reaching church flew over. Feng Yi slightly raised her eyebrows at the sight of this. She was afraid that this matter would become serious today. What's going on? Could it be that someone fought their way in? Who can tell me what happened here? Why are you all here? What happened in the mountain? The first to arrive was the outer sect elder. When he saw the situation, his expression changed and he hurriedly asked. Recently, the heaven-reaching church was in troubled times. Naturally, these outer elders didn't want anything to happen. Senior brother Lin Fei helped us vent our anger. Tianjing is such a bully. He doesn't take us, the disciples of the sky-reaching church, seriously. Immediately, a disciple said. When the outer sect elders heard this, their expressions changed again. If it was someone else, they might be able to do something. However, if it was Lin Fei, then they did not have the guts to do so. Who didn't know that Lin Fei was the rising star of the sky-reaching church? Until now, no one knew what level Lin Fei's strength had reached. Some people said that he was no different from Gao Fan, the eldest brother. They didn't dare to deal with Lin Fei, but they also didn't dare to deal with Tianjing. After all, Tianjing was recognized by the third elder as soon as he came here, so he could stay in the sky-reaching church. Moreover, those second-generation childs were all the same. They couldn't afford to offend either side. Therefore, they could only go back to the elders. It was time to look for the real high-level elders. That was the only way to solve the problem. Lin Fei came to the bottom of the mountain. With that stomp, Tianjing was directly stomped into the ground. At the bottom of the ground, countless broken rocks were scattered all over the ground. Tianjing was lying in a large pit. Fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his clothes were dyed red. When he saw Lin Fei coming down, his pupils constricted, revealing a trace of fear. Do you know that if you treat me like this, the management of the heaven-reaching church will definitely vent their anger on you? Of course, Tianjing had heard of Lin Fei. He was quite famous in the spirit world. He had withstood the attacks of the heavenly demon race several times. However, in the eyes of Tianjing, this was nothing. Even if he were to go, it would be the same. As for saying that Lin Fei was extremely strong and could easily kill the heavenly demon king, he did not believe it. It was nothing more than bragging. How could a powerful expert come from a remote and unranked small world? Moreover, he was so young and could not be compared with him. Now, he finally knew that he had misunderstood. This Lin Fei was really strong, so strong that he could not fight against him. No wonder that Gao Fan could not touch Lin Fei. The more it was like this, the more hatred in Tianjing's heart became. Even the third elder of the heaven-reaching church had to treat him politely and flatter him. Now, Lin Fei actually came out and beat him, which made him lose face. Even those second-generation young masters were killed. He didn't know how to explain it to them when he went back. Who asked him to be the leader of the group? This time, there were a lot of troubles, and all of them were caused by Lin Fei. You think too much. If they want to deal with me, they have to have the capability. Actually, if you guys come to the spirit world obediently, I will not do anything to you. However, you came to the heaven-reaching church and dared to do that kind of thing to my senior sister. Do you think I can forgive you? Lin Fei raised his hand and grabbed out. Tianjing felt a wave of energy enveloping his body. He was unable to move at all and was sent flying. Then he flew over and grabbed his neck. Tianjing swung his hand and slapped him. God knows how many teeth were spat out. Then he pointed his finger at Tianjing's body. Tianjing could not make a sound at all. Don't you like to bully people? I like to bully people too. I like to bully childs like you. Lin Fei pointed his finger at Tianjing's body again. This time, Tianjing felt that there was an arc of light moving in his body. Everywhere it passed, endless pain instantly spread throughout his body. Then, the pain was magnified infinitely, and it was magnified again and again, to the point where his eyes were almost rolling back. This feels pretty good, right? Don't worry, you won't die. I just want you to experience what is worse than death. You threatened me just now, and I hate it the most when people threaten me. Lin Fei carried Tianjing and rushed out of the ground. He landed on the mountain peak outside and casually threw Tianjing on the ground. At this moment, everyone saw Tianjing's appearance. He looked no different from a shrimp. His body was twisted and he looked ferocious. Cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. Many people could tell that Tianjing was probably being tortured. Feng Yi flew over and stood beside Lin Fei. She looked at Tianjing coldly. Thank you for helping me vent my anger. It's this guy. I rejected him time and time again. I didn't expect him to remember it. He almost succeeded. Feng Yi raised her hand and shot a ray of light into Tianjing's body. Flames appeared in Tianjing's body. He was in so much pain that he kept rolling on the ground. Then he started to burn and turned into a flaming man. I'm going to kill both of you. I'm going to kill both of you. Tianjing's eyes became even more venomous. He kept staring at the two of them. But then it was replaced by pain. He kept struggling. With his little willpower, he couldn't withstand Lin Fei's small force. In addition to Feng Yi's technique, he rolled from the left to the right, and then from the right to the east. He kept rolling. He didn't look as mighty and domineering as before. Now, he was no different from a dead dog. You shouldn't have done that. When the elder comes, he might remember you. Lin Fei laughed. Feng Yi raised her head and said, It's too late to say that now. The elder is already here, and it's the third elder. Lin Fei had never seen this third elder before. He had heard that he was rather mysterious, scheming, and resourceful. Back then, he fought with Tong Tian for the position of sect leader. Eldest senior brother Gao Fan had the support of the third elder. Chapter 4663. The third elder had indeed come. He was furious as he charged directly at Lin Fei. Originally, he was drinking tea. Everything in the heavens-reaching church was progressing well, so he did not care about it. What made him the happiest was that third elder could finally hold the power. The only pity was that Gao Fan was nowhere to be found. Some people even said that he had refined the heavenly devil blood. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew. This was a pretty bad thing. Fortunately, third elder had contacted some worldlets outside. These worldlets were also influential forces. Compared with them, the heavens-reaching church was far inferior. Now they could finally cooperate with each other. That couldn't be better. Who would have thought that such a big mess would happen in such a short period of time? Hearing that Lin Fei was back, third elder's face changed. In the entire heavens-reaching church, the only person he was uncertain about was Lin Fei. Even Gao Fan did not gain any advantage over Lin Fei, not to mention that Gao Fan had disappeared. Therefore, Lin Fei would become the most influential young disciple of the heavens-reaching church. No, it should be said that he was a young sovereign. Who allowed you to fight here? Come out, all of you. As soon as third elder came over, his cold voice reverberated in everyone's mind. Actually, the third elder knew who had made the move this time. It was naturally Lin Fei. Of course, Feng Yi was also one of them. When he heard that something had happened to Feng Yi, Lin Fei came back. In the end, he came back without saying a word and beat them half to death. To be honest, third elder cared a lot about them. However, he did not expect that these young masters of external forces were not a match for Lin Fei. They were directly slapped in the face. If those forces all came to find him, third elder would not know how to explain it. Third elder, I beat these people up. If you have any problem, just come to me. Anyway, I don't think they will have any good things in the heavens-reaching church. Why not just throw them out? Even in front of the third elder, Lin Fei's tone was neither hurried nor slow. On the other hand, Tianzheng and the others who had been suppressed finally heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, he didn't have to worry about Lin Fei making a move on him. He had finally found a chance to take revenge. Third elder, hurry up and capture Lin Fei. He was the one who tried to capture us. That's right, it's that guy. I think he's most likely related to the Heavenly Demon clan. Capture him and interrogate him. We'll definitely get the answer. Even at this time, they were still pouring dirty water on Lin Fei. This was what they were most used to doing. Who asked these people to unite? Even the third elder had to be courteous to them. They all had their own small worlds behind them. Lin Fei is a disciple of the heavens-reaching church. Naturally, he belongs to the heavens-reaching church. How could he collude with the Heavenly Demon clan? You think too much. The third elder also knew that it was not easy to deal with Lin Fei. He also knew Tianjing's strength, but he didn't expect that he would be beaten so miserably, especially at this time. It could be said that Lin Fei had won everyone's support. Unfortunately, the first senior brother was not here at this time. Otherwise, he could easily solve this problem. You guys go back to your own peaks first. The rest of you disperse. The third elder didn't intend to make things worse. Especially at this time, Lin Fei was a new star of the heavens-reaching church. If he really made a big noise, it would be a big loss if Lin Fei left the heavens-reaching church. The other immortal sects and forces would definitely extend an olive branch to him. In any case, they couldn't let Lin Fei leave the heavens-reaching church. Therefore, the third elder didn't get angry. Although he wanted to protect Zhang Tai, he still had to do it smoothly. Lin Fei was quite disappointed with the third elder. He thought that the third elder would deal with this matter fairly, but he didn't do anything in the end. It seemed that he was trying to smooth things over. If he had reprimanded Tianzheng and the others at the beginning, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't have any objection. But now, he asked them to go back and rest before talking with him, which was nothing more than asking him to put this matter aside. Lin Fei could see it clearly. Third elder, I think your attitude is a bit unfair. You should know what Tianjing has done. I think people like him should be kicked out of the heavens-reaching church or locked up in the water dungeon with all his strength sealed. Let him be locked up for half a month. In fact, at this time, the other disciples also felt that this matter was handled unfairly. They were completely trying to smooth things over. Looking at it from a deeper level, they were completely on Tianjing's side. Of course, these disciples felt uncomfortable. Since the arrival of these people, the entire heavens-reaching church had been in a mess. It would be best to throw all these people out and restore the peace of the heavens-reaching church. That was what they yearned for the most. The third elder frowned slightly. Originally, he planned to have a private chat with Lin Fei. Why didn't he ask him not to intervene in this matter and just stay in Tianyuan City? Of course, he knew something about Tianzheng and the others. In fact, he still hoped that Feng Yi and Tianjing could be together. In this way, it would be of great benefit to the heavens-reaching church. He could see further than the others. Don't look at how the Heavenly Demon clan's strength had been defeated and they might even be completely annihilated. However, the appearance of spatial cracks would naturally affect the other worlds. Sooner or later, the entire vast thousand worlds would be in chaos. At this time, it would be very good for the heavens-reaching church to build a good relationship with some forces in advance. Feng Yi was also worthy of Tianjing. The third elder's face sank as he stared at Lin Fei. What do you mean by that? Do you think that I dealt with this unfairly? I haven't even asked you why you came directly to my door. They are also disciples of the heavens-reaching church. Although they are just nominal disciples, they are also members of the heavens-reaching church. Tianzheng and the others naturally hoped that the third elder would deal with Lin Fei. It would be best if he could be arrested. If such a powerful person stayed in the heavens-reaching church, who knew whether he would come to their door next time? No one could guarantee that the best way was to lock him up. When the third elder got angry, everyone felt a dangerous aura. He was already an expert at the Lord of Heaven realm. Lin Fei raised his head indifferently and glanced at the third elder. Yes, I said that you dealt with this unfairly. What do you think? Do you think I'm wrong? Why don't I ask Tianzheng and the others to confess honestly? At that time, you won't feel good. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4664. The disciples behind him were very excited and happy when they heard Lin Fei's words. At least this time, Lin Fei really stood on their side. It had nothing to do with Tianzheng and the others. He really stood up for them. Feng Yi was also very grateful in her heart. She also knew that Lin Fei's words meant that there was now a gap between him and the third elder, and that there was a conflict between them. The third elder's face became more ugly. He was the third elder of the sky-reaching church, and he was also a Lord of Heaven expert. But he was ignored by a disciple. It was obvious that if Feng Yi continued to make trouble, he would catch Tianzheng and interrogate him. At that time, in front of everyone, Feng Yi would naturally lose his face. If it was someone else, the third elder would not have any opinion. But he knew what Tianzheng and his group had done. He secretly arranged people to keep an eye on them. If he really let Lin Fei catch these people and interrogate them, he would really lose his face. This time, he naturally used some means to manage the sky-reaching church, which also made some elders unhappy. If it really became a big deal, it would naturally not be good for him. It could be said that he had not completely grasped the sky-reaching church yet. At present, it was just a situation of balance. This abominable guy, sooner or later, I will make you regret it. The third elder secretly cursed in his heart. After cursing, Lin Fei's aggro value increased. Although it was not a lot, it was only 80 hatred points. It was much more than the average person. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. It would be strange if the third elder had no malice towards him. After all, he had ruined a lot of things for the third elder. Come on, take Tianzheng and the others away and lock them in the water dungeon first. As soon as the third elder's voice fell, someone came out of the void. Tianzheng and the others were originally injured, so they naturally had no resistance. At the same time, the third elder also transmitted a voice. Listen to my arrangement first. Don't make trouble anymore. If the matter becomes a big deal, it will not be good for you and me. You know what you have done. At first, Tianzheng didn't really care about it. Even if you, Lin Fei, are influential in the heavens-reaching church, will third elder stand on your side? But he never expected that Lin Fei's influence was so great. Even the third elder's expression changed. After hearing the third elder's words, he knew that the third elder was quite afraid of Lin Fei. In addition to the rumors, there was naturally nothing more to say. He had suffered at the hands of Lin Fei before. This guy was really quite violent. He couldn't beat him, and he even felt that even if the third elder were to make a move, it wouldn't be easy to determine who would win. This guy's ability was too strong. Hence, Tianzheng and the rest left obediently. I wonder if you're satisfied with the way I've handled things? The third elder said indifferently. Of course, Lin Fei could tell that they were just putting on a show for him. It could also be regarded as an explanation to these disciples of Heaven's Reaching Church. As for asking the third elder to kick these people out, it was absolutely a wishful thinking. I'm satisfied. What else can I be dissatisfied with? But I have to make one thing clear first. If this kind of thing happens again in the future, I won't show any mercy. This time, I didn't beat them heavily for the sake of the third elder. Otherwise, they would have to lie in bed for 3 to 5 years. Believe me, I can do that. The third elder glanced at Lin Fei coldly, turned around and left. When he left, everyone cheered. Lin Fei was also crowded in the middle of all the people. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei gained a lot of honor points. After all, this time, Lin Fei really helped them vent their anger. He even directly contradicted the third elder. Everyone knew the third elder's status in the Heavens Reaching Church. If the sect leader of Heavens Reaching Church didn't return, the third elder might become the sect leader of Heavens Reaching Church. It could be said that Lin Fei offended the third elder, which brought a lot of trouble. It was rare for Lin Fei to be a guest of the Sky Phoenix faction. Thank you for venting my anger. But because of you, you offended the third elder. The third elder used to be a rather eccentric person. Now that he bears a grudge against you, once he becomes the sect leader of the Heavens Reaching Church, I'm afraid you won't have a good time. Feng Yi poured a cup of tea for Lin Fei and said slowly. Lin Fei picked up the teacup and drank it slowly. He was very calm. I don't need to worry about that. If Third Elder really ascends to the throne, I will leave Heaven's Reaching Church. He won't allow me to leave. People like me are very popular wherever I go. Lin Fei really didn't think about offending the Third Elder. Anyway, the Third Elder was just an expert of the Lord of Heaven realm. Even if Gao Fan refined a part of the heavenly demon divine blood, he could still fight with him. There was still a certain gap between them, but compared to the Third Elder, he was much weaker. If Lin Fei hadn't activated the system and obtained the leisure upgrade system, he would have been very interested in the position of the sect leader of the Heavens Reaching Church. He didn't mind fighting for it. Not to mention anything else, Lin Fei could make the Third Elder embarrassed just because of what Tianjing had done. No matter how powerful the Third Elder was, as long as Lin Fei could suppress him, he would naturally arouse the dissatisfaction of all the disciples of the Heavens Reaching Church. At that time, he just needed to play some tricks, and the other elders would also jump out. The Third Elder was thinking too much if he wanted to establish a foothold in the Heavens Reaching Church, unless the sect leader of the Heavens Reaching Church came back. Feng Yi was also amused by Lin Fei's words. What you said is really true. Now, many immortal sects and forces are very interested in you. Feng Yi wasn't worried anymore. After all, with Lin Fei's strength, he could do well anywhere. Under normal circumstances, I won't leave the Heavens Reaching Church. Now, my life is quite leisurely, and it's troublesome to run around. Feng Yi smiled and gave him a thumbs up. There are really not many people who speak like you. By the way, I heard that Gao Fan seems to be related to the Heavenly Demon Clan. Is it true? I haven't seen him for a long time. Someone even said that he has refined the Heavenly Demon Divine Blood. I don't know whether it's true or not. Feng Yi was quite curious about this matter, and couldn't help but ask. It was strange that the news that Gao Fan had refined the Heavenly Demon Divine Blood didn't spread in the spiritual realm. If it weren't for those people back then, they wouldn't be very clear about it. It was estimated that everyone kept their mouths shut. If Gao Fan appeared again, once the news spread and they followed the source of the news, it would be a disaster that would destroy the whole sect. About this, actually, you know in your heart. Anyway, just stay away from Gao Fan. He's no different from Tianjing and the others. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4665. The Third Elder flew into a rage when he returned to his mountain peak. This was the first time that he had been so angry. It was all Lin Fei's fault. If it were not for Lin Fei, he would not have been in such an awkward situation. He had nearly fallen out with Xiaoqin. He also understood why Gao Fan had thrown this guy out. It was really a bad thing to keep Lin Fei in the Heavens Reaching Church. Tianjing and the others were not good people. After all, they came from a high-level force in a worldlet, but their strength was so weak that they could not even defeat Lin Fei. However, as the Third Elder, he wanted to take down Lin Fei, but he was powerless. The events of that day had more or less spread around. No matter how Lin Fei survived, at least in terms of strength, there was no problem at all. He was an existence that could kill a heavenly demon king. Even if he used a secret method or some other method, he was still very powerful. If the Third Elder really took action, it would be fine even if he won. At that time, he could casually accuse him of being a spy of the Heavenly Demon Clan, which was the most suitable. But if he couldn't take it down, it would be awkward. Because of this, the Third Elder did not take action. He would rather take Tianjing and the others away to deal with the situation first. This Lin Fei must be dealt with. Besides, if he stays in the Heavens Reaching Church, he will ruin things sooner or later. The Third Elder already had a great hatred for Lin Fei when the overall situation was uncertain. No matter what, he had to throw this guy out first. As for why he said not to deal with Lin Fei, it was not that easy, so he had to kick him out first. Luo Ming, if you want to deal with Lin Fei, I have a good way to ensure that this guy will not appear in front of you again, even if it takes 10 years or 100 years. A figure walked out of the void. The newcomer was a mysterious black-clothed man. His entire body was covered in black, and he wore a black cloak. It was impossible to see his lineup clearly, but just his casual appearance caused the Third Elder's expression to change. What method? You have to know that Lin Fei is very powerful and very mysterious. Ordinary methods won't be able to catch him. You have to be aware of this. Luo Ming frowned and said, "Isn't that simple? Just send him directly to the mystery world. Once he's there, it won't be that easy for him to come out." The black-clothed man said indifferently. Luo Ming's expression changed again when he heard the words mystery world. No one knew better than him how terrifying this mystery world was. This was the last place anyone would want to go. "I'm afraid that Lin Fei won't go. You know Lin Fei's temperament. Ordinary people really don't have that ability. Moreover, now that I've given the order, do you think he will listen to me?" Luo Ming didn't think that this was a good idea. The mystery world was very terrifying. Once one entered it, he wouldn't be able to come back. However, it was absolutely wishful thinking to let Lin Fei go. Given his intelligence, Lin Fei would definitely come up with this idea, especially at this moment. As long as Lin Fei is still a disciple of Heaven's Reaching Church, he will naturally listen to you. Moreover, you can also find a good reason. For example, pull out all the people of Heaven's Reaching Church who are dissatisfied with you, and find another reason, such as the whereabouts of sect leader Tong Tian. Won't they go? Originally, Luo Ming was still worried about how to let Lin Fei go to the mystery world. After hearing the black-clothed man's words, his eyes completely lit up. He knew that he had finally thought of a way to let Lin Fei go. "Your idea is pretty good. You can catch all the people of Heaven's Reaching Church who are dissatisfied with you in one fell swoop. When Lin Fei goes to the mystery world, he can accompany sect leader Tong Tian so that he doesn't have to come out again." A cold light flashed across Luo Ming's eyes. If he didn't deal with Lin Fei and those people who were dissatisfied with him, it would be really difficult for him to control the overall situation. We don't have much time left. You have to grasp the overall situation of Heaven's Reaching Church as soon as possible. I also believe that sect leader Tong Tian must have left that thing in Heaven's Reaching Church. You have to find it even if you have to dig 3 feet underground. The black-clothed man's tone also sank. After helping Feng Yi vent her anger, Lin Fei left Heaven's Reaching Church. He knew better than anyone else that Third Elder was very displeased with him. Staying in Heaven's Reaching Church wouldn't bring him any good. It was like returning to Tianyuan City. Now, Lin Fei felt more comfortable staying in Tianyuan City than in Heaven's Reaching Church. After returning to Tianyuan City, Lin Fei called the governor of Tianyuan City over. Recently, the governor of Tianyuan City had been much more relaxed. The Heavenly Devil clan had been defeated again and again. It was said that a batch of Heavenly Devils would be captured from time to time. Now, it was basically difficult to see any traces of Heavenly Devils. "Senior fellow apprentice Lin Fei, are you looking for me?" The governor of Tianyuan City had also heard about what had happened in the sect. He clapped his hands and cheered. Third Elder was originally disliked. This time, he barely controlled the overall situation. However, there were still many elders who were dissatisfied with him. Just like the governor of Tianyuan City, the governor of Tianyuan City was dissatisfied with him. They didn't usually go back to Heaven's Reaching Church. Naturally, they didn't care about it. Anyway, they were the governor of Tianyuan City, and they were the elders of Tianyuan City. Everyone minded their own business and lived in harmony. You should know a lot of people. Help me ask around. Is there any place where the people are more vicious, hot-tempered, and the more, the better? Lin Fei didn't intend to be idle after coming back this time. He now had 60 or 70 treasure bodies with him, forming layers of defense. However, this was not enough. He had to continue to earn hatred. Lin Fei also realized that his realm was not high, and the more hatred he would earn, the more hatred he would earn. He was afraid that once he reached the Lord of Heaven realm, he would earn less hatred. It was better to stop at this realm first. Therefore, he had to earn some hatred. The governor of Tianyuan City thought it was something important. When he heard this, he was a little surprised and quickly looked for it. After searching for a while, the governor of Tianyuan City really found a place suitable for senior fellow apprentice Lin Fei to go. Now that you mention it, I remember a place, but it's not in our spiritual realm. It's in an inconspicuous small world not far from here. It's called the Small World of Heaven. It's a place that's used to being evil and vicious. It's said that there's an imperial lord presiding over it. Lin Fei was really surprised. People who didn't know the name of this small world would think it was a good place. I heard that those who commit crimes basically run to this heaven small world. After that, they are the people of heaven's small world and are protected by the emperor. The emperor is called Emperor Thunderstorm. Lin Fei was really not very clear about these, but as long as there was an emperor, it was fine. What he wanted most now was to find a strong emperor to earn hatred. And in a vicious place, the opportunity to gain aggro was even better. Bookseller's reading website. Chapter 4666. This small world of heaven really made Lin Fei a little bit tempted. He still needed to accumulate hatred. Naturally, there would be less hatred in the sky-reaching church. But if he went to the small world of heaven, the situation would be different. He could definitely accumulate a lot of hatred. As for waiting for Gao Fan to come out after refining the heavenly demon god blood, it was absolutely wishful thinking. Who knew when? Anyway, Lin Fei felt that it was impossible for Gao Fan to refine the heavenly demon god blood without a few years. It was impossible for Lin Fei to wait for that guy for a few years. The nearby colossal world, Lin Fei thought a little bit differently. In addition, there were traces of the heavenly demon clan. Who knew when another space crack would be torn open? If the heavenly demon clan came out again. Although it was only some heavenly demon kings this time, it would be different if the next time there were emperor heavenly demons. That would cause a big movement. If he really waited until then, Lin Fei did not know whether he could deal with it. Anyway, his fight with Gao Fan could show the difference of the emperor realm. Lin Fei decided to go to this small world of heaven. Anyway, he had nothing to do now. The heavenly demon clan could not organize an attack. On the contrary, they were constantly being captured. As long as they had some ideas, they wanted to go to the heavenly demon's lair and get a few heavenly demons back to make a fortune. After getting the location of the small world of heaven from Tianyuan City Lord, Lin Fei left. He left very quickly. Of course, the outside world did not know. Only Tianyuan City Lord knew. Even Tianyuan City Lord did not know why Lin Fei wanted to go to this small world of heaven. It was very dangerous there, especially that Emperor Thunderstorm, who was not a good person. Lin Fei drove the small flying boat all the way to the small world of heaven. Fortunately, it was calm and there was no danger along the way. When he was close to the small world of heaven, Lin Fei felt a little trouble. He was targeted by several small flying boats. No wonder it's said that the little world of heaven is full of villains. It's true. I've only just arrived and I'm already being targeted. Do they think I'm easy to rob? These small flying boats surrounded them from all directions. There were about 7 or 8 of them, and it was obvious that they were determined to defeat Lin Fei. Following which, one of the flying boats directly collided with them. They didn't even shout anything. They were just straightforward and direct, which was quite in line with their temperament. Lin Fei's small flying boat wasn't anything good. It wasn't fast, and its defensive quality was average. Under the joint attack of several small flying boats, cracks soon appeared all over the surface of the ship. I really can't buy such junk anymore. Even if I want to buy something, I'd better buy a good flying boat. The cheap flying boat really wasn't worth it. He didn't expect it to be destroyed as soon as it was surrounded. Lin Fei flew out of the flying boat. An inescapable net came crashing down. It's just one person. What a loss. Whether it's a loss or not, let's take this guy down first. Seeing Lin Fei fly out alone, the people on the flying boats were a little unhappy. They didn't expect that they would fail. Who would have thought that there would only be one person in this little world of heaven? This didn't make sense. No matter what, they had to capture this person first. What if he was a fat sheep? Seeing that he was just a heavenly king, they didn't think much of him. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with them. He activated the Emperor-grade lightning Great Dao. Bolts of lightning struck down, and the thick power of the lightning directly pierced through their small flying boat. It also landed on them. In the blink of an eye, the experts on these flying boats were all killed. Luckily, Lin Fei left one alive. He caught him in front of him. "Spare me. I was just in charge of keeping watch. I didn't do anything." Lin Fei pointed his finger at the center of the other party's forehead. He used a soul-searching method. It was convenient and simple. This guy was really hiding something. This person wasn't just a lookout. He was a small leader. In his memory, Lin Fei really did get a lot of information. Lin Fei really had to thank this leader. He gave him a lot of information and he had a better understanding of this little world of heaven. For example, the group he was in was called the Hunting Dog Group. They specialized in robbing people in the nearby area. They targeted newcomers. After all, newcomers didn't pay respect to the doc, so they were easy to deal with. Lin Fei was confused as to why they were here to deal with him. It seemed like his flying boat didn't have the flag of Little World of Heaven. If it did, they wouldn't dare to do anything. Lin Fei snatched a flying boat from them. He headed towards Little World of Heaven. This time, he saved himself a lot of trouble. Even if a flying boat appeared, they didn't target him. It was obvious that the flag on the flying boat was useful. Lin Fei was digesting the information in his memory. This little world of heaven wasn't very big. It was much smaller than the spiritual realm. However, the number of experts in this little world was incomparable to the spiritual realm. They had Emperor Lei Bao and many Heaven Monarch realm experts. These Heaven Monarch realm experts were comparable to a sect. With the addition of the Arch Lei Bao, the entire small world of heaven was really different. As soon as Lin Fei entered Little World of Heaven, he felt a murderous aura. The whole Little World of Heaven was scarlet. Obviously, this world was different. It was quite different. It was the most different little world that Lin Fei had seen so far. At the same time, the surrounding environment here especially affected a person's mood. With the naked eye, there were some white bones scattered everywhere. It was imaginable that some battles often happened here. Lin Fei kept the flying boat and headed towards Little World of Heaven. This Little World of Heaven was the biggest city in the whole Little World of Heaven. It was also the most lively place. In addition, there were 18 small cities in Little World of Heaven. That's right. There were also 18 small cities. Each small city had a force and an organization. Some organizations were much more powerful. Usually, they would attack some small clans and cities outside. As long as they attacked Little World of Heaven, they would be protected. Even the experts from the outside had to give face to Emperor Lei Bao. Moreover, these forces in Little World of Heaven were also very discerning. They wouldn't touch those clans with some ability and background. They were all wild clans. Of course, they would also do some shady things for some clans. As the saying went, if you took someone's money, you would help them eliminate disasters. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4667. 13 Winged Eagles. It was a rather simple name. However, in the small world of heaven, the 13 winged eagles were considered very famous. They were considered one of the 18 forces. The 13 winged eagles had been in the small world of heaven for hundreds of years. The 13 winged eagles would basically change every few decades. This was because the 13 winged eagles allowed anyone to challenge them. As long as they were strong enough, they could become one of the winged eagles. The last winged eagle was from 80 years ago. Until now, no one had been able to shake the position of the winged eagle. The city of the 13 winged eagles was called Flying Eagle City. It was located in the south. Its geographical location was rather good. A stream of light was heading towards Flying Eagle City at high speed. The guards on the walls of Flying Eagle City also saw it and took out their treasures one after another. When they were about to reach Soaring Eagle City, all the guards made their move. Streams of light shot towards the city. These were all large-scale offensive treasures that were specially used to deal with the experts in the sky. It could be said that the sky around Flying Eagle City was forbidden for anyone to approach. It was the same for the experts. They would be attacked. After all, in the small world of heaven, order did not exist. Only strength was everything. After these streams of light flew over, they were all knocked away by the incoming stream of light. It was not until they were close that they saw that it was a young figure. This young figure was none other than Lin Fei. He had originally planned to go to Heaven City. After some thought, he decided to go to Heaven City. Although it was a good place, it was more or less insufficient to farm hatred. He might as well find a small city to farm some hatred first and build up his reputation. This was also some information that Lin Fei had obtained after searching the soul. Hence, he had his eyes on the 13 winged eagles. 18 small cities. Every small city was similar. As long as someone challenged them, they would be able to sit in a high position. This was also tacitly agreed by the Thunderstorm Emperor. Later, Lin Fei pondered for a while. He might as well choose the 13 winged eagles. Among the 18 small cities, the 13 winged eagles was considered the weakest. However, it was quite capable to be able to persist until now. If he started off with Soaring Eagle City, he would be able to farm aggro much more quickly. First, he would attack all 18 small cities, and then he would attack Heaven City. Naturally, he would be able to gain a lot of hatred. Even if he were to encounter Emperor Lei Bao, Lin Fei would be confident. Therefore, Lin Fei directly came over. He didn't expect the people of Flying Eagle City to be so decisive. As soon as they saw him coming from afar, they immediately attacked. This strength was very strong. Is this how Soaring Eagle City treats its guests? For the sake of your dedication, I won't argue with you anymore. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you. The guards didn't even dare to breathe. This person's strength was quite strong. He was able to withstand their attacks as soon as he arrived. By the time they regained their senses, the other party had already entered Soaring Eagle City. Soaring Eagle City was the same as other cities. It was very big. He didn't set up any array formation and just opened the door wide. It was very bold. As soon as Lin Fei entered Soaring Eagle City, he saw these people. Their eyes were very fierce, and they all looked very unfriendly. As expected, it was a gathering place for vicious and evil people. All of them were full of crimes. They might not be able to live well in other places, but it was different in the small world of heaven. They were people who lived leisurely lives. They didn't pay much attention to people like Lin Fei. Of course, some people were looking at him up and down. As for what they were thinking, Lin Fei could more or less see it. Didn't they just treat him as prey? They were indeed very bold. What are you looking at? I don't see any experts. Lin Fei turned around and snorted coldly. He directly shot out a few thunderbolts. They landed on them. The great Tao of thunder at the Emperor level was originally the best at breaking the flesh. These people's strength was average, and they were directly killed by the thunderbolts. After the corpses fell there, Lin Fei turned around and left. He rushed to his destination. As soon as he left, people immediately went up to fight for those rings. All of a sudden, they were in a fierce fight. Sure enough, this is a place where strength is important. I killed a few guys at once, and they immediately hate me. Lin Fei was quite surprised. He knew that he had come to the right place. Here, if he did well, he could really make a lot of people hate him. In this Soaring Eagle City, there was a large square called Soaring Eagle Square, in which there was a huge blood-red arena. As soon as he arrived, he could smell the blood, which was left by experts, and it had already penetrated into the arena. Next to the arena was a big drum. This big drum was not an ordinary big drum, but a treasure, a Lord of Heaven-level treasure. The twin hammers were incomparably huge. It was not something that an ordinary person could carry. Only by beating the war drum could the eagles come over. If he could not even do that, he was naturally not qualified to challenge them. Lin Fei went straight to the war drum. In this square, there were also many people who noticed it immediately. It's starting, someone is here to challenge the eagles. If you want to bet, hurry up, don't miss the opportunity. Another person who doesn't know what's good for him. This is the 18th person this month, right? I think this guy is quite arrogant. He actually came to challenge the eagles at such a young age. He won't even know how he died later. Then you're really thinking too much. He still wants to see the eagles? I'm afraid he can't even lift the warhammer. Many people laughed along with him. Lin Fei's realm was only at the Heavenly King level, so naturally, no one took it seriously. One had to know that even an ordinary Lord of Heaven couldn't lift the warhammer. If it was so easy to get, the 13 flying eagles would be busy every day. Ever since this rule was set, there were not many people challenging them in a month. Lin Fei came in front of the war drum. He also saw the pair of war hammers. Cold light flashed. He reached out and picked it up. As soon as he lifted the warhammer, layers of light appeared. It was the power of gravity. Lin Fei smiled faintly. With a clatter, the two warhammers fell in his hands, and he was lifted into the air. The deep and distant voice reverberated across the entire soaring eagle city. Every blow of the warhammer fell on the hearts of everyone. Those who were still laughing at him were all dumbfounded. Chapter 4668. Oh my God, someone actually sounded it 18 times. Is someone issuing a challenge to the 13 flying eagles? How many years has it been? I've never heard the war drum sound 18 times. This is interesting. Someone issued a challenge to the 18 flying eagles. I wonder if this person really has the strength, or is he doing it on purpose? Originally, when the war drum sounded, everyone didn't pay much attention. Ever since the 18 flying eagles set this rule, who knew how many people came to challenge? There were very few people who could defeat the 13 flying eagles. Basically, it would only appear once every few decades. This time, it actually sounded 18 times. That was even more different. One figure after another came out and came to the square. After they came to the square, they saw an unfamiliar young figure. This unfamiliar young man was standing there. They couldn't recognize him at all. Yet he picked up the warhammer and sounded the war drum 18 times. The war drum wasn't an ordinary war drum. Without some strength, one couldn't carry it at all, let alone sounding it 18 times. Every time it sounded, it would consume more strength than before. In other words, the strength would become stronger. To be able to sound 18 times, it could be said that no one had sounded it in hundreds of years. Who is that kid? So young, this courage is too big. Really happy for nothing. I think this kid will be torn to pieces by the 13 flying eagles very soon. That goes without saying. He will definitely be torn to pieces. Such trash. If it were me, I could also beat him up. No matter who it was, they would feel that this young man did not have the ability to do so, let alone challenge the 18 winged eagles. 18 streams of light directly appeared in the square. When these 18 streams of light appeared, the square quietened down. Those 18 figures lined up in a row, dignified and imposing. When these people looked at Lin Fei, they were a little surprised. Interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect someone to sound 18 times. This is challenging our 18 flying eagles. Interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect someone to sound 18 times. This is challenging our 18 flying eagles. I haven't warmed up in a long time. Everyone don't fight. Let me fight this battle first. I'm the 18th of the 18 flying eagles. Naturally, I'll go first. As soon as the voice fell, a figure rushed to the arena in the square. In the blink of an eye, it landed on the arena. Whoosh! The light barrier of the arena appeared, and the array formation was activated. The one who went on stage was the 18th of the 18 soaring eagles. It was a dwarf. He was less than a meter tall and looked very inconspicuous. However, his face was ferocious. Just a single glance was enough to cause one's mind to be shaken. Brat, aren't you ashamed to sound the 18 war drums with your meager strength? Let me see what kind of strength you have. The gnome glanced at him coldly and instantly turned into a tornado. As soon as the black tornado appeared, it enveloped the entire arena. Wherever the tornado passed, even the void was torn apart. This was the gnome's strongest move. Especially in such a small place, there were basically no problems. It was unknown how many challengers had died at the hands of this dwarf. When the gnome brat cast tornado, he would also become one with the tornado. This method was quite powerful. I've been happy for nothing again. Every time old 18 makes a move, he doesn't show any mercy. He'll tear them apart. It can't be helped. Who asked him to be ranked old 18? If he loses, he won't be qualified to be old 18. Ha! As soon as their voices fell, the pupils of several soaring eagles shrank slightly. They saw the young figure in the tornado. Under such a sharp attack, he was unscathed. He even gently stretched out his hand. When he reached into the tornado fell into the opponent's hand. It was useless. A figure fell into the opponent's hand. A crisp sound was heard, followed by a figure lying on the arena. The 18 soaring eagles aren't as powerful as I thought. After the voice floated out, the entire square fell into a brief silence. The best move of old 18 couldn't catch this kid and was directly destroyed. This method is too fierce. Is this kid a physique practitioner? If he's a physique practitioner, then the 18 soaring eagles will be in trouble today. Old 18's strength was obvious to everyone. It was also recognized that he was relatively strong. They didn't expect him to be destroyed just like that. The next one can come up. Today, I'm challenging the 18 soaring eagles. I hope you don't disappoint me. People like me, either you kill me or I kill you. Lin Fei looked at them. Then he made a throat-slitting gesture. This was great, he had provoked the 18 winged eagles. Don't think that you're very powerful just because you killed old 18. Among us, old 18 is the weakest. Old 17 will fight you. Another thin figure rushed to the arena. This figure was like a monkey. He was surprisingly thin, but his speed was quite fast. In the blink of an eye, he landed in the arena. However, as soon as he entered the arena, a hand stretched out. This hand was ordinary, but it instantly turned into a long spear and directly pierced through old 17. Too thin. You have small arms and legs. It's better for me to send you on your way as soon as possible. I can't be bothered to waste any more time. It was another cold sentence. This time, the square became even quieter. Old 17 was stronger than old 18, especially with his supernatural powers and tricks. However, he didn't expect to be eliminated as soon as he entered the arena. The other party's arms seemed to have turned into a divine weapon. 2 of the 18 soaring eagles died consecutively. This time, the remaining soaring eagles were a little moved. Instead, it was replaced by a kind of anger. Eliminating 2 soaring eagles in front of them was definitely a challenge to the dignity of the 18 soaring eagles. You guys don't have to rush. Come one by one. Anyway, you guys have done a lot of evil things outside. It's just right for me to eliminate you guys one by one. It can be considered as doing a good deed for them. After all, I'm a warm-hearted person. Originally, everyone thought that after the war drum was sounded this time, it would be a one-sided scene. However, they didn't expect that it would be the 18 soaring eagles that would fall. They couldn't possibly say that this kid was planning to eliminate all the 18 soaring eagles. Then he wouldn't be talking big. If you guys think that it's too troublesome to come one by one, then I'll allow you guys to come together. Anyway, I'll eliminate one person and kill a group. There's not much difference. Shukju website. Chapter 4669. Lin Fei's words had completely infuriated them. Who doesn't know the power of the 18 eagles? Now that 2 eagles have been destroyed in a row, he actually wants to challenge the remaining 16 eagles. Even the eyes of the people from the 18 flying eagle cities turned unfriendly. Among the remaining 16 eagles, there is one of the oldest eagles, that is the great eagle of the 18 eagles, Ancient One. This Ancient One's face is very calm, but everyone who knows Ancient One knows that Ancient One is in a very bad mood at this time. This is the rhythm of killing someone. Ancient One has been a great eagle for 500 years in the Eagle City, and his strength is also very strong. No one knows what level his strength has reached. Anyone who challenged him was basically killed, and no one survived. In these years, no one has challenged Ancient One at all. They don't have the ability and they don't have the courage. One mishap and they would be annihilated. If they challenged other eagles, they could still survive if they were lucky. Ancient One originally thought that today's matter was also a small matter. Even if the bell rang 18 times, what could they do? Could it be that they can deal with the 18 eagles? The rules are set up like this, but there are really not many people who can defeat them. But now, in the blink of an eye, the 18 eagles and 17 eagles were killed, and the young man even spoke arrogantly, asking them to attack together. This is no less than slapping their faces one by one, and he doesn't take them seriously at all. The 5 of you attack together. This kid, don't be polite, just make your move. Anyway, this kind of person is purely an old man hanging himself. He has lived for too long. Since the other party said so, of course, Ancient One will fulfill the other party's wish. So 5 more eagles came out, and these 5 eagles turned into 5 streams of light and rushed up from all directions of the ring. Perhaps it was the previous scene that made them not dare to take it lightly. The 5 directions directly went up to the ring. As soon as they went up, the lightning fell down instantly. And in this lightning, there were shattering divine light and world-extinguishing divine light coming out from left and right, directly flying over them. The power of the great Tao of Emperor's Step thunder made their bodies feel pressure. Following that, the Annihilation Divine Light and the World Annihilation Divine Light appeared from the left and right, making them realize what despair was. Lin Fei was like a grim reaper harvesting souls as he shuttled between the 5 of them. After the afterimages stopped, the 5 people fell to the ground with a plop. No one saw clearly how they did it. You see, it's just that simple. I told all of you to come at me together. Now look, 7 of the 18 soaring eagles are dead, so there are only 11 left. Why don't all of you come at me together? In a short period of time, 7 of the 18 soaring eagles had died. The experts of the 18 soaring eagles city couldn't believe it. When did the 18 flying eagles become so weak? These people were all well behaved when they saw the flying eagles. But now they suspected that they had seen wrongly. Lin Fei suddenly pointing to Ancient One. I think you are quite strong. You should be the big eagle inside. Why don't you come over and make a move? Don't be so reserved. Anyway, I'm here to challenge you. Anyway, you have to go on stage sooner or later. I can't break this rule. After all, this rule was left by that person. Just now, he killed 5 soaring eagles, which also made the big eagle Ancient One a little uneasy. Where did this bastard kid come from? Didn't he know that rules like this were all just a show? Basically, no one would really come to challenge them. But who knew that today they would meet a bastard kid who killed 7 of their soaring eagles in a row? The strength of these 7 soaring eagles was still very strong. All of a sudden, the vitality of the 18 soaring eagles was greatly damaged. Big Eagle, hurry up and kill this kid. Let him see the power of your big eagle. Yes, hurry up and go. If you don't go, I'm afraid that this kid won't put your 18 soaring eagles in his eyes. Our 18 soaring eagle city will probably have to change people. The people below couldn't stand it anymore. All of them were quite angry. When did an outsider come to the 18 soaring eagle city to be presumptuous? Ancient One even felt that this young kid did it on purpose. He even came with other people's orders. How could he be so ruthless? Over the years, not many of the 18 soaring eagles have been lost. Unlike now, 7 of them have been lost in less than half a day. If this kid goes up again, the 18 soaring eagles will probably die on the stage. At this time, Ancient One really didn't want to go up. He was a little unsure of the origin of this guy. Especially this strength, he can even release the power of the great Tao of Thunder of the Emperor's Step, plus the 2 balls of light on the left and right, there is a faint aura of death. Ancient One couldn't guess the other party's origin. But the people around him were all jeering. Ancient One couldn't wait to kill all these guys immediately. Lin Fei was so calm and composed at this moment, but he was quite happy in his heart. Sure enough, it was the right choice to come here to farm hatred. It was faster than farming Gao Fan. His hatred has also increased a lot. This guy was originally easy to contribute hatred. Now that he provoked him like this, he can naturally get hatred. By the way, there are you guys. Anyway, I'm here to relax today. I thought the 18 soaring eagles were very powerful, but now it seems that it's just so. If you guys can't stand it, then you can come up and fight with me. Anyway, I'm idle. Killing one is no different from killing 100 or 1,000. This time, Lin Fei's words were like poking a hornet's nest. These people couldn't sit still anymore. Ancient One was even more happy in his heart. This bastard kid is out of luck. Don't think that if the 18 soaring eagles don't make a move, others won't make a move. Then you have underestimated these people. They were all ruthless fellows. The crimes committed by them could be found everywhere. If you act presumptuously in front of these people, you are simply seeking your own death. Bastard, you don't take us seriously. Who wants to go up? Let's kill this guy together. Count me in, let's go together. Get him, this guy must be a young master from somewhere. Kill him, let's divide up all his belongings. Lin Fei really angered them this time. For a moment, dozens of figures directly rushed up. There were also some who were smart enough to directly use their treasures to smash down. Then what rules are there to speak of? Ancient One was even more cunning. He directly removed the array formation on the ring. Don't you want to fight with these people? Then I'll let you have a good fight. When the time comes, I will take care of you. The 18 soaring eagles can't die in vain. Shukju website. Chapter 4670. Lin Fei's words really stimulated everyone. The people of the 18 Flying Eagle City are not so easy to talk to. At this time, how can they continue to do this kind of thing? They started to attack one after another. Some of them rushed up directly, while others used their treasures and attacked without saying a word. The scene was very lively. No matter who it was, they didn't think that this young man could survive under so many attacks. Gu Yi also snorted coldly in his heart. He really didn't believe that this kid could withstand it. The 18 Flying Eagle City is not so easy to get along with, and he won't always be a big eagle here. It's a pity that 7 eagles died this time, but for the entire 18 Flying Eagle City, those who have always wanted to become eagles, this is a chance. This was the perfect opportunity. 7 spots. There's a lot of competition. At least among these 18 flying eagles, there are a few eagles that Ancient One doesn't like, and he can't deal with them. He really has to thank this young man for helping him do a good thing. Haven't you people eaten? Your strength is so small. Hurry up and use your big move, otherwise, you really can't kill me. This will only make me despise you even more. The figure on the ring can no longer be seen. Only a series of attack methods can be seen. But at this moment, a voice floated from the ring again. As soon as this voice floated over, it made everyone a little uncomfortable. It also made everyone's face sink. That kid seems to be fine, and he even dared to laugh at their methods. This is too much. Everyone, let's work harder. We must kill this brat. He must be pretending he doesn't have the ability to bear it at all, and he will soon be exhausted. Ancient One also said to the remaining eagles around him. Don't be idle, all of you go up. That kid has some ability, he should have some treasures on him. After killing him, you can all get a treasure from him. You can choose first. Ancient One's words suddenly made them excited. Even they could tell that this kid should have some background, and he definitely had some wealth. Perhaps he even had a few hundred cubes of origin crystals on him. How can they miss such a good thing? So the remaining eagles followed one by one. Of course, there were also a few eagles who had tricks up their sleeves. They could not see through this young man. Under such a fierce attack, he was still able to speak calmly. Clearly, such a person could not be offended. They started to release the water. Just like that, Lin Fei stood on the stage, surrounded by all sorts of treasures. One floor after another. He could also clearly feel the benefits of having more of these treasures. He was able to withstand the layers of defense with ease. Up until now, he had only broken through 10 to 20 layers of defense. He was still far from the end. This also made Lin Fei more aware that he had to fuse with more treasure bodies. This way, his defense would become stronger and stronger. At the very least, no one in the 18 Soaring Eagle City could catch him. According to this situation, I should be able to farm hundreds of thousands of hatred points in this Soaring Eagle City. Sure enough, it's easy for vicious guys to farm more hatred points. It's much better than those outside. Lin Fei himself also saw some clues. If he wanted to get more hatred points, he had to find those vicious guys. These people were originally more irritable, and a little movement would immediately contribute a lot of hatred points. The premise was that you had to be strong. Only when you were strong could you farm hatred points from them. 1 incense stick of time, 2 incense sticks of time, 3 incense sticks of time. They didn't know how long they had been attacking. They almost never stopped. The stage was always shrouded by a large number of attacks. But they never felt that they could destroy that person. On the contrary, that person seemed to be fine. From time to time, he would throw out a voice, like a knife stabbing their hearts. With your strength, you have the nerve to call yourself vicious. You're too useless. If I were you, I'd just bang my head against the wall and die. You've been cultivating for so many years for nothing. And you 18 eagles are the same. You're obviously famous outside, but your strength is no different from them. No one had ever felt that a person could make them so angry, especially the 18 eagles. They could clearly feel the endless mockery coming from them. This guy was really slapping their faces nonstop. They knew that they couldn't do anything to the other party at this time. They didn't know how many people in the square made a move. Until now, they didn't see that person being beaten to death on the stage. Instead, he was still alive and well. From time to time, he would mock them. After a long time, they completely lost confidence and stopped one after another. It's not worth it to fight with such a person. As for whether it was a plot behind their backs, it's unknown. Anyway, they didn't want to fight now. After fighting for so long, it's not good for them to be exhausted. Instead, they were slapped in the face again and again. This feeling was really uncomfortable. Big Eagle, you're the city lord of our 18 Eagle City. If you don't make a move, we won't be able to catch this guy. Yeah, at this time, we need you to make a move. If you don't make a move, we won't be able to take it. Ancient One, the Big Eagle, has been observing. The more he looked, the more shocked he was in his heart. This kid's strength is very strong, especially this defense. It's like an airtight defense. It can't be penetrated at all. How many people came to fight just now? Ancient One is very clear. Now he can't penetrate the opponent's defense at all. How can he continue fighting like this? At this time, there was a loud rumbling sound. A huge thunderbolt directly enveloped the entire square. The clouds were dense, and the thunderbolts came down. Wherever they passed, people were thrown off their feet. Even the 18 winged eagles retreated at this time. Following this, a figure walked like a dragon and a tiger, striding forward. Wherever he passed, figures were directly blown out. As soon as they exchanged blows, they felt a power that could topple mountains and overturn seas surging over. After fighting for so long, it's my turn. Otherwise, it would be too boring. In Lin Fei's hands, 2 balls of light floated out directly. These 2 balls of light directly turned into 2 streams of light, constantly shuttling between the thunderbolts. Originally, it was very difficult for everyone to resist the power of the thunderbolts. As soon as these 2 balls of light passed through, corpses were left behind in an instant. Shukju website. Chapter 4671. The 18 eagle cities that were still fighting before, these ferocious existences all fell to the ground one by one. They all became corpses. Even the 18 eagles could feel the power of the thunder and the 2 balls of light. What was most inconceivable to them was that no one was able to stop the young man wherever he went. Even, they could vaguely feel that the other party's power was very strong as the mountains and the seas. Lin Fei also stared at this Big Eagle Ancient One. Now that he has collected a lot of hatred, it's time to deal with this Big Eagle Ancient One. He can justifiably become the Big Eagle of the 18 Eagle Cities. He can take the 18 Eagle Cities to farm this hatred. In this small world of heaven, he can really farm a lot of hatred. Lin Fei didn't want to miss such an opportunity. He's staring at me, he's ready to fight me, damn it, how can this guy's defense be so strong? I have secretly used several methods in the dark, but I can't do anything to him. Ancient One's heart shook, he felt a gaze fall on him, and then he was locked by the other party. He knew that this young man was staring at him, and he kept cursing in his heart. Anyway, you have to deal with the other eagles first. Why do you have to stare at me as soon as you come up? Ancient One's strength is indeed quite strong, but the opponent's defense seems to be very strong, and his strength is also very strong. If they really fight, it seems that there is no chance of winning. He himself is also a Lord of Heaven expert. But at this time, the Lord of Heaven realm did not give him any confidence. Instead, it made him feel a trace of fear and uneasiness. What, are you afraid now? Since I've come to find you, you should at least fight with me. Otherwise, it will only make me despise you even more. Lin Fei's figure instantly appeared in front of the Big Eagle Ancient One. A punch directly hit down, and ripples appeared in front of Ancient One. This is the defense of the treasure. But the defense of the treasure was instantly penetrated. At the moment when the treasure was penetrated, the other party raised his hand and used it as a knife, and in an instant, a knife light fell on his body. In that instant, Ancient One felt that he was injured, and a force surged towards him. When this power surged over, it made him realize that he was far from being this person's match. The strength of the other party was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Without a second word, a black ball-shaped object appeared in his hand, which turned into a stream of light. If you don't let me have it easy, I won't let you have it easy either. At most, we'll all die together. In this fight, Ancient One knew that he was not his opponent at all. He had used his trump card. When the eagles in the distance saw this scene, their pupils shrank, and their minds almost went blank. Instinctively, he turned around and ran. That was a large-scale annihilation technique. Rumble. There was a loud noise. Invisible black waves instantly swept out from the center of the square, covering the entire square. This was the sky-destroying bomb that Gu had always kept by his side. The sky destruction thunder had an extremely powerful destructive ability. In a small area, the lethality was exceptionally strong. After the black giant wave swept over, the bodies of those experts were directly destroyed. It was incomparably swift and fierce. No one could react in time. Most of the people in the square were killed. Even among the 18 flying eagles, a few flying eagles suffered a head-on blow and became a member of this group. Ancient One also arranged a series of means on his body for the first time, which was the only means he could use to fight against Ancient One. This kid didn't let him have it easy, so he won't let the other party have it easy either. At most, he would just die together. As long as he could kill this guy, the things in the future would not be a problem. Maybe he could even take advantage of this opportunity to make a lot of money. The black wave swept past. The dust gradually fell. The square became quiet. Except for a few wailing sounds, there was no other sound. Ancient One, who came back again, couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Young man, you're still too naive. You're dreaming if you want to fight me. Even if you're strong and have a good defense, I can kill you more than 100 times with a single heaven-destroying thunder. This is the small world of heaven, and killing you is the most powerful method. Strength doesn't matter." There was almost no one on the scene who could stand up. Most of the people were paralyzed on the ground at a glance. Or they had broken arms and broken hands and feet. For Ancient One, this was nothing at all. If he could continue to be the big eagle, then there would be no problem. Just as his voice fell, a black shadow rushed up in an instant. It hit Ancient One's body heavily. After being hit by this, all kinds of defenses on Ancient One's body collapsed. A hand directly grabbed his neck. Then, the other hand instantly pierced through his body. I have always heard that the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Unfortunately, this ginger is not spicier, but a little stupid. Do you really think that a sky-destroying bomb can kill me? You really think too much. Lin Fei's figure emerged, carrying the big eagle Ancient One with one hand. The other hand had already pierced through his body. Ancient One felt that his vitality was constantly flowing away, and he couldn't control it at all. "I was sent here by Heaven City. If you kill the people on my side, I will never let you go. The rules here are far from what you can imagine. If I don't kill you, how can I make them hate me? So you'd better be honest and go on your way. Anyway, there are many of your brothers on the way. You can continue to be the big eagle below. Take care, I won't send you off." There was a loud bang. Ancient One's whole body was smashed into pieces by Lin Fei. For such a person, Lin Fei wouldn't let him stay at all. The 18 Flying Eagle City still has to be managed by himself. Fortunately, the range of the sky-destroying bomb used by Ancient One was not large. That is, it was around the square. The 18 Flying Eagle City was still very well preserved. From today onwards, the 18 Flying Eagle City will be changed to Invincible City, and all of you will be the people of Invincible City. And the rest of you eagles, do you plan to follow the big eagle down? Or do you want to rely on me? There was such a big movement in the square here. Almost all the people in the 18 Flying Eagle City gathered on the side. Now they saw the big eagle Ancient One being destroyed. This young man even changed the name of the 18 Flying Eagle City. There was nothing but shock. And the expressions of the remaining eagles changed, and they made a decision in an instant. One by one, they came in front of Lin Fei. We are willing to join Invincible City and become your disciple. I have always found Ancient One pleasing to the eye. It's good to destroy him. I also know where Ancient One's belongings are hidden. I am willing to lead the way. Bookseller Reading Website. Chapter 4672. In the end, the 18 Flying Eagle cities changed their name, which really surprised these people. They quickly recovered. This kind of situation is very normal in the small world of heaven. This also made them curious about this young man. Doesn't he know that the 18 Flying Eagle City has the support of Heaven City? Without support, the 18 Flying Eagle City would have been replaced long ago. Now that the young man came over and killed the Big Eagle Ancient One, doesn't that mean that they are going to fight against the other side? In any case, everyone felt very curious. What made them feel the most happy was that the City Lord of Invincible City was very interesting. After the announcement of the name change, all the rings in the square were given to everyone as benefits. For a while, everyone went crazy to grab these rings. No one thought that the City Lord didn't take these rings seriously. Doesn't he know that there are a lot of treasures in them? For a while, everyone's impression of this young man, the City Lord of Invincible City, changed greatly. This is much better than that Ancient One. Ancient One is not so kind. He belongs to the kind of very stingy guy, which is known to everyone in the entire Flying Eagle City. If you want to get some benefits from him, you either have to exchange merits or rely on luck. Lin Fei didn't stop these people from fighting for those rings at all. The square also became very lively. And at this time, the 5 Flying Eagles standing behind Lin Fei also had different expressions. They were the only 5 of the 18 Flying Eagles left. As for the remaining 13, 7 of them were killed by Lin Fei. No, it was 8, and the remaining 5 died directly under the Heaven Destruction Thunder. The 5 of them could be considered to be the smarter ones. They knew that when fighting, they would go easy and stay away from the fighting range. Who knew that Ancient One used the heaven-destroying thunder and even killed his subordinates? Fortunately, Ancient One finally died in the hands of a young man, and they changed their appearance for the first time. It seems that the City Lord of Invincible City is a little different. He seems to be a lot more generous than that Ancient One. I always feel that this young man's ambition seems to be quite big. Don't you guys feel that this young man seems to be deliberately provoking us, the 18 Soaring Eagles, and the people from the 18 Soaring Eagle City? The remaining 5 eagles were quite knowledgeable. Naturally, he could tell that there were some unusual things about it. If it wasn't for that, they wouldn't have been able to survive until now, and they wouldn't have been able to change their faces so quickly. He had to survive first. Lin Fei also withdrew his gaze and said to the 5 eagles behind him, "Bring me to the City Lord's mansion. I'm tired from fighting, so we can sit down and have a cup of tea and chat. What do you think? This lowly one will lead the way for the City Lord immediately." Immediately, an eagle took the initiative to stand out. She led the way for Lin Fei. The City Lord's mansion was much more luxurious and upscale than other places. At a glance, it could be seen that the City Lord's mansion was still quiet at this moment. There were no changes because of the battle. As soon as the 5 eagles entered the City Lord's mansion, they instantly killed all the people around Ancient One. He had complete control over the City Lord's mansion. They were very familiar with this place. Lin Fei sat in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion. There were 5 eagles standing in front of him, and these 5 eagles were a little uneasy. They didn't know if their choice was right or wrong. At that time, they also knew that if they really left, they would definitely die. "I don't have much interest in the lives of the 5 of you. As long as you can do things well for me, I guarantee that the crystals and even treasures you can get will be beyond your imagination." Leaving these 5 eagles was actually to find a few thugs to do things for him. This was much simpler than doing it by himself. He couldn't always do everything by himself. With a wave of his hand, he directly threw out 30 crystals. "These crystals are nothing, just right for the 5 of you." 30 crystals was actually not a small amount. The 5 eagles were a little jealous. One must know that they and Ancient One had never received any crystals as a reward. They didn't expect this young man to give them 6 crystals each as soon as he came up. They could buy a lot of things. "We pledge our lives to serve the City Lord." Now I'll give you one thing, and that is to manage Invincible City from top to bottom. Each of you will have a share of the territory. Anyway, I want the entire Invincible City to return to normal. You only have 3 days to prepare. I don't want Invincible City to be in a mess." As soon as Lin Fei finished speaking, the 5 eagles immediately turned around and went out. Lin Fei didn't care much about the trivial things outside. The only thing he cared about was farming aggro and honor points. For now, it seemed that the progress was quite good. Lin Fei also found Ancient One's treasure house in the first place. This was a private treasure house. Not to mention, there were really a lot of things inside. It was just SOSO. All in all, it was about 200 or 300 crystals. To say that he was rich, he wasn't rich, and to say that he was poor, he wasn't poor either. Unfortunately, Lin Fei didn't find a complete Grotto Heaven small world. He was happy for nothing. When Lin Fei was about to leave, he discovered that there was a different place in the treasure house. This different place was very inconspicuous. If it wasn't for Lin Fei taking a second look, he really wouldn't have noticed it. It was violently broken. He found that there was a big box inside. This box was about the height of a person, and after opening it, it would be a little surprising. It was actually filled with blood-colored beads. Originally, Lin Fei thought that these blood-colored beads were a treasure. Later on, he realized that it wasn't the case. These blood-colored beads were actually condensed from blood, which surprised Lin Fei. The aura of the blood beads in the box was very strong. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of thousands of blood beads in this huge box. Originally, Lin Fei wasn't sure what the blood beads were for, but after using his honor points to check, he understood. Soul bead, used for special cultivation, it is the favorite treasure of demonic cultivators. Things like this, Lin Fei hasn't seen many times. Of course, he has also seen some demonic methods in the ancient books. Among them, there is something about this soul bead, which is refined with essence and blood. It seems that this heaven small world is a little different from what I thought. These 200 to 300,000 blood beads, no, they are soul beads. Someone should have asked for them by name. This ancient one was really helped up by someone. Bookseller reading website. Chapter 4673. On a hill dozens of miles away from Invincible City, several figures appeared without warning, looking at Invincible City in the distance. Ancient One, this bastard is dead, and he has caused us so much trouble. The cold voice reverberated in the night sky and also fell into the hearts of those people. What should we do now? I think that young man should have sensed it more or less. That's why he attacked Ancient One. I don't know how much he knows about soul beads. If I had known earlier, I would have let you guys keep the soul beads. Now, the soul beads are in the hands of the other party. That's hundreds of thousands of soul beads. We have spent so much time to accumulate them. Isn't that simple? Let's just find that person. Don't tell me he dares to attack us, although he is quite strong, especially in defense. A pair of cold eyes were cast over. The black-clothed men behind directly lowered their heads and did not dare to look at it. A chill enveloped them. All of you think that you are very powerful. Did you not see Ancient One being destroyed? That kid's defense is his greatest life-saving ability. His strength is average, but if you want to catch him, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now that the soul beads are in his hands, it will not be so easy to take them back. The black-clothed man's eyes were very cold, and at the same time, they became very sharp. No one knows better than him that this young man is indeed quite terrifying. His defense is simply unfathomable, and it can be said to be a life-saving ability. The means of attack are not very strong, but with this extremely strong defense, it can instantly turn into an endless advantage. Just look at Ancient One, even the heaven-destroying thunder was used, but the result was still nothing to the other party. These soul beads must be taken back. After all, we spent so much effort to collect these hundreds of thousands of soul beads, we can't let them fall into his hands. The black-clothed man and Ancient One are also considered partners. To be able to collect so many soul beads, Ancient One also contributed a lot of effort. But unexpectedly, when they came back from a trip, their nest was destroyed, and even the name of the 18 Flying Eagle City was changed. Speaking of which, it really made them angry. There was a lot of killing intent in their hearts, and they directly hated that young man. Let's have the little world of heaven suppress that kid first. Let's see what happens first. Lin Fei also stayed in the city lord's mansion. After he received the hundreds of thousands of soul beads, he put them away. He knew that these soul orbs would bring him many interesting things. Interesting, it's really interesting. Someone actually contributed hatred to me again, and this hatred isn't low either. Lin Fei, who was still rummaging through the treasures, suddenly smiled. Just now, he had gained a lot of hatred. The increase in aggro wasn't high, but it was quite conspicuous. His hatred value increased by 888 points. How much hatred did he have for himself? Even Lin Fei himself was a little surprised. It seemed that he had already destroyed all the eagles in the 18 eagle cities. There were only 5 left. As for the other experts, there didn't seem to be many left. Why did someone contribute so much hatred to him? Lin Fei immediately thought of this soul pearl. Only this soul pearl could bring such a large amount of hatred. It reached 888 points alone, which was the highest so far. Even that Gao Fan didn't seem to have reached this amount. Gao Fan wasn't low either, he also had a few hundred. This was just a guess of Lin Fei. In addition to this soul pearl, the other direction should be the side of Heaven City. He had lost Ancient One and occupied the 18 eagle cities, which naturally made the people in the little world of heaven feel dissatisfied. It was normal for him to contribute a lot of hatred. Whether it was the side of the little world of heaven or the soul pearl, Lin Fei was also looking forward to them contributing more hatred to him. Lin Fei had gained almost 300,000 hatred points this time. In addition, it was estimated that it would not be a problem to collect another 200,000 to 300,000 hatred points. This time, Lin Fei didn't use all the hatred points to exchange for the treasures. He felt that he could increase his attack power. For example, to add some powerful Great Tao to himself. In this way, his attack methods would be stronger. Before, Lin Fei's physical strength was very strong, and with the existence of the Tree of Life, the power that erupted was even stronger. And now, the Tree of Life turned into a life seed, and Lin Fei didn't let it grow again. It wasn't that Lin Fei didn't want the life seed to grow, but the life seed seemed to have fallen into a dormant state. As for how long this dormant state would take, it was unknown. In Lin Fei's understanding, the life seed at this time should be a little injured, and it would take time for it to slowly recover. After some consideration, Lin Fei decided to exchange for a few powerful Great Tao. With the Great Tao in hand, he naturally had a way to attack. Or rather, he could use the hatred points to exchange for a few powerful cultivation techniques. Before, Lin Fei didn't understand it. Who told him to not have any hatred points on him, and since the hatred points were not enough, he naturally didn't have time to read these cultivation technique books. The first thing to look at was these Great Tao. There were 3,000 Great Tao, and there were all kinds of them. It was really a little dazzling. Lin Fei really didn't know how to choose, but after thinking about it, he knew that he had to choose the most powerful Great Tao. The stronger the attack power, the better. Anyway, he had a defense now, and what he lacked was nothing more than an attack method. When the defense reached a certain level of excellence, then with a powerful attack method, it would naturally be able to achieve a balance. This would also make Lin Fei's strength even more outstanding. The 3,000 Great Tao cutting technique, the 3,000 Great Tao destruction technique, and the 3,000 Great Tao thunder explosion technique. With a target, it would be easier to find. Very soon, Lin Fei found a few Great Tao that were very suitable for him. They were all pure great attack power, and of course, the consumption was exceptionally high. Without the Tree of Life, Lin Fei's physical body was naturally exceptionally strong. He had already reached the Heaven Monarch level, and the accumulated energy was naturally not comparable to ordinary Heaven Monarchs. Now, Lin Fei's physical body was at least equivalent to the capacity of 10 ordinary Heaven Monarchs. It could be said to be incomparably thick. Of course, if Lin Fei's physical body was a step up to the Emperor's physical body, the accumulation would be even more improved. I'd better choose this great cutting technique. It's extremely sharp and a frontal attack method, covering myself with the great cutting technique. The 3,000 Great Dao was much more expensive than this treasure body. Especially more expensive than the defensive treasure body. Before, Lin Fei had exchanged for some defensive treasure bodies, and he didn't exchange for a treasure body with a powerful physical body because the hatred points were expensive. Shukju website. Chapter 4674. Lin Fei exchanged for the great slicing technique of the 3,000 Great Daos. This technique was really powerful, but the amount of hatred that he exchanged for wasn't low either. He used 300,000 hatred points. In an instant he cleared all the hatred points on his hands. As soon as the great slicing technique was in Lin Fei's hands, he felt that this great slicing technique was very different. It seemed to be similar to his own blade technique, but it was more profound and mysterious than his own blade technique. It was as thin as a blade light, almost as if it was hidden in the void. It made it impossible for people to guard against it. It could be attacked from all directions, and its power was exceptionally great. No wonder such a great slicing technique requires 300,000 hatred points. It really isn't cheap, but it's really powerful. If I didn't have a top-grade armor, I wouldn't be able to defend against it at all. With Lin Fei as the center, the great slicing technique constantly passed through his surroundings. These great slicing techniques constantly shuttled through like blade lights. Do you want to use honor points to upgrade the great slicing technique? You can upgrade it from 1 star to 5 star. 5 star is the highest level. Just as Lin Fei was experimenting with the great slicing technique, the system actually sent a notification, which surprised him a little. It can't be, this great slicing technique can also be upgraded? Isn't this the limit? Seriously. Lin Fei didn't cultivate much of the 3,000 Great Daos. Not to mention this kind of main attack. If it wasn't for the fact that the great slicing technique was a very overbearing attack-type Great Dao, Lin Fei wouldn't have exchanged for it. He never thought that this great slicing technique could be upgraded. The best use of honor points is to upgrade cultivation techniques, to upgrade Great Daos, and to upgrade everything. The 3,000 Great Daos are also the type that can be upgraded. The system began to explain. Lin Fei had learned a lot. He had always thought that other than using honor points to upgrade or exchange for some things, there was nothing else. He didn't expect that it could be used to upgrade these 3,000 Great Daos. The 3,000 Great Daos were already very powerful. If he used honor points to upgrade them, wouldn't it mean that these 3,000 Great Daos would become even more powerful? At the very least, for the current Lin Fei, he couldn't wait for the power of the great slicing technique to become stronger and stronger. What's the difference between 1 star and 5 stars? Lin Fei asked curiously again. It was only 1 star to 5 stars, but one could imagine that the power of these 5 stars should be very strong. A 1 star can unleash 3 times the power, a 2 star can unleash 6 times the power, a 3 star can unleash 15 times the power, a 4 star can unleash 50 times the power, and a 4 star can unleash 200 times the power. This increase in strength made Lin Fei suck in a breath of cold air. Especially at the 5-star level, they could unleash 200 times the power. This was simply fatal. The great slicer technique was already very powerful. If it were to erupt with 200 times the power, no one would be able to stop it. Once the great slicer technique was unleashed, it would immediately take the other party's life. This is great. I really like this strength buff. I was just fretting about not having a place to spend my honor points. I can't just leave them to level up. Now, I finally have a place to use them. After knowing that there was such an upgrade function, Lin Fei had a lot of ideas about the honor points. It seemed like he couldn't just farm hatred in the future. He had to farm honor points as well. When the time came, he would have to think about how to operate it. 1-star Great Slicer Technique, 10 million honor points. 2-star Great Slicer Technique, 50 million honor points. 3-star Great Slicer Technique, 500 million honor points. 4-star Great Slicer Technique, 5 billion honor points. 5-star Great Slicer Technique, 100 billion honor points. This level was not low. Looking at his tens of millions of honor points, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He still had a long way to go to earn honor points. This 5-star Great Slicer Technique was indeed not that easy to obtain. God knew how long it would take for him to obtain 100 billion honor points. The 5-star Great Slicer technique could unleash 200 times the power. This was indeed quite tempting to Lin Fei. Now that he could unleash several times the power, it could be said that his Great Slicer technique was superior to other Great Slicer techniques of the same level. Without any hesitation, Lin Fei directly used 10 million honor points to upgrade his Great Slicer technique to 1-star Great Slicer technique. 2-star Great Slicer technique would require 50 million honor points. Lin Fei really didn't have enough honor points right now. However, he would be able to accumulate more. No matter what, he had to upgrade the Great Slicer technique to 2-star. At 2-star, he would be able to unleash 6 times the power. 3 times the power of the Great Slicer technique was indeed a little different. It was even more profound than before, and Lin Fei was able to see the changes within it even more clearly. Now that the hatred points had been used up, Lin Fei had to take action. At the very least, he now had a relatively powerful attack. With this Great Slicer technique and the enhanced version of the Great Slicer technique, destroying the opponent was really quite simple. Especially since this Great Slicer technique was a large-scale attack. The 5 eagles received another notification. They immediately came to the main hall. These past few days were really like a dream to them. In the blink of an eye, the 5 of them divided Invincible City into 5 areas: north, south, east, west, and a central area. Their personal power had risen in a straight line. This was something they didn't even dare to think about. They all knew that this young city lord didn't care about these territories. As long as they could work hard, they would naturally be able to increase the power in their hands. This was much better than following Ancient One. This time alone, they had the territory in their hands. Especially those rings that they harvested, they made a lot of money. All the forces that stood on Ancient One's side were ruthlessly wiped out by them. The entire Invincible City returned to normal. Their skills were quite good, and they quickly pacified them. The people who lived in Invincible City were not good people. In the face of absolute strength, who wouldn't be honest? How could they have so many ideas? The 5 eagles stood in the main hall. Your efficiency is quite good, I am very satisfied, but now I have encountered another difficult problem. I need you to use your brains and think about it. Whoever does well will naturally be rewarded. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth raised, and he smiled faintly. The eyes of the 5 eagles below also lit up. What they were most worried about was being idle and having nothing to do. As long as there was something to do, it could prove that they were still useful. Now that the power in their hands had been greatly improved, they naturally wanted to perform well and leave a deep impression. That couldn't be better. Shukju website. Chapter 4675. In the face of such a mysterious lord, the 5 flying eagles did not have too many ideas. They just had to do their jobs honestly. The biggest change was that they had a lot more power in their hands. Compared to before, it was simply an earth-shattering change. Before, the power in the hands of the 18 flying eagles was basically dispensable, and it was just a nice name. But now it was different. Everyone in Invincible City knew about the 5 flying eagles. I have something to ask you now. What do you think you should do to offend the remaining 17 small cities in one go and make them angry? Lin Fei had used up all of his aggro points. He wanted to upgrade the Great Slicer technique to 2 stars and burst out with 6 times the power. Then the next step was to prepare to harvest a batch of hatred. How to harvest? Of course, it would start with the 17 small cities. Originally, Lin Fei planned to go to the small cities one by one, but this would be a little troublesome. It was better to offend all 17 small cities in one go. By then, the amount of hatred he would harvest would increase. As the saying goes, time is money, and time is hatred. Lin Fei did not want to waste too much time in this regard. Especially this trip, after coming out of the Tongtian school, Lin Fei felt that the 3rd elder Luo Ming was secretly plotting against him. Even the Tongtian school leader did not know where he went. Maybe he was plotted against. Lin Fei had to improve his strength again. When the time came, he would give them a surprise. After all, Lin Fei liked to give people surprises. If he wanted to give people a big surprise, he naturally needed to improve his strength. What could be faster than offending 17 small cities in one go? As for the Heaven City, he would leave it for later. Anyway, he had to go there sooner or later. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 5 flying eagles changed. They were originally very happy. At least they followed a good person, but now it seemed that the person they followed was not quite right. He had killed more than half of the 18 winged eagles as well as some of the experts in the city. Before they could completely digest what they had done, they had to offend another 17 small cities. For a moment, they all wanted to turn around and run. They wanted to get as far away as they could. This guy in front of them was a madman. But in the end, they still endured it. He was even more aware of this opportunity. After all, their invincible city was too small. If they could annex other cities, then Invincible City would rise in an instant. My lord, if you want to offend 17 small cities in one go, we feel that there is only one way, and that is to sweep the trading places of these 17 families. Lin Fei had read a lot of information and had even searched his soul. Of course, he knew what this place of trade meant. This trading ground was actually very simple. The things that they plundered from outside would be placed here to be sold. People from all over the world would trade here. Of course, this transaction was done in private, and it was also done in secret. In any case, the goods were leaked out just like that. There was such a trading ground in all the 18 cities, and it was considered the most profitable place. If Lin Fei swept these 18 trading grounds, he could definitely offend all 17 small cities in one go. That was the most profitable place in the 17 small cities. Sweeping these trading grounds was equivalent to taking money out of their pockets. No one would be able to sit still. Lin Fei really did not think of this at first. Hearing this, he clapped his hands and stood up. Your idea is not bad. Then let's sweep these 17 trading grounds. Bring your men and let's do it. When we sweep them, I will allow you to take 30% of the profits. He really did not care about the things in these trading grounds. What he cared about was hatred. With this hatred, he could make himself stronger and stronger. But for the 5 winged eagles, this was different. To be able to obtain benefits from each of the 17 trading grounds was simply unimaginable. Previously, the big winged eagle did not have such boldness. He was not so generous. Sir, we will immediately gather the men and horses. The winged eagle turned around and went out. The first thing he did was to mobilize the people around him. Lin Fei killed a lot of experts in the square. Although it also made many people hate Lin Fei, it also made many people recognize Lin Fei at the same time. What kind of place was the small world of heaven? It was a place where all kinds of evil people gathered. Here, as long as you had the strength, everyone would surrender. And if you didn't have the strength, you would be torn to pieces. This was the end of the 18 winged eagles. So they could not wait for the new city lord to be as ambitious as possible. Only in this way could they follow and have a sip of the soup. Eating meat was fine, but being able to have a sip of the soup was also something that made them very satisfied. It was a pity that before, the 18 winged eagles didn't do much at all. The 18 winged eagle city had always been the least influential. The other 17 small cities were not worth their attention at all. The 5 winged eagles gathered their subordinates and released the news that they were going to do a big deal. All of them were excited. They did not see wrongly. The new city lord was indeed different. He was ambitious enough to take action so quickly. The big winged eagles were far worse than him. They deserved to be destroyed. The Black and White Trading Place. This was a trading place in Black and White City, but it was not in Black and White City. Instead, it was in a valley outside Black and White City. Everyone knew that the Black and White Trading Place belonged to Black and White City. The transactions done here were also the largest, and almost all of them came from the boundless world. Quite a number of people would secretly conduct transactions here. Everything that was obtained from killing people and robbing them was basically sold in this small world of heaven. There was an Emperor Lord powerhouse guarding here. Unless there was legitimate evidence, there was really nothing they could do. There were also many experts guarding such a trading place. There were 5 Heaven Lord powerhouses, and there were more than 100 heavenly kings. Coupled with the array, basically no one dared to cause trouble here. The people stationed here lived very leisurely every day. After half a month, they could go to the city for a period of time. The night. It was dark and windy, and one could not see their fingers in front of them. Tonight was the busiest time in the trading place. The patrolling people were very casual. At this moment, streams of light directly attacked from afar. These streams of light hit the array formation, causing layers of ripples to appear. Then, with a crashing sound, the entire array formation broke. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4676. The people in the black and white trading ground had never seen such a scene. Ever since the 18 small cities created this trading ground. Who didn't know that this trading ground was used to sell things that couldn't see the light of day? On the contrary, people from various worlds would come here to spend money. No one knew who bought it. But they never expected that someone would fight at this time. The Lord of Heaven experts in the trading ground also flew out one by one. As soon as they flew out, they saw a flash of saber light, and instantly turned into pieces of corpses that fell to the ground. In an instant, the entire trading ground calmed down a lot. They were all frightened. A figure appeared in the sky above the trading ground. Invincible City is doing business. Everyone, lie down obediently. Whoever doesn't lie down will die. When everyone heard the words Invincible City, they were confused. When did Invincible City come out? When they saw the 5 eagles, they all remembered. Weren't they the eagles of the 18 Flying Eagle City? When did they rely on Invincible City? We are from the Black and White City. If you dare to attack us, aren't you afraid of starting a war? 18 Flying Eagles, how dare you attack our trading disciples? You must be tired of living. There were still some experts in the trading ground, and they all roared. By the time they roared, the 5 flying eagles had already charged in with their men. Lin Fei just stood in the sky, staring at them unhurriedly. Any expert who came out was killed by him. In just a short period of time, the entire trading area had been swept clean. No matter who it was, the things in their hands were swept clean. Then they left, leaving behind pieces of corpses. After Lin Fei left, the experts of the Black and White City also came at the first moment. As soon as they saw the scene in the trading ground, they all roared in anger. The Black and White City Lord also came. After understanding the situation, he was also furious. 18 flying eagles from Invincible City, how dare they? Chase after them. No matter what, we must snatch back the things in their hands. The Black and White City Lord was really angry. He had more or less received some rumors, such as that the 18 Flying Eagle City had been wiped out by a young man. Even the great Flying Eagle was killed. Little did he expect that the City Lord of Invincible City would snatch his trading spot in such a short time. It was not that he did not take the Black-White City Master seriously. If they didn't teach that brat from Invincible City a lesson this time, wouldn't it mean that Black-White City was afraid of Invincible City? Everyone knew that Invincible City had always been at the bottom of the 18 Flying Eagle cities. No one took it seriously. But now, the Black-White City Lord became more and more annoyed, and he chased after them with his men. This method of robbing and leaving was really too exciting. At the very least, the 5 Flying Eagles were quite excited. They didn't even dare to think of such a thing. To think that one day, they would actually rob the trading center of Black-White City. He didn't have to pay any price at all, and he succeeded just like that. Lin Fei had also drawn the aggro value. The aggro value was not low. After all, the trading center was an important source of money. Anyone would be full of hatred for him if it was wiped out by him just like that. Now it seemed that this method was quite good. If he wiped out 17 trading centers in a row, he would definitely be able to farm to his heart's content. Not to mention a lot, it should not be too much of a problem to farm 1,000,000 aggro value. The Black-White City Lord chased after him with his men. On the way, he suddenly received a message, and his expression couldn't help but sink. No way, that brat is out of his mind. He actually went to wipe out another trading center. He doesn't take the 18 small cities seriously. Originally, the Black-White City Lord was quite annoyed. Now that another trading center had been wiped out, for some reason, he felt a sense of schadenfreude. At least he didn't have to chase after them alone. Not long after, the Black-White City Lord caught up with another city lord. This city lord was called the Red Cloud City Lord. The Red Cloud City Lord was also quite annoyed at this time. When he saw the Black-White City Lord coming over, he seemed to understand what was going on. Your side has also been wiped out by that brat. The Black-White City Lord nodded. That's right, I've also been wiped out by him. I don't know what medicine that brat took to be so arrogant. You and I must join hands and beat him down. The Black-White City Lord and the Red Cloud City Lord looked at each other and continued to chase with their men. Until now, the two of them were still very angry. They also couldn't understand why that brat from Invincible City dared to do this. Something like this had never happened in the small world of heaven before. Along the way, they realized that the brat from Invincible City actually didn't have any intention of hiding. He seemed to be rushing to the next city along the way. However, this guy was also more cunning. He actually set up a trap halfway. The blade light was extremely sharp, and it really caught them off guard. Many of their men died. This made them even more annoyed. However, they couldn't catch up at this speed. When they rushed to the next city, they found that the trading center of that city had also been wiped out. This time, the look in their eyes changed once again. If they didn't handle it well, something big was going to happen. They seemed to be able to guess what that brat from Invincible City wanted to do. He was planning to clean out all the trading grounds in the remaining 17 small cities. In a short period of time, he had already wiped out 3. If that brat really wiped out all of them, then they would really have no place to put their faces. However, they also surprisingly remained consistent. They didn't send any messages to the other city lords of the other small cities. It seemed like they were letting the brat rob them all. 1 city lord, 2 city lords, 3 city lords, 4 city lords, 5 city lords. Every time, they were a beat too late. By the time they caught up, there was 1 more city lord. In the blink of an eye, the trading centers of 16 city lords were wiped out. All of their faces were filled with anger. And the previous city lords were even more gloating. Anyway, they weren't the only unlucky one. It was better for all of them to be unlucky. Everyone could also work together to take down that brat from Invincible City. Everyone's thoughts were exactly the same. Just like that, a group of people followed behind in a grandiose manner. And there were also many people in the small world of heaven who knew about this matter. One after another, they all followed. The scene was grand and quite lively. Sharp blade light appeared from time to time, but it made them curse incessantly. That brat was really a bastard. He left behind these sharp blade lights that really made people unable to dodge in time. If they were not careful, they would be killed. Chapter 4677. The Last Trading Ground. I heard that it's the closest trading ground to Heaven City. It has a deep connection with Heaven City. Lin Fei was having a good time along the way. At least he managed to snatch a lot of treasures. This place was a business of black on black black. What made Lin Fei the happiest was that he was enjoying his aggro. Along the way, his aggro broke through 500,000 in an instant. It grew faster than expected. From time to time, he would leave a great cutting technique in the surroundings. It wasn't strong, but it wasn't weak either. It was definitely enough to make them suffer. Just like that, he set it up all the way and blocked their speed. It also made them even angrier. Lin Fei also had the time to deal with the experts in the trading ground. The experts in these trading grounds were basically at the heavenly monarch realm. Once Lin Fei used the great cutting technique, they instantly felt what death was. And the rest was even simpler. As long as they reached the last trading ground, they would completely offend the city lords of these 17 small cities. In other words, 17 small forces. City Lord, I think we should close this trading ground first. That brat from Invincible City is crazy now. He wiped out 16 trading grounds in a row. The 17th trading ground. White Sand Trading Ground. The White Sand City Lord's network was very wide. He received the news immediately, but he didn't close this trading ground. Instead, he personally came with experts. He wanted to see how that brat from Invincible City dared to touch his trading ground. He wasn't like the other trading grounds. He had a backer behind him. What's there to panic about? Even if that brat from Invincible City came, I'd like to meet him. How dare he make a move here? The White Sand City Lord snorted coldly, looking unconcerned. As for the experts behind him, they were feeling a little nervous in their hearts. They had more or less received the news. As long as a trading ground was wiped out, it would naturally be destroyed by that brat from Invincible City. Heaven Monarch Realm experts didn't even have the slightest chance to struggle in his hands. Right now, all these Heaven Monarch experts had cold sweat on their foreheads. If they were to really make a move, they would really have no place to complain if they were eliminated. They really hoped that the White Sand City Lord wouldn't make a move and let that kid be arrogant for a while. When the people from Heaven City came down, that kid would have to bear the consequences. Right now, they could only resign themselves to fate. After some time, streaks of light appeared in front of them, heading towards their trading location. The White Sand City Lord smiled. The kid from Invincible City had finally arrived. The White Sand City Lord was even more determined to take down this Invincible City brat. He would have enough qualifications to slap those city lords in the face. Wasn't he just a nobody? Not only did he act presumptuously in front of them, but he also escaped without a trace. In the end, he fell into his own hands. Just thinking about the glory on his face was interesting. I'm the Lord of White Sand City, and this is my trading ground. Kid from Invincible City, surrender now, or you'll be dead once my brother-in-law makes a move. When the Heaven Monarch experts behind the White Sand City Lord heard this, they all shook their heads in disappointment. If it wasn't for the fact that the White Sand City Lord had a powerful brother-in-law, no one would take him seriously. Not to mention that the White Sand City Lord had a favorable geographical position. However, such a location had never been developed. Regardless of its reputation, it was inferior to other cities. These Heaven Monarch experts were also quite helpless. A good hand of cards was destroyed just like that. Whoosh! A beam of light flashed, and everyone smelled a dangerous aura. They saw the White Sand City Lord's head fall to the ground, and blood splattered all over their faces. These Heaven Monarch experts all knelt on the ground one after another. How would they dare to do anything else? Even though they were usually fierce outside, this time, even the White Sand City Lord was killed in one move without saying a word. They did not want to follow in the White Sand City Lord's footsteps. Lin Fei was quite disappointed with the White Sand City's trading ground. He thought that it would have a lot of resistance. He did not expect it to be like this. Too disappointed. It seemed that this White Sand City would not be able to farm much hatred. The 5 flying eagles directly rushed into the trading ground and kept plundering. Anyone who dared to resist was instantly suppressed. For a moment, the entire trading ground became quiet. Apart from the occasional blood-curdling screams, there was nothing else. The 5 flying eagles were also very happy, not to mention their subordinates. They did not expect to really do something big this time, and the excitement was exciting. They were also excited. As for what would happen when the time came, they really did not care. Anyway, if the sky collapsed, there would be tall people to hold it up. When they looked at Lin Fei, they were also full of admiration. They had more or less contributed a lot of honor points to Lin Fei. My lord, we have swept the last trading ground. The 5 flying eagles flew out again, their faces full of joy. Unfortunately, there were very few people who resisted this time, and their harvest was much less. Go back. After saying this, Lin Fei set up a series of sharp blade lights and led his people back to Invincible City. The city lords who had been chasing all the way here saw the head of the White Sand City Lord, and they all sucked in a cold breath. That Invincible City kid is too arrogant. He actually killed the White Sand City Lord. This time, it's really something big. That Invincible City kid seems to have returned to Invincible City. Let's go over and surround his city. If he does not hand over the things, we will completely flatten his Invincible City. That's right, if he does not return the things in the trading ground to us, we will flatten his Invincible City. We can kill all the experts in his small city, and let everyone know the rules in the small world of heaven. The 16 city lords immediately led their people to Invincible City. Along the way, they encountered those incomparably sharp saber lights again. By the time they reached Invincible City, a whole day had passed, and they had lost many people. Not to mention how angry they were. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Anyone who entered the small world of heaven would be obedient, but there were very few people who were as unscrupulous as the Invincible City Kid. He even dared to kill the White Sand City Lord. Everyone knew that the White Sand City Lord was an idiot, but they still had to give face to the White Sand City Lord's brother-in-law. He was the Deputy City Lord of Heaven City. Chapter 4678. Lin Fei brought his men back to Invincible City. Everyone in Invincible City had also received the news. The entire city was in a state of jubilation. Too mighty and domineering. It had only been a short time. Their new city lord had already done such a big thing. He had offended all 17 city lords. No, it should be 16 city lords now because the White Sand City Lord had been killed. This news couldn't be hidden at all. It spread quickly. Heaven's small world wasn't big, so news like this spread quickly. When it first spread, everyone was in disbelief. Everyone was guessing what this new city lord would do, but they didn't expect it to be such a big thing. He had directly snatched the trading grounds. Everyone knew that there were many good things in these trading grounds, but no one put their thoughts on it. In the past, there were also people who put their thoughts on the trading grounds, but they all gave up in the end. Because they all became corpses in the end. In front of so many corpses, no one dared to take their lives lightly. But now, all 17 trading grounds had been plundered, and there were countless casualties. Even Heaven Monarchs couldn't stop him. When there were no Emperor Realm experts, Heaven Monarchs were the strongest. But now, even Heaven Monarchs weren't a match for him. They couldn't imagine how strong and domineering this new city lord was. When Lin Fei returned to Invincible City, he collected all the plundered land's rings. According to the rules, he took out 3 portions and gave them to the 5 flying eagles. As for how they divided it, that was their business. You don't say, this time, they really had a lot of gains. Just the essence crystals alone were quite a lot. Even Lin Fei was a little surprised. Because these essence crystals added up to 30,000 cubes. This more or less made Lin Fei feel very shocked. These 17 trading grounds could actually produce 30,000 cubes of essence crystals. In other words, this black market was indeed a business that could earn money quickly. This trading ground was more or less worth it. Thousands of cubes of essence crystals. No wonder that Thunderstorm Emperor Realm approved of the existence of these trading grounds. Not to mention becoming their safety net. He reckoned that he would be able to earn quite a lot of origin crystals this year, which would be the so-called safety fee. Lin Fei naturally accepted these 60,000 cubes of origin crystals. As for the remaining treasures, they were not very eye-catching. There were all kinds of them. At this time, Lin Fei didn't have the time to look at it, so he put it aside first. Half a day after Lin Fei returned, outside Invincible City, a large crowd suddenly appeared. They immediately surrounded the entire Invincible City. Then, voices rang out one after another. That brat from Invincible City, get the hell out here. If you don't come out now, we'll attack the city and destroy it completely. Now, I'm offering a bounty of 1,000 cubes of crystals for anyone who kills that brat from Invincible City. Whoever leads a team into Invincible City will be rewarded handsomely. Voices rang out in the air above Invincible City. No one would have thought that the city lords of the 16 cities would arrive so quickly. They surrounded Invincible City so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. After seeing these city lords, everyone's expression changed one after another. Who didn't know that these city lords were ferocious existences? They looked at the city lord as if they wanted to tear him into pieces. They even felt that if the city lord of Invincible City didn't come out, the people of Invincible City, would be in trouble. At that time, if so many people attacked them, it would be impossible for them to escape. Everyone's expression began to change. The 16 city lords were quite angry, and their eyes looked like they wanted to kill someone. If that brat didn't go overboard, they wouldn't have brought people to surround him. No matter what, they had to vent their anger. They had to make that brat from Invincible City pay a heavy price. A newcomer dared to challenge their authority. He didn't take them seriously at all. If they didn't take care of this brat today, who would take them seriously in the future? More importantly, if they didn't solve this matter properly, the people from Heaven City would definitely think differently of them. They would think that they didn't do a good job. When the time came, they would support a few new small cities. Then they would be completely finished. To put it bluntly, they were all working for Heaven City. Whoever did a good job would naturally be recognized by Heaven City. They had today's status, which they had been using their contributions to exchange for. Now that the transaction site was snatched, it meant that they had suffered a heavy loss. When the time came, they wouldn't be able to complete the mission. If they couldn't complete the mission, it meant that their impression was bad. If their impression was bad, it meant that their status was bad. This series of consequences wasn't something that anyone could bear. Isn't it just to deal with me? Only 1,000 yuan crystals. This is too cheap. No matter what, it should be 4,000 or 5,000 yuan crystals. After all, I'm not that easy to deal with. At this moment, a figure rushed out. It was none other than that Lin Fei. He had been waiting for these 17 city lords to come. No, it was 16 city lords. He had already killed one of them. That city lord didn't care at all. It seemed that he had taken the position of city lord through connections. Looking at the faces of those heaven monarchs, it was obvious. If they were destroyed, then so be it. However, these 16 city lords were different. They had both strength and status. They were the best targets for gaining aggro. The 16 city lords finally saw clearly what this young man looked like. It was very unfamiliar. It was the first time they saw him. But the other party's words were rather domineering, instantly making them erupt with endless anger. Lin Fei floated to the top of the city wall and looked at the 16 city lords. Now that I'm out, I'm right in front of you. If you have anything to say, you can say it to me. If you don't like me, you can also make a move. Anyway, I'm quite easygoing. You can do whatever you want. One had to admit that Lin Fei's words were still rather arrogant and despotic. No matter who heard it, they would be rather unhappy. But these experts who followed behind were all the same. Their eyes almost wanted to kill. Especially when the other party's realm was only the Heaven Monarch realm, it filled their hearts with hatred. A Heaven Monarch realm expert dared to run above their heads. Didn't he just grasp a powerful secret art? They had more people and more strength now. Could it be that they were afraid of one person? Return our share of the transaction to me and compensate 10,000 yuan crystals. I'll let you go. The Black and White City Lord said coldly. Book Guest Residence Reading Website. Chapter 4679. The city lords all stood up and their intentions were quite clear. If this kid from Invincible City did not hand over what they had stolen and compensate them with 10,000 cubes of primordial crystals, they would fight. They would not let this kid from Invincible City off easily. The 16 city lords spoke in unison. It was quite a lively scene. Everyone in Invincible City was in awe of their new city lord. They were shocked like never before. He had actually attracted all 16 city lords over. Such a thing would never happen in the small world of heaven, and no one would have the guts to do so. This was like an old man hanging himself. He was tired of living and was on the brink of death. Facing these city lords, Lin Fei laughed and gave them a middle finger. You guys have the nerve to ask me to hand over my things? To be frank, I have to thank you. The city lords did not expect that Lin Fan would dare to say such a thing in the face of so many people surrounding almost the entire Invincible City. No matter how strong this kid was, they were not to be trifled with. Previously, they had indeed been caught off guard, which resulted in the destruction of the trading ground. Now that they had brought their experts here, they surrounded Invincible City so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. As long as they gave the order, everyone would move. At the very least, they would be able to raise Invincible City to the ground. They still had this bit of confidence. They did not expect this kid from Invincible City to be more shameless and arrogant than they had imagined. All of them were furious. I also know that you are very angry, but there is no use in being angry. If you have the ability, then fight. If not, then leave. Actually, I have something to say to you. Take advantage of the fact that I haven't made my move yet. You'd better go back and pretend that this never happened. It's just a trading ground. Just rebuild it. Alright, inform me when you're done rebuilding it. I'll go visit it again. This time, Lin Fei's words were equivalent to poking a hornet's nest. Like rubbing salt on a wound, the faces of the 16 city lords turned cold. Everyone in Invincible City felt what it meant to be enraged. In the face of that gaze, they subconsciously lowered their heads and retreated. If things went wrong, the entire Invincible City would be razed to the ground. They worshipped him, but under such circumstances, it was better to stay as far away from him as possible. If he were to be implicated, it would be too late for him to escape. Lin Fei's heart was bursting with joy. The aggro value rose rapidly. That speed was truly unparalleled. As expected, the more capable these city lords were, and the higher their status, the more hatred they would have. From their hatred, it could be seen that these city lords hated him quite a bit. As for some Heaven Monarch experts, they could forget about it. Their hatred wasn't big, nor was it big. They didn't hate him that much. They were just working for someone else. This also allowed Lin Fei to see clearly what kind of situation it was. Now I have 10 breaths of time. I advise you to leave quickly. Don't look at me because I'm young. If I fight, even I am afraid. I don't know if you believe me or not. The 16 city lords were just angry, but they didn't expect this kid from Invincible City to start counting. He even said that if they didn't leave in 10 breaths of time, it was as if he was going to beat them up. How could they bear it? The black and white city lord was the first to snort. I won't leave. Let's see what you can do. Me too. The world is big, but I've never been afraid of you, kid. I want to see what you can do to me. Don't brag too much. You won't be able to take it back later. Now I'll give you another chance. Hand over the thing and obediently come out to accept your punishment. Maybe I can leave you with an intact corpse. How could these city lords leave? How shameless could he be? Wasn't it just 10 breaths of time? They had brought people anyway. Whoever left was a bastard. 19, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lin Fei counted 10 times. Every count was neither soft nor heavy. It fell into the hearts of the people, as if it had become a rhythm. The people brought by the 16 city lords didn't move at all. They looked like Mount Tai was pressing down on them. They wanted to see how this kid from Invincible City would make a move. It seems that you don't take my words seriously. Then I have nothing to say. Since you're here, don't leave. At this moment, Lin Fei made his move. The great slicing technique was unleashed. Sharp saber lights flashed in an instant. Whoosh 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 whoosh. This saber light slashed through the bodies of those Heaven Monarchs. Those Heaven Monarchs reacted very quickly. Of course, their faces changed even faster. In an instant, they turned pale. Then, their eyes were filled with endless fear. One by one, figures fell from the sky. Bang 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 bang. Every corpse that fell to the ground was like a ripe watermelon, instantly exploding the scene. Everyone was shocked in just a few minutes. That kid from Invincible City is too awesome. The city lord is too mighty and domineering. Too awesome. Good kill, kill them until they're the best. I didn't expect that the 16 city lords would have such a day. The Invincible City Lord is too awesome. He fought 16 city lords alone and suppressed them. The Heaven Monarchs died one by one, and they all died the same way. In front of the saber light, they stopped breathing and fell directly. No matter who released their treasures, they were a beat slower. In less than 10 breaths of time, almost all the experts in the sky were wiped out. In the blink of an eye, there were only 16 city lords left. Then, another saber light flew out, turned into a long rope, and wrapped around them. And as soon as the defensive armor on their bodies was released, there was a fierce sound of collision. No matter what kind of treasure it was cut and broken in front of this saber light. The beam of light circled around their bodies and instantly made them lose their temper. One by one, they sucked in a breath of cold air and didn't dare to move. Their bodies were covered with a saber light. The blade light was like a piece of white cloth wrapping around their bodies. Only they knew that if the kid from Invincible City moved, they would be torn to pieces. And they also recognized that this was the famous great slicing technique of the 3,000 Great Ways. When did it become so powerful? It could be hard and soft at the same time. Shukju website. Chapter 4680. When the 16 city lords saw the faintly discernible saber light on their bodies, they recognized what it was. This was the famous great slicing technique of the 3,000 Great Ways. It was said that it was very difficult to master the great slicing technique, but once it was mastered, the great slicing technique of the 3,000 Great Ways would become very powerful. Any treasure or armor could be broken through in an instant. They originally thought that it was just a joke and that it was not that powerful. They never expected the great slicing technique of the 3,000 Great Ways to be so powerful. Under the violent suppression, they were instantly helpless. What made it hard for them to accept was that they had become the captives of the kid from Invincible City. With just a thought, the kid could control their life and death. The 5 eagles from Invincible City were the first to get excited. Looking at the 16 entangled city lords in the sky, they could not come back to their senses for a moment. The city lord is mighty and domineering. The city lord is too powerful. I finally understand why we are called Invincible City. From today onwards, our Invincible City will be the most powerful of the 18 cities. Haha, our Invincible City is going to rise. The city lord is too powerful, too domineering. He defeated all 16 city lords in one go. The people from Invincible City who were originally retreating looked at the scene in the sky and found it hard to believe. Everyone knew that the 16 city lords were very powerful. In terms of strength, no one could defeat them one-on-one. But now, they were defeated just like that. It could be said that they were defeated in an instant. If it had not happened in front of them, they would not have believed it. Don't attack, we can talk this out. Invincible City Lord, I don't want those things anymore. Just treat me like a fart. I've never been here anyway. Yes, we just happened to pass by. After their lives were in the hands of the other party, the way these city lords spoke changed. No matter how unhappy they were, they knew that they had to say something nice. Otherwise, they did not know what would happen to them. To be honest, even they were a little dumbfounded at this time. How did this kid transform into a big tiger in the blink of an eye? It was simply unbelievable. If the 16 city lords attacked together, even an imperial lord would need some time to take them down. But now, with just the great incision technique, they felt that they were unable to resist. It really made them feel that for a moment, they were old and that it was now the world of the young. I won't kill you. After all, you are famous people in the small world of heaven. If I kill you, I won't be able to stay in Heaven City anymore. However, I like to play games with you, so please stay in Invincible City for the time being. They didn't know why, but when they heard this, their expressions changed instantly. They felt that there was nothing good in these words. The 16 city lords seemed to be pulled by a force and landed in Invincible City in an instant. But before that, I still have to let you guys feel the wind first to wake up. The 16 city lords were directly hung at the city gates. The 5 eagles also flew out in an instant and took control of the situation. Everyone, stay in Invincible City and do not come out. If anyone comes out, kill them without mercy. The rest of you, follow me to collect the rings and clean up the corpses. If it was in the past, they would not even listen to the 5 eagles. There were so many rings and they did not want them. Was there something wrong with their brains? But now, they did not dare to have any ideas and all stayed in the city obediently. Going out to snatch the rings at this time was simply courting death. Didn't they see that the 16 city lords were all captured alive? If they went out, it would be no different from courting death. Don't think that just because they called him City Lord, the City Lord of Invincible City would take them seriously. If they really did something wrong, the City Lord could cut them into 18 pieces with one great incision technique. This was giving them face. If they did not give him face, he would directly cut them into 108 pieces. That would be really bad. The small world of heaven was not a big world to begin with. With such a huge commotion here, the news spread throughout the entire small world of heaven. All of a sudden, there was an uproar, especially in Heaven City. When those people heard the news, they all suspected that they had received the wrong news. It can't be. 18 Eagle City has changed its name to Invincible City. That guy Ancient One was also killed. Now it's the turn of the 18 cities' trading grounds to be swept clean. What 16 city lords were all captured by that kid? They can't say that the other party is an emperor, right? When did the great incision technique of the 3000 Great Tao become so powerful? Before they could digest the news, more news came. First, the trading grounds were swept clean, then the White Sand City Lord was killed, and then the 16 city lords ran to Invincible City. In the end, they were suppressed by the City Lord of Invincible City, and even they themselves were captured. After this news came out, the entire Heaven City was shocked. The news also reached the Vice City Lord's ears at the first moment. City Lord, this is the news. Now the 16 City Lords are in the hands of that Invincible City kid, and the White Sand City Lord was also killed by him. The Vice City Lord also immediately arranged for someone to inquire about the news. The news that was inquired was very detailed, word for word, basically no different from what had happened. Looking at the information above, the Vice City Lord's face turned livid, and he slapped the armrest with his palm, causing layers of ripples, and then he stood up. How audacious! How audacious! He even dares to kill my people, and now he dares to capture 16 city lords. Is he challenging the authority of the small world of heaven? Although the 18 city lords were famous in the small world of heaven, it was actually supported by Emperor Lei Bao. They were also serving Emperor Lei Bao. Now, when Emperor Lei Bao was in seclusion, the city lords of the 18 cities in the small world of heaven were all captured, and even a large number of heaven monarch experts were killed. How could the Vice City Lord sit still? And what made him feel the most difficult to approach was that the other party was very likely to be an emperor. However, this realm did not seem to be high, and from the beginning to the end, he had only used the great incision technique of the 3000 Great Tao. This made the Vice City Lord somewhat unfathomable. After all, the power of the great incision technique could be imagined if it could instantly kill those heaven monarchs. Even 16 city lords were not a match for this person, then this person was not simple. Send me a representative immediately to talk to him about what he wants to do. Chapter 4681. Invincible City became lively all of a sudden. No one would have thought that the young man from Invincible City would hang 16 city lords at the city gate in one go. At first, many people did not believe it and thought that they had heard wrongly. Those were 16 city lords. Each of them was top-notch. How could they be hung at the city gate? Wasn't that a slap in the face? But as the news spread more and more, it was hard not to believe it. So people came over. The entire small world of heaven was moved. When they came and saw the hung city lords, their eyes widened in disbelief. The city lord of Invincible City really dared to do this. 16 city lords. If it was before, many people who came had some thoughts. But after seeing the corpses at the city gate, they all gave up. All the experts who came to save the 16 city lords were killed without exception. They were killed and piled up in front of the city gate like a small hill. Everyone who saw that scene sucked in a breath of cold air. They no longer had any other thoughts. The city lord of Invincible City is too scary. He even dared to offend 16 city lords. I think people from the city lord's mansion will come soon. Then, this kid from Invincible City will not be able to clean up this mess. It doesn't matter if he can clean up this mess or not. At least the 16 city lords are completely humiliated. The most unfortunate one is the White Sand City Lord. That guy's luck is much worse. There were many people outside Invincible City. They were all here to watch the show. The 16 city lords were hung here. Such a scene had not happened in the small world of heaven for a long time. They could not imagine what the young city lord of Invincible City was thinking. Was he going to make an enemy of Heaven City? Many people approved of the city lord of Invincible City's actions. In the small world of heaven, whoever had the biggest fist was the strongest. This time, it was obvious that the city lord of Invincible City had the biggest fist. The 16 city lords' fists were not as strong as his, so they were hung here. Speaking of which, they were lucky to still be able to breathe at this time. Just look at the White Sand City Lord. He was killed. As a result, the competition within White Sand City had become very intense. As for these cities, they were different. As long as they weren't dead, they naturally wouldn't engage in any so-called internal strife. This was their only luck. It was noisy outside, What was Lin Fei doing? Of course, he was thinking about creating a powerful 3,000 Great Dao. After the 16 city lords were hung at the door, the honor points that were farmed out, no, the hatred points that were farmed out were quite a lot. Even his honor points were rising. At this rate, in another 2 or 3 days, Lin Fei felt that he would be able to accumulate enough honor points. At that time, he would be able to upgrade the Great Cutter to 2 stars. Lin Fei was looking forward to leveling up to 2 stars. With the Great Slicing Technique, Lin Fei felt that it was still a little lacking. Therefore, he decided to exchange for another powerful 3,000 Great Daos. Lin Fei chose one of the 3,000 Grand Daos called the Great Art of Thunderclap. This was also a very violent and powerful method. It also consumed a lot of power. Lin Fei felt that he would need another powerful Great Dao technique no matter what. With 2 of the 3,000 Great Daos in his hands, Lin Fei now had a real offensive method. At the very least, no Heaven Monarch expert would be able to block his Great Slicing Technique. This was also the 1-star Great Slicing Technique. If this was changed to the 2-star Great Slicing Technique, probably no Heaven Monarch expert would be able to block it. There would only be a few who could. With the addition of the Great Art of Thunderclap, Lin Fei's combat strength was getting stronger. As for the defense, it could only be done next time. Now that Lin Fei had chosen a powerful special cultivation technique, he could cultivate it. At that time, whether it was the Great Slicer technique or the Great Thunderclap, it wouldn't have much of an impact on Lin Fei. It seems that the people from Heaven City are here and can't sit still. I hope they can contribute some hatred points to me. These days, there isn't enough hatred points. Lin Fei played with the Great Art of Thunderclap in his hand and saw the Great Dao of Thunderclap moving around. These Great Art of Thunderclap became more powerful when compared to the Arch Great Dao of Thunderclap. When the traces of the Great Art of Thunderclap moved around, it could affect the physical body. It was much more powerful than the Arch Great Dao of Thunderclap. If the power was 3 before, it could reach at least 7 now. There was a completely different change. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with this Great Art of Thunderclap. Putting away the Thunderclap in his hand, Lin Fei left the room. There were already people outside. If there were no surprises, it should be the people from Heaven City. It seemed like it was a representative. Speaking of which, Lin Fei was still a little disappointed. This Heaven City was looking down on him too much. At least they had a deputy city lord, but they actually arranged for a representative to come. Even though this representative seemed to be quite strong, at the peak of the Heaven Monarch realm. But to Lin Fei, he didn't seem to be much of a threat. A Great Art of Slicing flew out. This representative was indeed an expert at the peak of the Heaven Monarch realm from Heaven City. As soon as he arrived at Invincible City, he saw the 16 city lords who had been hung up. He also saw the corpses around them. His expression couldn't help but change. It was just as the rumors said. This guy from Invincible City was really a little crazy. He really caused too much of a commotion. Isn't this guy afraid of being annihilated by Heaven City? He still dares to act recklessly here. Just as this thought came to his mind, a cold light appeared just like that. The representative's reaction was also extremely fast. In an instant he unleashed a series of attacks. However, when these attacks landed in front of the chilling light, they were actually unable to shatter it. Instead, the chilling light instantly arrived in front of him and wrapped around him in circles. Cracks instantly appeared on his treasured armor and treasures. If I were you, I would sit down and have a chat. What do you think? A faint voice sounded in this representative's ears. Cold sweat appeared on both sides of his body. He knew that this cold light was extremely terrifying. It was able to tear apart the defense of his treasured armor. In other words, it was a huge threat to his physical body. If he didn't listen, this blade light would probably kill him in one strike. Wait. Everything can be discussed peacefully. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4682. He was just a representative. In Lin Fei's eyes, he really didn't take him seriously, even if he was a peak Heaven Monarch realm expert. He directly pulled him into his city lord residence. Bai Yun stood in the courtyard and didn't dare to move at all. The cold light on his body was extremely terrifying. He finally knew why the 16 city lords weren't a match for him. With such a powerful Great Tao technique, it was really impossible to defend against. He also knew what this Great Tao technique was. It was the Great Slicing technique. He didn't expect it to be so sharp that it could even cut open his treasured armor. With such a technique, how was he supposed to fight? He couldn't beat him at all. Tell me, what did you come here for? If I'm happy, then you can leave. If I'm not happy, then you can accompany the 16 city lords. Hearing this, White Cloud's heart sank. He didn't want to be hung outside the door like the 16 city lords. That would be too embarrassing. He still had to be thick-skinned. I'm here on behalf of the Deputy City Lord. He wants the City Lord to release the 16 City Lords. You also know that it's not a good influence now. Bai Yun said it very tactfully. He didn't dare to say anything harsh at all. The City Lord in front of him really wasn't someone that anyone could offend. He even felt that only the Emperor could stop him. Of course, Lin Fei knew that this wasn't what the envoy meant. He just said it in a nicer way so that he wouldn't offend him. The 16 city lords offended me and brought people to attack my invincible city. I'm already being kind to them by not killing them. If you want me to let them go, then you're thinking too much. Go back and tell the Deputy City Lord that if he wants to bring the 16 city lords back, he'll have to do it himself. It's best if he can bring the first city lord along. Lin Fei gently pushed his hand, and Bai Yun felt a force hit his body. He was directly sent flying. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he was already outside the city. He had a lingering fear. This person was too savage. Too terrifying. He couldn't be offended at all. Lin Fei had already learned a lot of information, so he naturally knew that the most powerful person in the small world of heaven was that sovereign lord expert. That sovereign monarch expert spent most of his time in bitter cultivation and rarely showed himself. Lin Fei had nothing to be afraid of. Now that he had learned the great art of thunderclap and the great slicing art, Lin Fei's combat prowess had greatly increased. As for the defense on his body, there was no need to even mention it. Dozens of layers of defense formed by the treasured body were like layers upon layers of defense. For a moment, no one could break through it. Now, Lin Fei was waiting for the people from the small world of heaven to come. The bigger the name of the person who came, the greater the influence, and the higher the amount of hatred he would get. As for why Lin Fei didn't go there personally, it was because there was an imperial lord overseeing that place. He still had to give this little bit of face. With this free time, Lin Fei might as well farm more hatred and honor. For example, if he farmed more honor points, he would be able to upgrade the Great Slicer technique to 2 stars. The power of a 1-star Great Cutting technique was already extraordinary. Not to mention the power of a 2-star. It would increase by 6 times. Those treasures and armors had all become scrap metal and could be ignored. Another 2 days passed. There was no movement from the people from the small world of heaven, but Lin Fei had finally farmed enough honor points. He had upgraded the Great Slicer technique from 1 star to 2 stars. After this upgrade, Lin Fei could clearly feel that the range of the Great Slicer technique had increased. Previously, the range of the Great Slicer technique that Lin Fei could control was about a few 100,000 miles. Now, it had directly expanded to 1.5 million miles. 1.5 million miles. It wasn't far, but it wasn't near either. However, it was more than enough for Lin Fei to fight. After all, Lin Fei's current speed was extremely fast. Someone else is here. They are not from the small world of heaven. They are most likely here for the soul bead. As soon as a few experts approached Invincible City, Lin Fei sensed them. With a little thought, he knew who they were. Sure enough, someone soon came to report to him. Someone was coming to visit him. Of course, Lin Fei knew why these people were here. They were here for the soul bead. This time, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to see them. Instead, he decided to leave them out to dry first. These guys had planted a lot of hatred. This was also a lot of hatred. This also let Lin Fei know that they still valued the soul bead. Since they valued it, it would be a little embarrassing not to leave them out to dry. There were 3 people who came this time, and they were all at the peak of the Heaven Monarch realm. It was a pretty strong lineup. But at this time, they were arranged to sit in the side room. As time went on, they became a little anxious. Two of them walked back and forth, while the remaining one sat there with his eyes closed, looking very calm. They had never thought that things would turn out like this. At first, they thought that the guy from Invincible City was only average, but in the blink of an eye, he captured the city lords of the 17 small cities. Even the trading place was destroyed, and all the benefits were in his hands. Originally, they wanted to use the people from the small world of heaven to suppress this kid, but now it seemed like they were thinking too much. They guessed that this young man most likely had the strength of an emperor. This was a little troublesome. From start to finish, they could be said to have seen him make a move. He was indeed very strong, and he even cultivated the great slicing technique of the 3000 Great Daos. The great slicing technique was a large-scale attack method, and not everyone could understand it. But once they understood it, the strength that they could unleash would be even stronger. They no longer had the confidence to be enemies with this young man. In the end, they decided to personally talk to him and see how he could hand over the hundreds of thousands of soul beads. Even if they had to pay a price, they would not hesitate. This was the only way. However, they didn't expect that after they reported their names, the other party would actually leave them hanging there for 6 hours. It was obvious what this meant. Big brother, let's just forget about it. That kid obviously doesn't care about us. At most, we will give up all these things. The two people who were walking were a little impatient, and they were quite angry and full of hatred. They were putting on airs at them. The middle-aged man who was called Big Brother opened his eyes and glanced at them coldly. Instantly, the two of them lost their temper. Since we are here, that person can leave us hanging if he wants to. Compared to the soul beads, what is wasting time? In any case, the other party will meet us, and we will not be busy for nothing. It is just a matter of time, and we can afford to wait. Chapter 4683. Lin Fei had left them hanging for a day and a night. During this period, he had contributed quite a lot of hatred. Of course, Lin Fei was happy to do it. Until the next day. Lin Fei came over. The three of them looked a little gloomy. They were afraid of Lin Fei's strength. Until now, they hadn't figured out the other party's background. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. They couldn't resist the other party's strength. In addition, the soul pearl was still in the other party's hands. No matter what, they had to get the soul pearl back. I heard that you came to me for something. Or are you also helping the small world of heaven? If so, then I advise you to stop worrying. As soon as Lin Fei came over, he swaggered and sat down. He looked at the three of them. The leader also opened his eyes. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes, and then he returned to normal. I think the city lord should be very clear about our purpose of coming here. We want the soul pearl in your hands. Those things were deposited in Gu Yi's hands. Please return them to us. As for what you want, you can ask for it. Lin Fei didn't expect this person to say it so directly. Ordinary people would have to go around in a big circle. You are a straightforward person. I thought you would go around in circles before you talked about the soul pearl. That's right, the soul pearl is indeed in my hands. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. After all, the soul pearl was not very useful to him. But for some people, these soul beads were very useful. Lin Fei didn't see any demonic methods on these three people, and he was sure that these three people were not the owners of the soul pearl. They were just people who did things. However, it was not easy to let a peak lord of heaven do things. The soul pearl is in the hands of the city lord. If you have any requests, please let me know so that I can prepare. Lin Fei's words made the three of them secretly heave a sigh of relief. If Lin Fei didn't admit that the soul bead was in his hands, it would be a big problem. Are you sure you can fulfill my conditions? After all, my conditions are not low. This soul bead is not essential to me, but if I return it to you, it will be of great use to you. Maybe you can even cultivate new experts. The words that were neither light nor heavy fell into the hearts of the three of them, causing quite a few changes in their hearts. There weren't many people who had seen soul beads before, and those who could recognize them were even fewer. There were very few people who wanted to know its specific uses. They didn't expect that the young man in front of them actually knew about soul beads, and even knew the use of soul beads. Since we're here, as long as the city lord's conditions are suitable, We'll immediately gather these things for you without hesitation. We're still capable of this. Lin Fei had to admit that the person in front of him was really good at talking. To Lin Fei, he didn't lack anything. He just lacked hatred and honor. These 2 points were not something that just anyone could do. Then if I want to get things with strong vitality, you have a way. In the end, Lin Fei still gave them a rather generous offer. Lin Fei didn't forget his life seed. That thing had fallen into a dormant state. It could be seen that the recovery of the system had consumed a lot of life energy. If he wanted the life seed to recover completely, he really needed life energy. Because at this time, he didn't mind making things difficult for them. City Lord, you should want something with strong vitality. This thing is not difficult, but it's not easy either. But we can collect it for you. Lin Fei really didn't expect that the background of these 3 people was not low. They could even agree to this. After all, things like vitality were not so easy to find. Basically, it was controlled by some big families and big forces, and it would not fall into the outside world. Sorry, what I said just now was only the first small condition. Now it seems that you do have some qualifications. Lin Fei smiled faintly again. This time, the expressions of the 3 people changed a lot. The second small condition is not a big deal. I want to find a few weaker Emperor Lords to spar with. I don't know if you have detailed information. Lin Fei was certain of one thing after gaining hatred from his eldest senior brother, Gao Fan. Only when one's level was low would he gain more hatred from someone of a higher level. He planned to find some Emperor Lords to spar with. Of course, these Emperor Lords were also the weakest kind. No matter what, they were still Emperor Lords. This was something that Lin Fei had come up with on a whim. For these 3 to be able to obtain so many soul beads, it was obvious that they were quite capable. Since they were already so capable, Lin Fei didn't mind letting them help him with some work. When he found out the whereabouts of the Emperor Lords, he could go and farm hatred. This was a long-term tool. The purpose of these 3 people's trip was for the soul beads. The conditions he was offering weren't that difficult to deal with. They could also find the whereabouts of the Emperor Lords. Then what is the 3rd condition of the City Lord? I don't think you have a 4th or 5th condition. Lin Fei chuckled and stood up. I'm not one to talk nonsense. The last small request is also very simple. After completing these 3 small requests, I'll naturally return all the soul orbs to you. If you complete one, then I'll only return a small portion to you. If you complete 2, then I'll return 2 portions. If I complete all 3, then I'll return all of them to you. This time, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. As long as it was not a 4th or 5th condition, they could still fulfill the 3 requirements. The last small condition is not considered difficult. I want a complete map of the forces in the star field. I think this should not be too much of a request for you. Since they were prepared to go further and further on the road of farming hatred, they naturally had to thoroughly understand the forces in this star field. Naturally, he wanted to thoroughly understand the forces of this star field. He believed that these 3 people would not disappoint him. As a matter of fact, the 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief at the 3rd small request. They really thought that the City Lord would make an extremely outrageous request. At that time, they would not know what to do. It was really very difficult for them to choose. Now, they were completely relieved. This City Lord did not make things difficult for them. At the same time, they were also glad that they did not use force. Otherwise, they would have suffered a big loss. City Lord, we will help you complete your 3 small requirements in half a month at most. I hope you can help us keep these soul beads in this half a month and not let them fall into the hands of others. Shukju website. Chapter 4684. Lin Fei wasn't interested in the background of these 3 people. Anyway, as long as they were here, it wouldn't be so easy to get the soul beads back safely. As for why he gave them such a simple condition, naturally, he was prepared to farm some hatred on them. Don't look at how simple it was to help him gather these things. In fact, the amount of hatred that they could farm was not small. Even if these people got these soul beads later, they wouldn't let him off easily. Since that was the case, then Lin Fei might as well do the same thing. Anyway, he could farm some hatred. At the same time, Lin Fei was quite interested in the forces behind them. Naturally, he wanted to see what kind of background they had. So he made these 3 small requests. That's right. In Lin Fei's opinion, this was a small request. If they couldn't even complete this, it would be too disappointing. The great slicing technique turned into a stream of light and flew out to tie up the 16 city lords, pulling them directly into the city lord's mansion. Being hung outside was simply a nightmare for the 16 city lords. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the city lord's mansion from the outside. It felt like a dream. Then they saw the figure of that young man. From the beginning, I gave you 16 city lords a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't listen. I wonder how it feels to be hung outside. Lin Fei walked out and looked at the 16 city lords calmly. At this time, the 16 city lords' eyes were filled with fear and uneasiness. And if they knew that this young invincible city lord was so strong, they wouldn't have come even if they were beaten to death. They wouldn't have lost face. Moreover, he wouldn't let his vitality be greatly damaged. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. We know we were wrong. As long as you let us go, we will never cause any trouble for you again. I was blind back then, I won't dare to do it again. Don't look at how these city lords were begging for mercy. But at this moment, Lin Fei was able to farm a lot of hatred. Without even thinking, he knew that it was definitely these guys who farmed it. Their hatred was even higher than the average person's. It was indeed an act. He was full of vengeance. They knew how to act, and so did Lin Fei. You should be glad that I'm a good person. Otherwise, you'd all be corpses by now. Just look at the White Sand City Lord. Lin Fei snorted. You want me to let you go? It's not difficult. Hand over all your belongings. Since Lin Fei had captured them, he naturally took away all their rings. He believed that they were quite wealthy. There was no way they would hide all their wealth in one place. A cunning hare has 3 burrows. These Heaven Monarch experts were very smart, and they wouldn't be so stupid as to carry everything on themselves. In fact, that was indeed the case. The eyes of the 16 city lords lit up, but they were all cursing in their hearts. It was simply asking for their lives. They also knew that if they did not leave Invincible City now, who knew what would happen? Thank you, City Lord, for your magnanimity. Please allow me to contact my subordinate and have him bring me all his assets. These city lords spoke one by one. Without any discussion, they all agreed to Lin Fei's conditions. Lin Fei realized that the aggro was getting higher and higher. In other words, their hatred was growing. For a cultivator, status and so on all stemmed from strength. If one's strength was not enough, there was naturally no status to speak of. And the importance of this resource could be imagined. Now that Lin Fei was doing this, it was as good as asking for their lives. However, they did not dare to say anything harsh at this point. They could only agree obediently and leave Invincible City alive before anything else. So these city lords all sent messages to their confidants, asking them to gather all their belongings in a short period of time. Lin Fei also kept reminding them that they must bring their real assets and not be perfunctory. At that time, among the 16 city lords, who had the lowest net worth would be unlucky. This time, no one dared to be careless. Only the people around them knew how much they had. Therefore, if the person with the least amount of money was brought over, it was natural that he was hiding it. At noon the next day, Lin Fei sensed a group of figures approaching. Other than that, these figures also brought many things. When these figures came to Invincible City, they were brought in by the 5 eagles. None of them dared to make a sound. Now, everyone knew that the city lord of Invincible City in the small world of heaven was the most overbearing. He hung the 16 city lords up and killed the White Sand City Lord. He was the deputy city lord's subordinate after all. The confidants of the 16 city lords all brought their assets and kept them in their rings. To the 16 city lords, this time was a little on edge. They were afraid that those people would do something. If they angered this Invincible City Lord, they would be the unlucky ones. So at this time, they could only beg in their hearts. They must not be the unlucky ones. Fortunately, after Lin Fei took the rings, he roughly glanced at them. He had to say that their net worth was very high. The 16 city lords were basically not very different from each other. I didn't expect you 16 city lords to be so rich. I'm really nothing compared to you. Seeing that you are so serious, I will allow you to leave Invincible City. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the 16 city lords felt a surge of power, sweeping them out and landing outside the city. The restrictions on their bodies were instantly removed. They could finally hold their heads high, and without saying a word, they turned around and fled. They were afraid that Lin Fei would capture them again, and then they would really have no place to cry. As soon as the 16 city lords let Lin Fei go, they felt that their hatred had increased a lot. It was indeed a good tool to increase hatred. The trading place was swept by me, and even their assets were taken by me. It's no different from cutting off someone's money. When they go back, their hatred will probably grow. In fact, this was really what happened. The 16 city lords had gathered together on the way. They simply couldn't take this lying down. What a hateful guy. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have to suffer such grievances. That's right, this time we underestimated this invincible city lord. I think it's better to let the experts of Heaven City come and suppress him directly. This time, we have to suppress Invincible City Lord no matter what. A lot of my assets are in his hands. Bookseller's Reading Website. Chapter 4685. Looks like I have to make a trip out. It's not easy to farm aggro, but it'll be much easier to farm honor points. Lin Fei had underestimated the small world of heaven. It was easy to farm honor points there. Needless to say, it must be because he had defeated the 16 city lords, giving many people a chance to vent their anger. That was why they contributed honor points. The last time he used his remaining honor points to upgrade the Great Cutter technique to 2 stars, Lin Fei's honor points were almost used up. But in a short period of time, he had another 10 to 20 million honor points. One could imagine that the contribution rate of the small world of heaven was not bad. This was similar to the research Lin Fei had in mind. After all, the people in the small world of heaven were straightforward, so it was easier to contribute honor points. At the same time, it was easier to farm aggro than outside. Lin Fei was glad that he had come to the right place. This also made Lin Fei realize one thing. If he wanted to continue farming, he had to make some moves. Originally, he thought that the 16 city lords would take revenge soon after they returned. He did not expect them to give up in the end. He had been happy for nothing. Needless to say, the 16 city lords no longer had any temper. Although they were all heavenly monarch experts, he could easily suppress them. Naturally, he was suspected to have the strength of an emperor. Of course, Lin Fei had the strength of an emperor, but this realm had always been at the heavenly monarch level, so it was not considered high. After making the arrangements, Lin Fei left Invincible City. This time, when he left Invincible City, Lin Fei swaggered out. This meant that many people in Invincible City saw Lin Fei leave Invincible City. The city lord went out again. It can't be that he went to visit the 16 city lords again, right? How is that possible? The 16 city lords did not dare to make a move. I think the city lord must have gone to Heaven City. That's the most lively place. Then I'm going to Heaven City too. I should at least join in the fun. Maybe I can get some benefits. These people in Invincible City were quite smart and immediately came to their senses. Without another word, he followed behind. They didn't dare to follow too quickly for fear of angering the other party. If that happened, they would be the unlucky ones. At the same time, he couldn't help but look forward to it. If the city lord really went to Heaven City to cause trouble, it would simply be inconceivable. Just thinking about it was shocking. Not long after they came out, they felt that it was a little different from what they had guessed. It seemed that the city lord was going to a certain city. Lin Fei was indeed going to Heaven City. That was the busiest place, but before going to Heaven City, he had to visit all 17 small cities first. Lin Fei's notoriety had spread far and wide. Whenever he arrived at a small city, the entire city would instantly become incomparably quiet. Even the city lord came out to greet them. How could he have any other thoughts? Lin Fei could gain a lot of hatred and honor points every time he went to a small city. No one knew why Lin Fei would do this, but to the city lords, it was a relief. At least they didn't fight anymore. Just like that, Lin Fei came all the way to the outskirts of Heaven City. Compared to the other cities, Heaven City was completely different. It was quite lively here. Even if Lin Fei came, he didn't seem to be much of a deterrent. This also let Lin Fei know that Heaven City was indeed filled with experts. He had caused such a ruckus outside, but he didn't seem to care much in Heaven City. Lin Fei also sensed the experts in Heaven City. There were indeed quite a lot of them. He had even managed to see through a few sovereign emperors' battle prowess. Indeed, he had hidden his strength well. Lin Fei swaggered into Heaven City. He didn't even think about hiding his whereabouts. Heaven City was more lively than other places. There were a lot more experts on the streets. Of course, there were even more other experts. However, most of those who appeared in Heaven City were people full of murderous intent. If they weren't careful, they would glare at you. If you didn't have the guts, you wouldn't dare to come to Heaven City. Lin Fei naturally came to Heaven City to farm honor points and hate points. How to farm them was still a problem. Anyway, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to broaden his horizons first. Especially after checking that there were no Emperor-level experts in Heaven City, he didn't care. He also sensed a few experts who could burst out with the strength of an Emperor-level expert, but he didn't care about it at all. This also made Lin Fei more certain of one thing. That Emperor Thunder Bao should have really gone to Cultivate. Lin Fei didn't feel any aura at all. He was quite satisfied with his judgment. To be honest, he was a little disappointed. However, since he was here, he had to go back satisfied. If he didn't farm honor points and hate points, how could he be willing to leave? Just when Lin Fei was thinking about how to farm honor points and hate points, suddenly, there was a trembling sound on the street. Then, the people in the distance retreated to the sides. More than a dozen ferocious demonic beasts were rushing over just like that. Go, 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 third young master is out, don't leave if you want to die. Get out of my way as far away as you can, or I'll whip you to death. The originally bustling street suddenly became deserted and deserted. The dozen or so beasts' eyes were especially fierce, and they were extremely fast. They rushed in the direction of Lin Fei. And behind these beasts, Lin Fei saw more than a dozen mounts. There were some young masters sitting on the mounts, men and women. After seeing them, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. It seems that my luck is not bad. I finally have a suitable reason to attack. The dozen or so beasts were extremely strong. They were all at the peak of the Heavenly King realm. Coupled with their demonic aura, they were vaguely at the Lord of Heaven realm. As soon as they came over, the demonic wind covered the sky and turned into streams of light. It was no wonder that those people had to hide to the side. If they didn't hide to the side, the weaker ones would be torn to pieces by these beasts. You don't know what's good for you. Tear this guy to pieces for me. There were people guarding behind the dozen or so beasts. Seeing Lin Fei standing in the middle of the road, they snorted coldly. The dozen or so beasts turned into streams of light and rushed over. Before they arrived, Lin Fei smelled blood. Obviously, these beasts had killed a lot of people. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the dozen or so beasts that were originally fierce stopped in an instant. They fell to the ground, and blood stained the ground. Interesting, really interesting. I'm walking on the street, and someone actually wants me to give way. Or you. Why should I give way to you? Shookhouse website. Chapter 4686. The sudden scene gave the people hiding in the house a fright. Because this scene happened too quickly, so quickly that they couldn't even react. The dozen or so infamous demonic beasts were directly annihilated. Who can tell me who that person is? How dare he? Doesn't he know the background of these people? He must be a newcomer. He's young and arrogant. He thinks he's the king now that he's here, just like I was back in the day. I think he'll regret it soon. He could have offended anyone, but he chose to offend all the young masters in Heaven City. I think it's good that he killed them. These young masters are not kind people, especially those beasts that eat humans. Finally, they've been killed. I'd like to see how he's going to end today. Lin Fei stood on the street. In the eyes of others, he looked like a young boy who had just come to this place. With the death of the dozen or so demonic beasts, The expert's face instantly turned cold. They couldn't believe it. The beasts they chased were killed just like that. Or you. How dare you kill these beasts? Don't you know that they're the pets of the young masters? Kneel. Accept your punishment. Experts like them all knew how powerful these dozens of demonic beasts were. Even a Lord of Heaven wouldn't have a good ending if they worked together. But in the blink of an eye, all the beasts were dead. They didn't even have a chance to struggle. They were furious. You talkative guys can go down with these beasts. They're so annoying. After another flash of cold light, these experts also fell to the ground one after another, staining the ground red again. At this time, the young masters came over. The strong smell of blood made them stop in their tracks. How dare you kill our pets in Heaven City? How dare you kill our people? Where's the law enforcement team? Come out and teach him a lesson. Yeah, law enforcement team. You're all vegetarians today. Come out and teach him a lesson. It just so happens that I'm lacking a few toys recently, so I'll just capture this brat. When the time comes, I'll definitely let him know what the most painful method in the world is. Where did you come from? You don't even know anything. When these young masters gathered together, all of them were arrogant and despotic, and their eyes looked up to the sky. When he saw that Lin Fei was alone and looked very unfamiliar, he did not care at all. He clamored for the law enforcers to come and deal with Lin Fei. There was indeed a law enforcement team in Paradise City. It wasn't a big deal for them to get into a brawl here. But if things get out of hand and the law enforcement team takes action, you'll be finished. Regardless of the consequences, they would directly capture you. At that time, you would become a captive in heaven. In the end, he became a slave. He didn't even know where he had sold them. This kind of thing happened countless times every year, so everyone was afraid when they heard about the law enforcement team. Basically, even if they encountered enemies, they would only look at them coldly and would absolutely not dare to fight. If he didn't manage to kill the man and instead became a slave to mine, it would be too late for regrets. Bush, 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 bush. A dozen figures appeared in an instant. You guys are too slow. Hurry up and take him away. Clean up the street. I don't want to smell blood. After more than a dozen figures appeared, an ambiguous voice came from within the young master Go. Third young master, don't worry. We'll take him away immediately. These dozen people were part of the law enforcement team. They had been dealing with other things earlier and did not notice what was happening. When they finally noticed, all of them were so scared that their faces turned pale. Someone actually dared to talk back to the third young master on the street. Isn't he asking for death? Therefore, they showed up immediately. Fortunately, the third young master did not blame them, so they heaved a sigh of relief. Do it, arrest him. The law enforcement team's speed in arresting people was also extremely fast. Flying ropes came one after another. Wherever these flying ropes passed, even the void would temporarily freeze. It turned out that these were not ordinary treasures. The law enforcement team was also very familiar with arresting people. What kind of strength did a young man like this have to be able to withstand their attacks? Just as these flying ropes were about to get close, a beam of light appeared. Then this beam of light became brighter and brighter, landing directly on them. More than a dozen figures fell to the ground. I've already said that no one can stop me on the path that I want to take. Even if a heavenly king comes today, he won't stand a chance. Just these law enforcement team alone can kill as many as they come. Lin Fei looked at these young masters indifferently. Of course, he noticed the person called the third young master. This was a pale-faced young man, but under this pale face, there was a trace of strangeness. At the same time, this person was also the strongest among these young masters. He was at the Lord of Heaven realm. Young man, you're pretty strong. You even destroyed the law enforcement team so easily. It just so happens that I'm short of a person. Are you interested? The third young master also stood up and looked at the young man with interest. He had the guts to kill a member of the law enforcement team, and in an instant. This kind of strength was not simple. If you're interested in me, then my hands have been itching recently. I've decided to use you as an example. I hope you can withstand a few more moves from me. The young masters behind him all laughed out loud. Show me your moves. Who do you think you are? Why don't you take this move of mine first? If you can't, then I can only say that you're not as skilled as others. A beam of light from the blade instantly enveloped them, directly surrounding them, wherever the light of the blade passed. Then they heard clanking sounds. Following that, the crowd saw the mounts and the young masters all fall to the ground one after another. See, I've already said that you're not strong enough. Why did you have to pretend to be strong in front of me? Now you know the pain. Lin Fei smiled faintly and walked over unhurriedly. At this moment, almost everyone around held their breath. There was only one thought left in their minds. Something big was going to happen in Heaven City. I know who this young man is. I know who he is. He's the city lord of Invincible City. Suddenly, a scream came from one of the restaurants. This time, everyone heard it clearly. Previously, no one had come back to their senses. Now that they heard this voice, they finally knew who this young man was. Perhaps he really was the city lord of Invincible City. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4687. Is he that Invincible City lord? As expected from a young man, his guts aren't small. He used the great slicing technique just now. It's really sharp. Without a strong armor and a physical body, one wouldn't be able to take it. I didn't expect these young masters to be wiped out in the blink of an eye. This time, I'm in deep trouble. After knowing what the other party's name was, everyone finally came back to their senses. So this was the Invincible City Lord who caused such a ruckus. As expected, he was invincible. He was crazy enough. Coming to Heaven City, he killed the people behind the third young master without saying a word. These young masters all had strong backgrounds. Killing them meant that he had offended all of them. Third young master Lei Guang was already half kneeling on the ground, his body covered in hundreds of wounds. None of the wounds were fatal, but they made it so that Lei Guang couldn't use his strength. He couldn't withstand it at all and was directly shaken down. Looking at the young masters behind him fall one by one, he didn't expect the young man in front of him to be so fierce. So savage. He didn't care about him at all. He was the third young master of Heaven City, and his father was the Thunder Leopard Emperor. I will kill you, I will kill you. Lei Guang's eyes turned blood red, and his body emitted rays of light. He looked like he was going to fight to the death. Every time Lei Guang's light appeared, a great slicing technique would slash down. Every strike would cause Lei Guang to spit out 3 liters of blood. After spitting out 7 to 8 times, he became extremely weak. He couldn't use any strength at all. So this is all you have. I thought that you would be able to explode. How disappointing. Lin Fei kicked. Lei Guang flew out. Only after destroying several buildings did it stop. He was buried in the rubble. I've always heard that there are many experts in Heaven City. I wonder if anyone is interested in having a good spar with me. I can't possibly come here for nothing. Otherwise, you guys will be out of luck. Lin Fei's trip here was to gain honor and hatred. Naturally, he had to make a big fuss first. It would be for the best if he could bring Emperor Lei Bao back. Lin Fei felt that this possibility was very low. He was going to start with this third young master, who asked him to be so arrogant and despotic. He was just taking a walk, but he actually released more than 10 demonic beasts. How could he not have some face? Not kicking this third young master Lei Guang to death was already giving him face. He stretched out his hand. Then he grabbed the lightning from the ruins. He had thrown it right under his nose. At that moment, Lei Guang was on his last breath. After all, that kick from Lin Fei wasn't easy to take. And this was the power that Lin Fei had deliberately restrained. Of course, there was no need to mention the great slicing technique. A single great cutting technique could kill the third young master's lightning over 100 times without losing any power. Lin Fei just stood there quietly. Suddenly, his lips curled into a smile. A beam of light shot out from the void and blocked it with a raise of his hand. Ripples appeared on Lin Fei's palm. What a powerful archery technique! Lin Fei said with a smile. More beams of light appeared around him, covering his entire body. Lin Fei's body was protected by a treasure body. More than a dozen layers of defense appeared one after another, and they easily withstood the attacks. These dozens of layers of defense were quite useful. The opponent's archery technique was indeed powerful and could catch him off guard. However, how could he block Lin Fei's powerful body? The great cutting technique instantly entered the void. In the void, a black-clothed expert shot out beams of light, but he couldn't stop the great cutting technique. He was forced out of the void. He appeared in Heaven City. No wonder you can make the 16 city lords obey you. You're really powerful. The great cutting technique's power is also greater than I imagined. However, you shouldn't have come from the downtown area of Heaven City. After the black-clothed man came out, many people knew who he was. The deputy city lord of Heaven City, Tu Yuan. Tu Yuan had been annoyed by the appearance of the invincible city lord for a long time recently. However, he didn't expect that before he could figure out a way, the other party would come to Heaven City first. It was really like wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it by chance. The archery technique just now was also Tu Yuan's forte, especially when it caught the other party off guard. However, he didn't expect the other party to easily withstand it. Both internal and external cultivation. It made him realize that the strength of the invincible city lord was far higher than he had imagined. No wonder he dared to come to Heaven City. Do you think City Lord Tu Yuan is more powerful, or the invincible city lord is more powerful? I say, Tu Yuan is definitely more powerful. That's not necessarily true. I think the invincible city lord is more powerful. Didn't you see him call himself invincible? I've never seen anyone call themselves invincible in my life. After City Lord Tu Yuan came out, many experts came one after another. These experts all looked at Lin Fei with hatred in their eyes. Without even thinking, he knew that it was definitely the power behind those young masters. Their gazes were like they wanted to cut Lin Fei into 18 pieces. All of a sudden, Lin Fei was surrounded by experts of all sizes. What made Lin Fei the most confused was that the few figures that had the strength of an emperor king didn't move at all. I am indeed quite daring. As the saying goes, only when you are daring can you travel the world. I just felt that your Heaven City is quite interesting, so I came to take a look. Who would have thought that your third young master's temper isn't so good? I was just walking and I got bullied. Do you think I should make a move? Only then did Tu Yuan see clearly that the dying person was none other than the third young master Lei Guang. Then all the more I can't leave you here to cause trouble. Formation come. Why didn't anyone come to cause trouble in Heaven City? Not only was there a strong law enforcement team, but there was also a strong formation. It protected the entire Heaven City, and Tu Yuan could control the formation. Didn't you just say that you are very powerful? Then let me show you how powerful a formation is. Tu Yuan naturally wouldn't miss out on something that was delivered to his doorstep. He activated the formation. After activating the formation's power, his entire aura instantly skyrocketed. It was like he was riding a rocket. After that, Tu Yuan's strength directly reached the Emperor King level. This wasn't the end. It only slowed down when he reached the late Emperor King level. At this moment, Tu Yuan's every move was filled with boundless emperor might. Chapter 4688. As soon as Heaven City's formation was activated, Tu Yuan's aura skyrocketed. He reached the level of an emperor. He unleashed one technique after another. This was the power of the deputy city lord. He could use Heaven City's formation to strengthen himself. This would allow his strength to skyrocket, allowing him to easily reach the level of an emperor. Because of this, even if the Thunder Leopard Emperor wasn't in Heaven City, as long as the Deputy City Lord was here, he could still defend Heaven City. Streaks of flowing light were constantly flying around. Everyone could feel the terrifying Emperor's aura. In front of this Emperor's aura, they couldn't use any strength at all. Invincible City Lord is probably going to be unlucky. It's not a matter of being unlucky, it's a matter of whether he can survive or not. The Deputy City Lord is as domineering as ever. He used the formation right away and his strength has reached the level of an emperor. Once Tu Yuan's strength appeared, he waved his hand gently. Bolts of lightning struck down. This was one of the techniques in the formation. The lightning was as thick as a water bucket. It fell directly, covering the area where Lin Fei was. At the same time, it accurately locked onto Lin Fei. It wouldn't fall on other buildings. In everyone's opinion, no matter how strong one was, How could one withstand the attack of an emperor under such power? The current Vice City Lord Tu Yuan was a bona fide imperial monarch expert. He had the strength of a late-stage emperor. Every move he made was filled with the might of an emperor. I finally know how powerful Heaven City is. This formation is indeed powerful, but you can't do it. Even if the formation is in your hands, it won't be able to unleash its power. I was happy for nothing. Under the lightning that filled the sky, a figure walked out. It was Lin Fei. Streams of light flowed back and forth around Lin Fei, forming a special defense. It turned out that Lin Fei used the Great Slicer technique as a defense. As the lightning fell, it clashed with the Great Slicer technique. As they clashed, it directly reduced the power of the attack. Just like that, he appeared in front of everyone, unmoving like a mountain. If you have any tricks up your sleeves, just come at me. I'm not good at anything else, but my physical body is pretty strong. Lin Fei's Great Incision technique had already reached the level of 2 stars. He could now unleash 6 times the power. Naturally, he could easily suppress these thunderbolts. One had to admit that the formation of Heaven City was quite powerful. With the help of the array's power, Vice City Lord Tu Yuan directly reached the late-stage Sovereign Emperor level. This move was indeed very ferocious. Even an Empyrean emperor would have to kneel before it. Tu Yuan had long since disregarded the other party. Xiao Chen was already a late-stage sovereign emperor and controlled Heavenly City's formations. He could suppress anyone he wanted, much less an outsider. Only now did he realize that he had thought too much. The opponent's strength was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Then I'd like to see how long you can last. No one has ever walked out of Heaven City alive, not even you. The formation of Heaven City was activated once again. Attacks rained down one after another. No matter which attack it was, it made everyone's scalp go numb. This was the true formation of Heaven City. Even an Empyrean emperor would have to obediently face the formation. Deep in their bones, they still believed that Heaven City's formation would definitely be able to suppress this kid. No one could remain unscathed in the City of Heaven. Even if this person was known as the Invincible City Lord, it was the same. He just stood there without moving, allowing the other party's attacks to land on him. One had to say that the other party's methods were really powerful. All sorts of attacks came one after another. It was a little dazzling. But to Lin Fei, he didn't feel anything at all. The moment the Great Incision technique was activated, he took on all the attacks. Even if a small portion of the power seeped in, it couldn't even break through his body's defense. The other party was still too weak. It was the same even with the formation. Unless the Thunder Leopard Emperor personally attacked, then the strength of the formation would naturally be different. Time passed minute by minute. Lin Fei just stood there without moving. The people outside couldn't see through the situation at all. At this moment, all the attacks were at the Empyrean Emperor level. Looking at them made their eyes sting. Only a few people were able to see through it. Inside a building, there were 3 people gathered together. Their eyes were fixed on the battle outside. It seems like Tu Yuan is at his wit's end. I didn't expect that even with the support of Heaven City's formation, we still can't take down this invincible city lord. Heaven City might have a huge change. We've planned for so long. Something is probably going to happen. Then hurry up and contact people. While they're both injured, we'll make our move. If Lin Fei was here, he would be able to feel it. These 3 people could explode with Empyrean Emperor-level existences. But their true realm was only at the peak of the Heaven Monarch realm. I've said it so many times. Anyway, you can't beat me. Why don't you stop? If I make a move, you'll lose your life. In the midst of the attack, Lin Fei looked up at Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan and smiled faintly. From Tu Yuan's point of view, this smile was a direct form of mockery. Mockery of his strength, mockery of Heaven City's formation. This is just the beginning. Even if you've accumulated a lot, so what? Under Heaven City's formation, you still can't unleash your full strength. All the attributes of Heaven City's formation were activated, and they all fell on Lin Fei. There were only a few methods that could affect Lin Fei. The effect was still negligible. However, for the people outside, The fact that Lin Fei was still unscathed after such a long time had passed made them feel that they were in disbelief. Under Heaven City's formation, the Empyrean Emperor could suppress him. But now, he couldn't even suppress the invincible City Lord. They all suspected that Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan was going easy on him. If he wasn't going easy on him, how could it be like this? The eyes of the experts who originally wanted to take revenge for their children turned cold. Their coldness was filled with fear and uneasiness. They couldn't beat him at all. If they really went up, they would be courting death. So they silently retreated. They didn't want to get into trouble. The attack of the formation lasted for a full hour. It was really a long time. But Lin Fei was fine. Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan was in an even worse situation. It seems that you can't do it. Then it's my turn. Chapter 4689. Tu Yuan knew that he wouldn't be able to suppress the invincible City Lord this time. He was able to last for so long under the support of the formation, and he didn't show any signs of exhaustion at all. On the contrary, with the support of the formation, his energy consumption was also very fast. If it was a normal time, he would have suppressed him long ago, but now it was useless. He knew that the situation was completely wrong and that it was not under his control. Unless the First City Lord personally attacked, but the First City Lord was in seclusion and didn't come out. Tu Yuan was at his wit's end. Suddenly, streaks of light flashed around him. He hurriedly activated the defense of the formation to protect his surroundings. But just as the defense came out, the streaks of light easily cut through the defense. One after another, they reached the edge of his body. Fortunately, Heaven City's formation was amazing, so he could barely withstand it. Even so, it made Tu Yuan feel a lot of pressure. When did the great slicing technique become so powerful? It can even cut through Heaven City's defense so easily. It almost threatened my body. Tu Yuan was really frightened. He knew that the great slicing technique was very powerful. But he had never seen such a great slicing technique before. He was surrounded by beams of light that kept attacking him, and his Heaven City's formation defense seemed to be unable to withstand it. That was the worst thing that could happen to them. Lin Fei also walked towards Tu Yuan step by step. Everywhere he passed, the streaks of light became even more powerful. They were constantly increasing. There was a loud rumbling sound. Tu Yuan realized that the defense around his body couldn't take it at all. It was extremely weak. After a few dozen breaths, Heaven City's defensive array formation was instantly broken. In the blink of an eye, his body was cut dozens of times. Each blade broke through the defense of the armor and went deep into his body. After all, Tu Yuan wasn't strong and hadn't reached the Emperor Lord level. An Emperor Lord expert was different. Even if he borrowed the power of Heaven City's formation, he was still weak and couldn't withstand a single blow. Show mercy. Tu Yuan originally thought that after his body was broken, he would still have a chance to struggle. However, he knew that he had no chance to struggle at all. These lights didn't give him any chance at all as they surrounded him tightly. His life or death was in the hands of the other party. Only then did he realize that the great incision technique of the 3,000 Great Daos was truly terrifying. He could only ask the invincible City Lord to show mercy. Sorry, I'm not interested in people like you, so I can only send you on your way. The light that filled the sky instantly surged into his body. In the blink of an eye, Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan was cut into pieces. After shattering into fragments, a windstorm swept over and truly dissipated. Under Lin Fei's control, not only could the great slicer technique turn into light, but it could also gather into storms. Boundless might. Once Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan died, Heaven City's array formation instantly lost control and returned to normal. In less than an hour, the insufferably arrogant Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan was killed just like that. Especially under the support of Heaven City's formation, the people watching in the dark sucked in a breath of cold air and became restless. How could this be? Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan died just like that. It's over, it's over. Is the entire Heaven City going to fall into the hands of the invincible City Lord? If the Emperor doesn't make a move, the entire Heaven City will be completely gone. Today could be said to be the most unbelievable day for the experts in the entire Heaven City. A group of second-generation young masters were killed, followed by Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan, who was also killed under the support of the array formation. He was killed by the other party just like that. This person was definitely an Emperor Realm expert. The entire heavenly city became quiet. I saw that many people wanted to take revenge on me just now. Why don't all of you stand up and I'll send you all on your way together. I'll let you all be my followers for life. Lin Fei's gaze swept over, extremely cold. The people hiding in the void turned around and left one by one. How would they dare to make a move? It's a little too late to leave now. Streams of light behind Lin Fei flew into the void. Only a series of banging sounds could be heard. Corpses fell out of the void one by one. First was a corpse, then 2 corpses, then more than a dozen corpses, and in the blink of an eye, more than 100 corpses fell out. These were experts who had great hatred for Lin Fei. All of them had the strength of a heavenly monarch. But how could they resist the great art of cutting? Once they entered, they immediately wiped out thousands of soldiers. From today onwards, only people can enter Heaven City, but not leave. Lin Fei's cold voice spread in the air above everyone. As for those who want to leave Heaven City, you can think about whether you have the ability to do so. My methods are not a joke. One by one, the streams of light entered the void. As for those heavenly monarch experts, they instantly felt a chill. In other words, if they wanted to leave Heaven City, these methods would be used. It would definitely not be so easy to leave. I personally don't like the messy Heaven City, and I don't like the smell of blood. Those who want to wash the floor, hurry up and come out to wash the floor for me. Lin Fei landed on the street again. This time, Lin Fei's words were very useful. Soon, people came out and began to clean up the corpses on the street. Lin Fei walked towards the Heaven City Lord residence. Just now, he had already killed a group of experts. As for those who had not made a move in the dark, they were probably discussing something. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered with them. He decided to go to the City Lord residence to take a look. He casually stretched out his hand and grabbed a young master. This was the 3rd young master, Lei Guang. This guy was not dead, but he was so scared that he was on the verge of death. Deputy City Lord Tu Yuan was killed, and there were so many heavenly monarch experts. This person in front of him was very likely to be the arch-expert. How could Lei Guang not be afraid? The Arch, please spare my life. I really didn't mean to offend you. I was blind, I beg you. Heavenly monarchs were not scary, but the Arch was different. They were characters who could do whatever they wanted. Just like that, Lin Fei carried the 3rd young master, Lei Guang, and arrived in front of the City Lord residence. Shut up. If you say another word, I will kill you. I am lacking a guide. You are it. He was smashed into the City Lord residence's door. With a loud bang, the door was broken open. All the experts in the City Lord residence stared at Lin Fei. None of them dared to make a move. The previous scene was witnessed by everyone in Heaven City. Who would dare to go against the Arch? If you don't want to die, put away the things in your hands and do what you are supposed to do. Lin Fei stepped into the City Lord residence. Chapter 4690. The experts of the City Lord's mansion did not dare to move and obediently put away their weapons. They did what they had to do and were still very obedient. They listened to Lin Fei's words. Didn't they see that even the Deputy City Lord was dead? Even if they joined forces, they would not be a match for him. Didn't they see that the great cutting technique of the 3,000 great Daos could not withstand a single move? This was the tyranny of an emperor. Lei Guang also climbed up again. He really acted as a guide. If he did not do it, he would die, but if he did it, he would live, so he was extremely obedient. This is the place where my father secluded himself. Lei Guang trembled as he brought Lin Fei in front of a secret room. Lei Guang was really panicking. He could show off in Heaven City because of his father, Emperor Lei Bao, but now another emperor had come knocking on his door. Lei Guang really did not dare to breathe loudly. In front of the emperor he was really no different from an ant. You can go out now. Let the chefs make a table of Heaven City's special delicacies. I want to stay in the City Lord's mansion for a long time. Lei Guang trembled as he went out. He did not expect that the emperor did not have the intention to leave at all. Instead, he wanted to stay in the city lord's mansion for a long time. Was he not afraid that his father would find trouble with him when he returned? Yes, 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 I will immediately arrange it. I will definitely make the Emperor Lord satisfied. Lei Guang did not dare to think too much. He wanted to keep his life first. Why did Lin Fei want to stay in the city lord's mansion? It was because of the aggro and honor points that they had just farmed had increased rapidly. In other words, when he arrived in Heaven City, he would naturally gain the support of many people. This also made Lin Fei have an idea. Why not stay in the city lord's mansion for a period of time? There was no trace of Emperor Lei Bao in the city lord's mansion, not even his aura. Lin Fei could also be sure that this Emperor Lei Bao must have gone out to cultivate. At the sovereign emperor level, one had to continuously seek fortuitous encounters if they wanted to advance faster. Lin Fei understood this logic. Emperor powerhouses also understood this. Therefore, it was normal that Emperor Thunder Leopard wasn't here. After a few flashes of saber light, the door to the seclusion was cut open. The current Great Incisor technique was incomparably sharp. Cutting through anything was no different from cutting through tofu. This was only a 2-star Great Incisor technique. Lin Fei didn't even dare to imagine how terrifying it would be if it reached 3 stars, 4 stars, or the top 5 stars. The room was empty. There were a few boxes with some items in them. When Lin Fei saw these items, he squinted his eyes. I didn't think I would see soul beads here. Looks like this Imperial Monarch Thunder Leopard is related to the cultivation of soul beads as well. There weren't many soul pearls, only tens of thousands of them. Imperial Monarch Lei Bao has most likely gone out to collect these soul pearls. Could it be that those 3 people from before were working for Imperial Monarch Lei Bao? Because he instantly had a preconceived notion. Lin Fei looked around again but didn't find anything. He shook his head and came out again. He went to enjoy a feast with peace of mind. Ever since Lin Fei joined Heaven City, things had changed. An undercurrent began to surge. No one would have thought that the small world of heaven created by Emperor Thunder Leopard would change because of another emperor's visit. The people of Heaven City also stayed obediently and didn't dare to go anywhere. As for escaping from Heaven City, it was definitely wishful thinking. They didn't even need to see if the emperor would agree to it. Who knows what this emperor is thinking? Could it be that he is an enemy of Emperor Thunder Leopard and is waiting for him to come back? Or is he waiting for a rabbit to come to him? I'm a little scared just thinking about it. Many people were discussing this matter in the tea rooms of the restaurants. Lin Fei didn't let them leave Heaven City, but he didn't restrict them either. Therefore, some people still mustered up the courage to come out. This kind of feeling was really unpleasant. There were also some people who followed along to watch the show, and they were even more regretful. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have come. Now they couldn't get out. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. And in these few days, Lin Fei's harvest was huge. His honor points had directly exceeded 100 million. His hate points had also increased quite quickly. He had already obtained more than 2 million. As for hate points, it was easier to farm honor points. How could Lin Fei bear to leave? He had to farm honor points for a while longer. If he didn't farm honor points now, there wouldn't be much time left. Once that Emperor Thunder Leopard came back, a fight was inevitable. At that time, whether or not he would continue to keep it was another matter. Anyway, Lin Fei didn't have that thought now. An emperor is coming. Lin Fei, who was drinking his top-grade tea leisurely, frowned slightly. He sensed the aura of emperor experts. They were like stars in the night sky, very eye-catching. Only a powerful person like Lin Fei could sense this feeling. A total of 5 emperors came. Good lord, they can't be coming for me, right? They should be enemies of Emperor Thunder Leopard. At first, Lin Fei was a little surprised. But after taking a closer look, he realized that things weren't so simple. 5 emperors came in one go. Apart from the 5 emperors, there were actually quite a number of heaven monarchs. There were more than 100 of them. It wouldn't make sense if they weren't here for revenge. This was also the first time Lin Fei had seen so many emperors. The aura of the 5 emperors was quite different. Presumably, their realms were different. Lin Fei decided to stay calm and observe the situation first. If they came to seek revenge on Emperor Thunder Leopard, should he make a move? There was a loud rumble. Array flags appeared around Heaven City. The entire heavenly city was surrounded by them. Dark clouds shrouded, and Mount Tai pressed down. Instantly, everyone was alarmed. Array, it's a super array. Oh my god, I see the Emperors. 5 Emperors. Are they going to destroy Heaven City? Who knows what has happened to Heavenly City? Previously, there was a sovereign emperor, and in the blink of an eye, 5 sovereign emperors have come. How can people live in peace? The 5 emperors arrived in the sky above Heaven City one after another. Behind them, hundreds of heavenly Monarch realm experts instantly formed into square teams. He controlled a circle of Heaven City. If you don't want to die, surrender. Obediently join our Sky Demon sect, and we will spare your lives. One of the emperors spoke, and his voice floated in the sky above Heaven City. When the 3 words Sky Demon sect came out, everyone in Heaven City panicked. They sucked in a breath of cold air, and their faces all turned pale.